be the first set of the first four in Dayton. First game featuring 16 seeds Maryland, Baltimore County taking on Howard. The second game, battle of 11 seeds Texas faces North Carolina State. Guardians in Goodyear tonight going to face the Reds. Colby Allard's going to make his first start of the spring for the Guardians and make his sixth appearance overall for Cleveland. In Cactus League play this spring, he's got an ERA of 4.82. World Baseball Classic comes to a close tonight. The United States taking on Venezuela. Team USA 3-1 in pool play, then posted wins against Canada and the Dominican Republic. The U.S. last winning the WBC in 2017. Overall, both clubs win 5-1. Team USA gets to be the home team tonight as they won a coin toss. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
What is going on? Oh, my goodness. What a ride into work today. Northeast Ohio. If you were already at work, maybe you heard it. You didn't know what's going on. We'll tell you. We are going to have the latest on the boom, baby. What was that at 9 o'clock? He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. How are you?
I have no idea what happened. Everybody says this happened. I didn't hear a thing.
You know who probably knows? The smartest guy in Northeast Ohio, Channel 3 meteorologist, atmospheric pressure guy, friend of the show, there for us right out of the gate to tell us exactly what happened. You know him. You love him. We go right to the Make It Right, Kyle Wright hotline. It's Mark Johnson.
Hello, Mark.
What is up?
Hey,
Mark, what's going on?
we're all a little shaken this morning, are we not?
What happened?
My wife comes running into the bedroom where I'm just kind of snoozing a little bit. I got home late because of all the lake effect snow.
Yeah.
The blizzard, I call it. She goes, Mark, I just felt this huge boom. I said, was it an earthquake? She goes, the house didn't shake, but you heard a boom. And I'm like, okay. So the first thing I did was I checked the Ohio Seismograph network around the area. And yes, there is. Right around 9 a.m., give or take a minute, there's a little blip on the seismographs around northern Ohio. It doesn't mean it was an earthquake. And then the National Weather Service posts on X that it appears that we had a sonic boom from a meteor, a little piece of space rock, traveling at about 770 miles per hour, striking the Earth's atmosphere. It's traveling at the speed of sound, so when it hits and slows down and breaks apart, it creates a sonic boom. So it appears that we heard a sonic boom. Now, because of the clouds and the snow flying around, we didn't see a flash. We didn't see any cloud streak, but we're getting reports in that this was heard all the way from Sandusky to Pittsburgh. And we are getting reports now around Pittsburgh, where the skies were a little clearer, that a flash was seen, indicating that we did have a sonic boom from a strike in the atmosphere, a meteor, it looks like. Now, it's possible the meteor did not hit the ground. It's possible it disintegrated in the atmosphere. But for it to make a sonic boom, I think that piece of space rock was a little bit bigger than the piece of dust that makes a shooting star. So it's possible that we did have a piece of space rock hit somewhere here in northern Ohio.
Wow.
And that's the catch. How did it hit and nobody has seen it? We've seen some video, but when I saw this video, you think, all right, let's see the dust cloud. I haven't seen that yet, so I'm perplexed.
Well, you can't see it because the clouds are pretty thick. Now, I'm seeing a little bit of blue sky out here right now, but at the time this thing hit, and depending on where it hit, and it appears it was kind of right over between Cleveland and, let's say, Andover, somewhere in there. That's right in the lake effect zone where we have all of these clouds coming in off the lake. Lake effect, where squalls persist. You've heard me say it over and over again. So the clouds would have obscured any type of flash seen here.
Right. Mark, it kind of sounds like, too, it could have been like more than one or two small. It seems weird because all of a sudden, like I was driving in, I was like, it's weird. I'm hearing people in Lake County talk about it, but then I'm hearing people in Avon talk about it, Lorain County. I don't know. It just seems, I don't know. I feel like we're at the beginning of a Superman movie.
Well, the sound travels, okay? Unless you've seen a little pod land and, a little creature get out. I think the meteor theory is probably your best bet right now. Right. Meteors strike the planet every single day by the dozens. Little pieces of space rock hit, and we see shooting stars. It's very, very common. On occasion, you get a bigger one, and it looks like we got a bigger one today, and it created the sonic boom. Now, we're still exploring. It's possible this story could evolve a little bit, but right now, even the National Weather Service feels it was a sonic boom created right over northeast Ohio by a meteor hitting the atmosphere. And again, with clouds around, we're not going to see the flash. But apparently near Pittsburgh, some folks saw the flash and the streak, which would confirm what we've been saying about a meteor strike.
No, Mark, you are the man. All right, if anything else happens, we're going to call you. I know you're a good friend of the show, so you'll
You got it. I'm right here. Right here for you. Everybody, it is not an alien invasion at this moment in time.
Well, thank you. When's the snow done today?
The snow is going to be done later on this afternoon and evening. How much you got to shovel?
I didn't have to. I just, I shovel for 4 hours here with Jeff every day, so we're good. Goodbye, Mark. Thank you. All right, Mark Johnson, give me the latest on what's really going on. Thank you, Mark. Mark, Channel 3, make sure you're watching him every day. Him and Betsy, they do a fantastic job. Make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Wow. All right, so we got the scoop. We know what's going on. Did you hear it?
No.
Meredith heard it. Meredith, what'd you hear?
I was over on the west side, and and I told you this morning, so I heard it, and I was like, I thought I was hallucinating. I was like, I have no idea. That's strange. I was like, maybe a truck hit something, because sometimes I hear booms, and it's a dump truck, but this sounded louder. I was like, I don't know what this is. And then I get a text from my friend, and she was like, did you hear or feel that? And I was like, yeah, how did you feel it? Because I'm on the west side. She's over in Menor. And I was like, how did you feel the exact same thing that I felt?
Yeah, that's the way I was thinking of that,
like
too.
30 miles away. Yeah. So we were confused, and then 10 minutes later, that tweet from the National Weather Service popped up, and we were just like, what in the world?
Okay,
all right, well, thank you.
Stay tuned. Hopefully that was the only one.
Yeah,
right?
I walked in downstairs to get a drink, and JJ's like, man, he was asking everybody that was walking into the store downstairs. He was saying, hey, did you feel the boom? I heard the boom here in the building. But I was listening on the air, and the boys on the air didn't hear it either. So, all right, if there's anything more to it, we will let you know about it. But, man, what a crazy morning. So you got that. Then I drive in, winter starts.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
And it's St. Patrick's Day. It's amateur hour downtown, so I'm really looking forward to when we leave through the parade, all this stuff. But folks coming downtown, be careful, be safe. I would take Rapid downtown if I were you. Make life easy for you, especially with the roads being a little bit snowy. So we have done all kinds of public service, and we're only 10 minutes into the show, Jeff.
We're just here to help, Andy. We're just here to help.
Wow. All right. Dan, you're good? I just want to make sure you're safe. Everything's good? All right.
No, we're hanging in.
All right. I just want to make sure.
Hasn't hit the panic room yet. We're okay.
Yeah. And you didn't hear the boom, see the boom, feel the boom?
No, I was on the phone with you.
Oh, well, I guess so. And I didn't hear this. I didn't hear anything. I don't know. I was driving through Shaker Heights. Maybe that's why I was in a bubble. Jeff, let me ask you another question.
Andy, why don't you?
Why don't we talk a little sports?
It's not a bad concept.
Do you think the Browns are done in free agency?
No.
What do you think they're going to do?
Pick up scraps.
That's it?
Yes. What did we talk about yesterday? Christian Kirk is a competent wide receiver. Well, apparently the San Francisco 49ers agreed with us. Christian Kirk goes to San Francisco. Darnell Mooney went to the Giants. Darnell, competent wide receiver. Apparently the Browns have some other things in mind. That's okay. You don't have to. There's really only one, maybe two guys out there in free agency who you still think might be able to help you. Stephon Diggs is still there. Juwan Jennings. We'll see. But maybe they have other plans.
Do you have fear of missing out on any of this stuff?
No, I not fear of missing out. What my fear is this. Okay, you're rolling into the season and you added a rookie wide receiver, even though a highly drafted rookie wide receiver, and you're thinking that everybody else is going to elevate their game and that's going to take care of the problem. Okay. And then you're going to keep your fingers crossed and hope that that's the case. And then hope your defense gives up 11 points a game.
Oh. It's St. Patrick's Day, and I'm already like, My feeling and level of expectation for success for the Browns next year is not very high. Now, we still have the draft, which might change my mind. They still could make a trade, which might change my mind. They could decide on a quarterback. That might change my mind.
The trade market is something that Andrew Berry has always explored, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Browns make an addition to the wide receiver group through a trade. If they were going to get into the free agent wide receivers, Andy, well, they've kind of missed the boat. I mean, there are still a couple of guys out there. Like if, for instance, if they signed Stephon Diggs,
okay,
answers a lot of questions, doesn't it? It's like, well, here he comes, but he has some issues right now off the field.
Right.
If they sign,
that doesn't bother this team though. Off the field issues doesn't seem to bother this team.
Well, it hasn't. Maybe that changes. Tyreek Hill is still looking for a team. Why Tyreek Hill would come to the Browns, I don't know. But Tyreek Hill is still looking for a team, and he has some off-the-field things and injuries. You know?
Tyreek doesn't fit the old mold.
Juwan Jennings,
at 32 years old, I don't know that he fits the mold, does he?
No, but you're not looking for a 5-year guy. You're looking for somebody to play wide receiver next year.
I know, but this team traditionally does not. Although I don't know, maybe that changes with the regime, right? I mean, they did bring Joe Flacco in at one point. Over 30 is not a big. Does not play well in Berea.
We need to get a drop. Maybe Ted can work on this. What does Todd Monken think?
Oh,
that's the key to so much of what's going on. What does he think? Does he think he needs a veteran wide receiver to come in and help? Remember, in Baltimore, he didn't have great wide receivers. He had Zay Flowers, Zay's a good young wide receiver, but then they had a lot of question marks.
Yeah, but he had a good quarterback. That makes a difference.
But they still didn't have the good wide receivers. They had Rashad Bateman, who was a highly thought of guy, never really materialized. DeAndre Hopkins, who was a Hall of Famer, but was not at his peak when he was playing for Baltimore.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe that they're settling in on not picking up another wide receiver here in free agency.
You're kind of running out of time to do it. There are still some guys there. But you're running out of guys. I shouldn't say time. You've got plenty of time. But I wonder, and they sniffed around Brandon Ayuk at the trade deadline.
Right.
He's not going back to the Niners. But the Niners have brought in Mike Evans and Christian Kirk to go along with Ricky Pearsall, who's already there. So they saw some value in the free agent market. Other teams have signed some free agents. Browns haven't done that yet, and the Browns probably have the biggest need at wide receiver in the NFL.
For some reason, I just don't. I feel like the shop is closed.
It's not.
I don't know. Browns fans, do you think the shop is closed like I do? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092 is the number to call. We're going to have Mary Kay Cabot coming up at 11. She'll talk about this. We're going to get into college basketball with Paul Biancardi at high noon. John Gross, Akron basketball coach, getting set to play in the NCAA tournament. Friend of the show. He will join us coming up at 1:20. But I'll ask you this. I mean, is there somebody you think they're hanging out for? And we've got an expert that talks about the potential to make big moves for the Browns. Is that still there? I don't know. I feel like they closed the store. That's just kind of the way I feel right now until we get to the draft. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Glad you're with us today. Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us at 11. Paul Biancardi at noon. John Gross, Akron basketball coach, coming up at 1:20 as he prepares for the NCAA basketball tournament. Yes, you did hear a sonic boom this morning at 9 o'clock. People talking all about it. We had Mark Johnson on earlier today. If you missed any of that, you can always go back and hit the rewind function.
Earlier today.
Yeah, well, it was
like 22 minutes ago.
It's all right. Hey, the boom was an hour and 20 minutes ago. It still feels fresh, doesn't it?
Okay.
I don't know. All I know is we had a big, loud noise this morning at 9 o'clock, and it shook everyone basically from Sandusky down to Pittsburgh throughout the lakefront. So we'll get more information as that goes on. If we hear anything else, we'll let you know. But you did hear something, and you're not alone, and your neighbors heard it too. So we were talking a little bit about the Browns, and, of course, if it feels like they're done, like free agency feels like it's over. Jeff, you made a great point about saying that it just feels like if they do pick up anybody in free agency, it will be just what?
Scraps.
Just scraps. That's all.
I don't mean that is any insult to any player they might sign, but it's been picked over pretty well. That said, Andy, there are still some productive players out there who can go in and will help some football teams. And, like Taylor Decker.
Yeah, perfect.
Gets cut by the Lions. He can be somebody starting left tackle next year and be good.
Yeah, a little bit of a down year last year, but yeah.
Wyatt Teller.
Yeah.
Wyatt can go play guard for somebody and do a great job. And there are several wide receivers who are still out there who will go somewhere and be productive next year. And I personally would like to see the Browns get one of them.
Yeah.
And if not one of those guys, all right, Andrew Berry, you've done it before. Make some trades. Go trade for a wide receiver.
Yeah, I could see him doing that more than right now the draft is still an unknown. We get excited about names that were great in college. We just don't know what they're going to be like in the pros. I do think he can make a trade.
It's tough to bank on a rookie wide receiver being a huge difference maker in year number one.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. We have an expert on whether they think the Browns are done closing shop. We're going to hear from her in 1 second. Let's take Doc in Houston real fast. Hi, Doc. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing? You guys are great.
We're doing great. Thank you, Doc. We appreciate it. You didn't hear the sonic boom in Houston, did you?
No, we did not.
Okay, good. Good for you.
Okay, so I have a working theory on why Deshaun hasn't worked in Cleveland.
Okay.
I think, so
health would be a good one.
So in 2020, we live here in Houston, so we've watched Deshaun all the way through.
Sure.
So in 2020, what we had in Houston was a line. We had Tunsil, we had Titus Howard, we had a very good pass blocking line. But like you guys were mentioning before, we also had veteran receivers. In 19, we had Hopkins, we had Will Fuller, so we had speed and we had possession and we had veterans. Guys who understood scramble drill, guys who understood side adjustments. Kenny Stills came in from New Orleans. He understood side adjustments and could get deep. Now, in Cleveland, in 2024, you had Amari Cooper, who was like on a steep decline, right?
Although
he was okay here, though.
Yeah, he played well here, Doc.
In 23, he was okay, not 24.
Okay.
Think about Deshaun's worst year.
Sure.
So 24, think about Amari Cooper dropping the deep ball in the Cowboys game, dropping all kinds of passes. And then they ship him off to Buffalo and he doesn't play, right? And now he's out of the league.
Right.
Elijah Moore, out of the league. He was your number 2. Aiken, out of the league. Line, not good. If you go back and watch 24, you think the line was bad last year. Look at 24's line. So not only that, you got to understand that Deshaun's less than a year coming off shoulder surgery. So typically with shoulder surgery, it takes time. It takes a year for any surgery to get back to full strength, get back to endurance. So when you see him throwing the ball out of bounds, he's over-rotating, he's probably operating on a shoulder that's not fully healthy, right? Now you're a little close to 2 years post-ops, and now you got a little more strength in that arm. You got a little bit more consistency. So my theory is, I mean, I'm sorry, this is long-winded, but my theory is in these 3 weeks that he came back, I think that they saw something. I think they saw, okay, his physical traits are back. Now we need to operate on an exclusion theory, exclusion principle. What is the reason that we've been having a problem with this guy in this offense? You got to look at the head coach. So so now we're working on what's going forward. The only guy that called plays into Deshaun's ear going into every single play that he's ever played in Cleveland has been Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Kevin's gone, so we will get a shot to do it. So, yeah.
Exactly. So now he's in Atlanta. The first quarterback that he brought in is Tua Tagovailoa.
Right.
Those are two completely different quarterbacks.
Doc, I'm sorry. He's playing you off. My bad.
Thank you, Doc.
It's not on us.
And Menigan.
Menigan is so mean, man. Dan.
Remember, by the way.
That was very well thought out. And you just ran him off the
Does anybody really think Deshaun Watson was Kevin Stefanski's idea?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
No.
Kevin was handed a quarterback, and they said, "Hey, good luck."
I think that, I mean, Doc got it right in the beginning. He had an offensive line, and he had receivers when he was in Houston. Man, that makes a big
He had
deal.
an offensive line here early on, but he also had an 11-game suspension to start with.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like, I don't know, an injury didn't help him. Maybe
Everybody needs to remember the Browns' offensive line was pretty good until recently. And the same guys who were pretty good got injured and missed some games, and for some odd reason, Wyatt got benched partially.
I don't get it. I still don't understand.
Yeah, I
mean, I know we've asked around a little bit. Something was wrong. Something didn't work there. Something went sideways. Right?
You can hope that Deshaun comes back and the doc is right. Okay, a lot of things have worked against him. A lot of them his own doing, but maybe the shoulder really had a chance to heal up because he was working on the Achilles. You know, he had to deal with that. Maybe he's going to be a better quarterback this year and more physically ready to go. I hope so, Andy. And if he is, start him. Let's go.
It's not like you're not paying for it.
I know.
You might as well you make your move there. All right, so could it be quarterback? Could it be wide receiver? What would they do if they could still make a big move? Like I said, I feel like the shop is closed until the draft. 216-474-0092. Cynthia Freeland was on the afternoon drive yesterday from NFL.com, and they asked her about the potential to make some big moves.
It doesn't appear on the outside as if they're thinking this is the year to really make take the big swings or the big moves. Not to say that, addressing your O-line isn't something I think is a really smart strategy. I'd be curious to see, we talk about wide receivers. We talk about the tight ends even, because now it's very in vogue to have the pass-catching tight ends. There's just a lot of unanswered questions. I know that there's a really good one that also played his college ball in the state of Ohio, but other than him, I mean, you lost David Njoku as well. So I'm just curious to see what the strategy will be, because a lot of times the style of quarterback will dictate that strategy. And I don't think Deshaun, let's pretend Deshaun's healthy, his style is quite different from Shedeur. So they're not similar pieces. You go and you see Michael Penix and you see, what happened with Atlanta bringing Tua in. And yes, I know they're both lefties, but they also get rid of the ball very, very quickly. They play similar styles of ball. It doesn't seem like they have the congruent pieces in the quarterback room to say this is the year we're trying to push our chips in to win the division.
What do you think?
I get that feeling. It truly feels like they're trying to build a team with a new head coach, and their foot is not on the accelerator all the way down to the floor. I don't mind that. I would rather be patient and try to build rather than overreact and do something hasty. You know what I mean? Let me give you another thought.
Sure. Yeah, give me another thought.
Andrew Berry I don't think he's drafted wide receivers well. We'll see about Isaiah Bond. I do like Cedric Tillman, who they drafted in the third round, but Cedric has to be able to stay healthy and be on the field and be productive with somebody other than Jameis Winston. But he has traded for wide receivers. Today's what? March 17th. Meteor Day in Northeast Ohio.
Or St. Patrick's Day.
That one too.
Yeah.
All three of the guys that he's traded for at wide receiver, Amari Cooper, Elijah Moore, Jerry Jeudy, traded for Jerry Jeudy on March 9th. traded for Amari Cooper on March 11th.
Huh.
Traded for Elijah Moore on March 22nd.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the 15th. That would have meant today would have been the day.
So this is, in other words, okay, free agency is kind of settled a little bit, and with some of these guys, and then he's made his moves. So this is the time of the year where he has traded for a wide receiver. So maybe just stay tuned. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's got to be a trade though. I think those are all trades, right? There's no free agency there.
Amari Cooper, Elijah Moore, Jerry Jeudy, all trades, and all in March. Just does that mean anything? Well, it's the start of the new league year. It's the start of free agency and everything else. Maybe somebody becomes available, another team signs a guy, then somebody else gets kicked out, and blah 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 blah. But his trades for wide receiver have happened right around this time of the year. So maybe he does something there in the next day or two with a trade.
We talked about this before the show too. Is Brandon Ayuk even on the radar?
Well, he's on somebody's radar. He's not on the 49ers' radar. On one hand, you think of Brandon Ayuk and you think, wow, what a great talent. And then he had some injuries. And he also had some issues out there that would make you think, well, we don't. Why would you want to go get him? Part of the thought was, the guy just didn't want to play.
True.
Now, was it completely a disagreement with the team, or is there something else going on? Who knows?
He'd be an interesting fit here. I mean, he'd be a great fit here.
He'd be a great fit here if he decides he wants to play and can be as productive as he's been at times. He's 28 now.
Well, that keeps him under the Logan's Run radar. So he's good there.
I would, if he was interested in playing for the Browns, I would be more than happy to have him play for the Browns. I think he's a talented guy, but there are issues there that, if you're not on the football field, and part of the reason why is stuff that comes into play other than injuries, makes you wonder a little bit, doesn't it?
Do you think the Browns care?
Well, they should.
Do they though, Jeff? I mean.
Andy, how many guys with issues of any sort do you want to bring to a football team?
Can they win you a Super Bowl? Is that what the question's asked?
Oh, I don't. I'm not trying to talk about Brandon Ayuk in a Super Bowl.
No, but I'm just saying you're just saying how many guys can you bring in like that, whether it's Brandon Ayuk or anybody else. I just think they don't.
Again,
the Browns have proven in the past they don't care about. They care, but they don't care. You know what I'm saying? If they think that, if you're willing to let a quarterback sit out, 11 games, right, on a suspension, and you knew it when you traded him in, there is no. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like, okay, if a guy can help you win, they don't seem to. It doesn't bother them.
Okay.
Fair? Am I wrong, or am I?
No, I don't think you're wrong, but. He's been out with injury, and then there were the whole issues with the 49ers, didn't attend team meetings, stuff like that. Okay. Is he going to be more engaged as a member of the fill in the blanks?
But we brought in a quarterback that didn't open the playbook. That's our history.
Well, Andy.
I'm not making things up.
If Brandon Ayuk is healthy and wanted to play here and they were convinced of it, he'd be a great addition. He had a couple of 1,000-yard seasons. He's a good wide receiver. But how many guys with issues do you want to put on your football team? Does Todd Monken want him, Andy?
I guess all roads lead back to Todd Monken.
It kind of does, doesn't it? I'm not being facetious here.
We just don't know. We're not going to know until they take the field. Although to bring in the acquisitions, that's on Andrew. Does Andrew have to get Todd Monken's approval on this stuff?
Well, you hired an offensive-minded coach because your offense was garbage, and you want to get it fixed. So I would certainly think you would consult him, wouldn't you?
I would think so too, but you know what? You never know. But who knows? They may be of like mind. And then all of a sudden you've got your answers, correct?
Let's go with that.
All right. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. You know it. She is going to join us coming up at 11 o'clock. She is Mary Kay Cabot. Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for Choice.
Sixers in action this afternoon. They're going to be in Toronto to face the Marlies. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Get ready for tonight. You can check out the Fan off-season special every Tuesday, 7 to 9 p.m. It's Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder, and they recap all the latest Browns news, all the moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app. You can watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night. Tonight from 7 to 9 right here on the Fan.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You know who's coming up here in just a few moments. It's Mary Kay Cabinet. She joins us every Tuesday at 11 o'clock from Cleveland.com. We'll get the lowdown on what's going on with the Browns. We're sitting around here just kind of talking about if the Browns have closed shop on free agency. Jeff just laid out a very nice argument about how this seems to be the time of year when Andrew Berry likes to go out and trade for a wide receiver. Good timeline.
Did you like that?
I liked your timeline there. It makes sense.
Amari Cooper, March 11th. Elijah Moore, March 22nd. Jerry Jeudy, March 9th. Stay tuned.
It's all right there for you. Let's take a couple phone calls, and then Cynthia Freeland also had something else to say, and I talked about this yesterday about if they could draft a quarterback at 6. We'll hear what she had to say. I'll tell you what I said again yesterday in a moment. Chuck's in the car. Hey, Chuck.
Happy St. Patty's Day, Jen.
Happy Meteor Day. Happy Welcome Back Winter Day as well.
Thank you, Chuck.
Yes.
I'm sorry to say I was listening to your the conversation about Brandon Ayuk and being a kid that maybe is lacking character or I don't know. Mm-hmm. But as far as the Haslam signing somebody that is questionable, like in my mind, they want bodies, and they don't care about the off-the-field stuff as much as maybe you and I do. That's just my observation on past experience.
Thank you for the phone call. I appreciate it, Chuck.
Hard to argue with that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do is build a team, and not every team is the player's going to look perfect, and it's just I think that you're still feeling the repercussions. Obviously, you're still feeling the repercussions of a quarterback that just did not work, and has not worked, and is now currently in a position to re-get his job or regain his job. It's probably the right way to say it.
I like re-get. That's good.
Re-get his job?
Yeah, that was good.
Because it's a little bit of regret? Or is it just re-get? Rhino, you're in Vegas. What's up, Rhino?
Hey, top of the morning to you, gentlemen. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I tell you, Saunders and Watson work very well, but it's not necessarily going to be a long-term solution. I think Barry has the capabilities of finding a player up to the 2027 NFL draft, or maybe in free agency. As well, Jeff went over a few things today, mentioning a few players out there.
All right, go have a wee bit. Go have a wee bit in the nip. Ryan, we love you. We love you.
Hey,
Thank
have a great day, guys.
You too. All right, I get where you're going.
Who knew that David Faraday was going to call into the show today?
Oh, good call.
One of my favorite golf announcers. It was fabulous.
Until he got in trouble at the Masters. Wasn't it him? No, it was, what's his name? Who got in trouble at the Masters?
Gary McCord.
It was Gary McCord. I blew that joke, didn't I?
Well, move along.
Thanks, Jeff. Scott's in Cleveland. Go ahead, Scott. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Good.
I was down at Lakewood Park, and I heard the boom, and I was going to pull over a Lakewood cop because I thought somebody's house blew up.
Yeah, it was crazy this morning. We've had the latest on that. Thanks for keeping us updated on what you saw this morning, Scott. We talked about that right at the beginning of the show about the sonic boom that hit this morning. So you're not alone. If you thought you heard something, you did hear something. And as I said earlier before when we had Mark Johnson on at the beginning of the show, just kind of strange way to start the day for a lot of people at 9 o'clock. So sounds like we had a little bit of meteor shower there, much like the Browns are going to need to do to get this offense moving.
Thank you, Dano. I'm Andy Baskin. Let me tie all the storylines together.
We got that fixed.
I don't think we did. I don't think we fixed anything right there. All right, one of the other things that we had talked about yesterday, Jeff, try to get back on the rails, is that I thought at some point, and, early on, the thought, first of all, everyone thinks Adam Mendoza is going number one, right? We all agree on that? Right?
No, I don't think so. I think Adam is a fine sports announcer, but I think Fernando.
Or Fernando. I quit,
that.
man. I'm 0 for 2 in names.
Adam,
I'm dying.
If you're listening, I hope to see you soon, buddy.
Go ahead, Jeff. Just take over the rest of the show. I'm dying.
Fine, buddy. Lord knows it happens.
Thanks.
Again, I called him Thad Matta yesterday. We're doing great.
Oh, that's true. That's true. All right.
So what's the matter, Matta?
Let me go back and go the way I know how to say it. Everybody thinks Mendoza is going first, right? Are we good with that? Are we good with that?
Yeah.
Yes, Andy.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, Andy.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate that. So the
This
next
is not an audience participation class.
Can you hear the draft, Fernando?
I am going to take the heat all day again today.
Wonder if Fernando Mendoza heard the sonic boom. I'll bet Adam Mendoza did.
Are you done? Are you done? Anyway, I think at some point the value of Ty Simpson is going to go up and up and up.
Oh, there it is, Andy.
So I think at some point we're going to get into these arguments and these conversations about whether the Browns should draft Ty Simpson out of Alabama at number 6.
Can I agree with you on something?
Yes, Adam, go ahead.
The idea that, there's been some thought earlier on that Simpson might not be a first-round pick, but everybody kind of thought he'd be a late first-round pick because some team's going to take a quarterback because they're going to need one.
Yep.
I agree with what you said. His value is going to continually creep up and up and up and up and up, and some team just might make a phone call to somebody. I'm not saying the Browns.
Right.
And say, what would it cost to get that pick? And so I'll bet you he's off the board by 20.
So the question is, if the Browns are sitting there at 6, could Simpson be in play? I don't think anybody in their right mind right now thinks that is a logical thing to do. I think if they wanted to trade back, it might be more logical. Even if they want to take him with their second first-round pick,
which
that might be.
I don't think he'll be on the board at 24. Somebody will reach for him.
All right. So Cynthia Freeland from NFL.com,
wonderful woman,
talked a little bit about if
Great
the
guest.
Browns would be willing to draft a quarterback high.
And if you're looking at prediction markets, which they can be wrong, but prediction markets sometimes they've been right. Often they've been right. And they seem to think that the Browns will be drafting a quarterback very high that will start this year. So if you want a piece of hope, perhaps prediction markets is a source of hope for that. I think when you're looking at the opportunity to, as the rest of the AFC North resets, it would be a great time to bring a new quarterback in. And I would be pretty sure everyone that works for the Browns front office is looking for that person. I don't know if they have it in mind yet or not, but I don't know. I think you're going to get your wish if I had to, just based on some things that I saw at the Combine and conversations that I had.
Jeff?
Andy?
Is she talking about Ty Simpson at 6?
No, she is
What do you
not.
think she's talking about?
I think she's talking about Ty Simpson late in the first round, Drew Aller in the 3rd or 4th round, maybe 2nd round, Garrett Nussmeier, Carson Beck. And my thought on those would be twofold. Okay, what does Todd Monken want? Todd's evaluating these quarterbacks. But I also think this. Why would you commit any significant asset, Andy, to a quarterback who might not play for you this year and might not be the guy you want to develop long term based on where you end up next year in what is expected to be a much deeper quarterback draft?
Jeff, we expected this quarterback draft to be pretty deep.
Well,
didn't we?
but the guys we expected to be in this draft kicked it to next year, and they can't kick it down the road that much longer. So they'll be coming out. next year will be deeper. Guaranteed.
I don't know. I thought this year was going to be deep. Even if
but
those
the guys stayed in school. Andy.
Yeah, but what happens if these guys, like, they get hurt in the beginning of the year, and now all of a sudden you're looking at another batch of sophomore quarterbacks, and people are going to be like, oh, is this guy coming out, or what's this guy doing?
Andy, there will be more than two.
Every year I always feel like we go down this road.
All right, well, let me give you this.
Okay.
There will be more than 2 quarterbacks in the first-round conversation in 2027. That's all we have this year, 2 quarterbacks in the first-round conversation. What do we say about first-round quarterbacks? They get drafted to play. What do we say about second-round quarterbacks? Well, okay, good luck. What do you say about third-round and lower quarterbacks? Really good luck to you. You didn't draft them to be your quarterback.
Career backup is the term that always comes up.
Or keep your fingers crossed and you hope to get lucky. And so that's why I'd be really hesitant unless Monken thinks Ty Simpson's really going to be good. And maybe he will be. I don't know. Maybe he will be really good. And if they think he's going to be really good and a franchise quarterback, and if they think he's going to be as good as Kirk Cousins has been in his career, they should draft him at 6. They should.
Do you think he is?
I can't tell you the answer to that. The guy's played 1 year of college football. That scares me. It's Akili Smith all over again.
Trubisky too, right?
Mitch played 1 year.
Yeah.
Mainly at North Carolina.
Same kind of story. Mary Kay Cabot has answers. We have questions. She's coming up next. Baskin and Phelps, Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com. Straight ahead.
right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Did the Browns close shop on free agency, or are we on the verge of something big, especially when it comes to a trade before the draft? You know who might know that answer? He's Jeff Phelps. I don't expect him to have the answer right now, but you know who
Thanks,
I do?
Andy.
Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland.com is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Mary Kay, happy St. Patrick's Day, happy Meteor Day, happy Welcome Back Winter Day. How are you?
I'm doing great. Didn't have the meteor boom on my bingo card today, but
did you hear
here
it?
I did hear it. I'm in Rocky River, and I heard it loud and clear, and I went to the window to see if a truck hit something out in front of my house. But then, of course, I jumped on the bandwagon like everyone else, and here we are.
A lot of people thought their houses were splitting in half.
I know. It was so bizarre. It really, really, absolutely bizarre. So,
and I was listening to Ken and Anthony and didn't realize anything. I was just locked in on what they were saying. And then, Ken said he didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. But JJ downstairs, who's like directly below us in the convenience store, he's like, "Man, did you hear that?" I was like, "No."
I know. It's bizarre. I've talked to a few people that didn't hear anything, but mostly everybody that I've talked to today heard the same thing.
What I thought it might have been was the signing of Kirk Cousins, but apparently that didn't make much noise, huh?
Oh, my goodness. That's a good one.
Thanks. Is that guy going to sign anywhere, and is he going to be anybody's starter? Arizona? He's not coming here, is he?
No, I don't think he's coming here. I think if they add a quarterback at this point, it will be a young developmental quarterback. I don't even really think that they're in the market anymore. If they even really were in the market for a veteran, I don't really think that's in the cards right now. I think we're at the point now where if they add a quarterback to the room, that it will be a developmental player from the draft.
Why do you think that they were both so adamant, Andrew Berry and Todd Monken, when they talked about the external veteran options and adding one?
Well, you have to explore every avenue when you're trying to upgrade the most important position on the team. So they have to say that, and they have to do that. But when push came to shove in this free agency period, Malik Willis wasn't coming here, and that wasn't going to happen. He was always destined to go to Miami. The price tag was going to be too high, and then there were extenuating circumstances, and the biggest one was the fact that his agent also represents Deshaun, and his agent understands that this is Deshaun's big chance to get his career back on track, to try to go out and win this starting job here in Cleveland, and I don't think he wanted to pit those two guys against each other.
Do they make a move here? Do they get Jeff went through the list of when Andrew Berry normally makes his when he makes his trades for wide receivers, and we're right in that window right now.
Well, Andrew will do whatever it takes to upgrade the roster, so he will continue to look for opportunities. I don't know whether or not something will actually come to fruition before the draft, but he will definitely continue to look for chances to bolster the offense. So, we'll have to see how that goes, but I don't think anything is imminent right now.
Mary Kay, are you still thinking they add a veteran wide receiver of some sort? There's still some guys in free agency. Juwan Jennings is out there, Stephon Diggs, Tyreek Hill. If you're looking to add a guy who's got a resume, you can do that. Or a trade along with somebody they'll draft?
I don't know about that. I really don't know if that's what they're thinking. I think more so than anything right now, they're probably more focused on the draft. And then you just look for opportunities that might arise in the veteran market. But I think at this point, they would probably be more interested in a draft-eligible receiver.
Not both.
Not at this point. But, again, I'm not 100% sure about that. But I don't get the sense that they're rushing out and clamoring to sign a veteran receiver that's going to cost them a lot of money.
I'm curious to think about what they're going to do with those first 3 picks, Mary Kay, because somebody asked me this yesterday. I go, offensive line, wide receiver, offensive line. If you could do the perfect picking right now based on what the roster is, what would those positions look like in those first 3 picks?
Well, I probably would go offensive line, wide receiver, and then I can't honestly say that I would go offensive line again after that, after everything that they've done in free agency.
Yeah, that was the other part of it that was interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I probably would be going for the biggest impact, the biggest wallop that you possibly can with that 3rd pick. And they were able to do that last year when they acquired Carson Schlesinger at number 33 overall. So I would be looking for a game-changing guy like that on either side of the ball.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us, PlainDealerCleveland.com. The signings on the offensive line, I think, are solid, Mary Kay. But I wonder about where they're going to play. And I like the versatility, but I wonder, okay, did you just sign versatile guys or did you sign good guys who are going to step in there? With that thought in mind, do you think Elgton Jenkins ends up playing center, or do you think Luke Whippler has a chance to be the starting center and maybe Elgton Jenkins ends up playing right guard?
Well, I think you have some options there, and I do think that Elgton Jenkins, he is a Pro Bowl guard, and he is a newer center, but he does have the option to do both. So I think you can kind of take a look at it and also then see where things go with Luke Whippler, and do you maybe think about bringing back Ethan Posick at the right price and see if you can plug him back in at center? Do you draft a center of the future? So they have some options, but if they had to go field an offensive line tomorrow and have a center, they have some options there.
Is Zion your left guard, or is a gentleman named Joel still on the radar?
I think he's on the radar, but the further we get away from the end of the season, the more I think that he's not coming back. But, it's just, I don't know. I cannot honestly say. I don't know if he's just kind of taking his time or if he's made his decision and just isn't ready to announce it yet.
Jeff and I have had this conversation a couple of times. I think we disagree on this. I wonder. He always says, "What does Todd Monken think?" What does Todd Monken? Right? I don't want to.
Well, I think so many of the offensive decisions have to come down to that. At least his input. I mean, I would think it's vital.
And I wonder how much Andrew going through everything he's gone through. How much is Andrew's like? I think this is the right fit, and maybe we should do this. How lock sync do you think these guys are at an early point?
Well, I think that they are going to collaborate on things just the same way that Andrew and Kevin did, but they have pretty defined roles. You're trying to stock the roster with the kinds of players that your coaching staff wants and needs, but the personnel department has the expertise. They watch the film, they talk to people. So you're not going to put that in the hands of your coaching staff, but you will run things by them. You will have them study some of the film that you've already poured over. You will get input from them. But your personnel decisions largely will be made by the personnel staff and Andrew Berry.
Mary Kay, what does, and I think it could be wildly entertaining, what does a Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson quarterback battle look like?
I think it will be wildly entertaining and very heated and very animated, and I think it will bring out the best in both of them. I think the fact that they both have to learn a brand new offense levels the playing field a little bit, and the fact that Shedeur started the final 7 games, that gives him a little bit of a boost, and then Deshaun having 3 Pro Bowls on his resume, that gives him a little bit of an edge. So I think they both bring some really fascinating things to the table. And in the final analysis, it's just going to be a matter of, it will come down to what Todd Monken thinks when it comes to choosing the starting quarterback and who he thinks will give his team the best chance to win.
Does Dillon Gabriel factor into this? Is he even on the team by the time they get to training camp?
We'll have to see about that. If they decide to go with another younger developmental quarterback in the draft, or if they find one somewhere else, then I think they would be open to trading Dillon Gabriel. And, of course, everyone on the roster has a chance to compete for a starting job at their position. But realistically, I don't think he's necessarily in the mix for the starting job right now. When they called it an open competition, I think it's an open competition between Deshaun and Shedeur, with Dylan having an opportunity to go out there and compete and show what he can do as best he can. But I think that they would be open to trading him if they find someone else.
I know this is weird to say in a guy's second year, but is it for Shedeur? Is it starter or bust, or I would say starter or trade?
I don't think so. I don't think everything has to be so black and white right now. If he doesn't happen to win the starting job, sometimes you get in there in week 3. He was patient last year. He was the 5th quarterback on the roster, or he was the 4th quarterback in the quarterback competition. And then lo and behold, he started the final 7 games of the season. So I don't think it has to be start or bust. And I think whoever does not win the starting job will probably get some playing time.
Quinshon Judkins' health is an issue, I would think, Mary Kay. Do they need to add to the running back group before they go to training camp?
We'll have to see about that. I think they fully expect him to be ready for the season and healthy for that. So I don't know if they really feel a great and pressing need to add depth to the room, but they probably will. I mean, you want to make sure that you have insurance against your workhorse back. So I'm sure that they will add someone.
All right, Mary Kay, I think we feel good. I'm glad you're safe from the meteor and the big boom you felt.
Your house is fine.
So that's all we really care about.
So is the truck in front of your house. That's good.
All right. Happy St. Patty's Day, too, guys.
You got
Thank
it.
you, Mary
Take care.
Kay.
Have
Same
fun
to you.
today. Talk to you later. Bye, Mary Kay.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com. And, of course, The Plain Dealer. Read her every day. She always gets us up to speed. I thought you had a couple interesting answers I want to go through when we come back.
Couple?
Yeah.
She had a lot of them.
Well, a couple, stuck. Paul
Gentlemen, before we head to break, we have some pretty big news in the NFL. The Broncos are trading for Jalen Waddle from the Miami Dolphins. So wide receiver Jaden Waddle heading from the Dolphins to the Broncos. Denver getting Waddle, a Dolphins 4th-round pick in this year's draft. Miami getting the Broncos' 1st-round pick, which is 30th overall, along with a late 3rd and 4th-round picks in this year's draft.
Hey, Andy.
Yeah.
Another team goes out and picks up a wide receiver.
I don't know. Looks like the clock that says we're closed right now on that little thing they put out in front of the storefront. Doesn't it feel?
Apparently, the Broncos got the memo about the time frame for the wide receiver trades.
Maybe they did. Let's talk about it. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, don't be...
Miami. The United States taking on Venezuela. The U.S. last won the WBC in 2017. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest in the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
As always, you can listen to this show, all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Big trade, NFL, wide receiver moving, and the Browns not involved. Jalen Waddle to the Broncos and a fourth-round pick from Miami. The Dolphins get a 30th pick in the draft. That's first round, 30th pick. They get a late third rounder and a late fourth rounder. Frustrated?
No, I'm not frustrated. Well, what I will tell you is this. Other teams clearly value the wide receiver position more than the Cleveland Browns.
Why do I feel like we've been saying this for a long time?
Maybe Andrew Berry has some ideas, maybe some things that he's gonna go for. I actually think they have some competent wide receivers, but you have your fingers crossed for the Browns wide receivers. You know, Jerry Jeudy is nobody's number one wide receiver except the Browns. Cedric Tillman, fingers crossed that he can replicate some of the things he's done in a very short bursts. I like Malachi Corley. You don't throw him the ball very much. Different offense. We'll see.
Right.
And Isaiah Bond, you hope he develops. Denver just picks up Waddle, who's a good wide receiver. They have Cortland Sutton, who's terrific. They have Troy Franklin, who's done a really nice job there. He was a fourth-round pick, had over 700 yards receiving last year, and he's a young wide receiver. They have Pat Bryant, who's good, solid young wide receiver. They and Marvin Mims Jr., who is mainly a return guy but can be electric with the ball in his hands. And teams keep adding players to that position, young, competent players. And I just think our team must not value that position as much and think that your quarterback can make your wide receivers. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think they need to go get a wide receiver, a draft and a veteran. Mary Kay thought probably just draft. She didn't see a veteran. I would still, we've mentioned the names of the guys who are out there. Mm-hmm. If it costs you money, it costs you money. I mean, you want Shedeur Sanders to maximize his potential? How did he do that at Colorado? By throwing to Travis Hunter. I mean, you have to have big-time talent at a very critical position. And he used a second-round pick on a running back. I like Quinshon Judkins. I think he's good. You can go get running backs who can rush for 1,000 yards. I hate to say that. It was the glamour position in the NFL. It's not anymore. Kind of going back a little bit, Andy. Mm-hmm. You're starting to see teams put a little more emphasis at running back, and that's good. But this team was screaming for a wide receiver last year, and they drafted 2 running backs. And I just think you have to add to the wide receiver group. It's just not good enough. It's not deep enough, and there are too many questions.
I'm just trying to think. Olave never moved, did he?
He's still in New Orleans.
In New Orleans.
Yeah, he's been on the trade block, but a lot of people are scared off because of the concussion history with them.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that Tyler Shuck needs somebody to throw to, and it seems like he might be a guy.
That they'll end up keeping him?
Yeah.
There's a special guest on line 2.
Go ahead. Hey, Adam Mendoza.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, Adam. How are you?
Hello, Adam.
I must have been thinking of you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Hey, congrats to Gilmore winning the state hockey title.
Thank you. St. Ed's kind of got ripped off a little bit in their semifinal. That goal went in case anyone wanted to know. That should have been a 2-2 game, but that's all right. Sorry.
It should have been. That's okay. Hey, but I really am
He's
looking forward to
Adam
being
is the voice of St. Edward Athletics. Good luck at basketball,
Former voice of the Cleveland Crunch.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. I really look forward to being that number one pick in the draft. It's
going to be awesome.
I've been working hard in this offseason.
Yes. How hard?
Oh, real hard. I mean, I'm getting into shape. And
have you grown past 5'8", 5'9"? Have you become a 6'4" guy?
In my mind, I am.
Well, you might be able to be drafted then.
Adam, just know that I drafted you. Don't ever forget it. I drafted you.
I will never, ever forget that you drafted me number one.
Congratulations.
I got so many calls from people saying that I'm going to get drafted number one.
Congratulations.
Yes, at my expense.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck to the Eagles at the state basketball tournament, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Take care, Adam. It was funny. I was just listening to him call a hockey game 2 weeks ago, and I was just like, he had to be the name that was going through my mind when I said,
gee, do you think?
I hope so. Good luck to him. I hope he buys us a house or something if he gets drafted first.
That would be nice.
It would be nice. All right, actual Browns question. Dan. Hi, Dan. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jeff, I agree with you. I've been listening. I've called several times on the quarterback situation here.
Yes, sir.
And you keep repeating, and this is what I'm saying, it's what Todd Monken is thinking on quarterbacks. And the way the Browns are designed right now, I don't believe for a second with Monken at 60 and Warnock at 6, I believe he's 65 or something.
George Warnock, okay. Offensive line coach.
I don't believe Barry's going to sit there with his record of picking players that Haslam's going to let him. They may give him credit, but they've got to go through Monken and Warnock, because look at the linemen they've been picking up from very good organizations. Whether you like the player or not, they may not be tops, but they were with good organizations. Now, the three quarterbacks are going to, I don't know which one it is, because like you said, it's what Monken thinks. And it's going to be Carson Beck, Eller, or Simpson. Simpson is the least experienced. That's a problem. Okay? Drew got hurt. So that's a problem. He lost experience, okay? But Carson Beck is the most experienced and oldest of all of them, and Beck and Aller are 6'5", 230. So it depends what the coach wants to be that next quarterback, and I believe he'll go late first round or the second rounder. But you got to take the best player who's available, no matter who it is, at 6. And the two I want is Tate or the running back Love, because you don't know what's going to happen with Junkins or whatever his name is. And so that's
I just read last week that they think he's ready. He'll be ready for
Jeremiah
camp.
Love's not coming here.
And Junkins is going to be ready for camp. So, all right, Dan. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Dan.
Take care. Dan, checking in from Cleveland.
I don't see the Browns taking Jeremiah Love. That's not happening, even though he might end up being the best offensive player in this draft, along with Adam Mendoza.
Oh, my God. Is this going to happen all day?
No.
Dan?
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Because the meteors are coming.
And so winter is back. It's going to snow in July now. Marvin Harrison Jr. was the other name I wanted to bring up.
And you go ahead and bring it up.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to.
There's got to be a way we can get.
No reason to trade him. That's the problem. We all have this dream of the Cardinals being like, let's get rid of this guy. They have no reason.
And they just hired Mike LaFleur as their head coach.
He's cheap. He's young. He's talented. Why would you trade him?
And they got rid of the quarterback who couldn't get him the ball.
Because his dad keeps ripping the organization.
That's delightful. So did Odell Beckham Jr.'s dad.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem. These guys are
so
under
Colt
contract.
McCoy's dad.
I don't think Colt's dad ever ripped the organization. He wrote a book.
He wasn't real happy about the concussion. They put him back out there. And I'll be honest with you.
I don't blame him.
If that was my kid, I probably would have said the same thing. I remember him stumbling back on the field against Pittsburgh, and I was like, what are they doing?
Yep.
How did no one see this? I mean, seriously, he looked like he walked out of the bar at 2:40 in the morning. That was brutal. Ugh. having visions of that play.
I mean, Brandon Ayuk is the only guy you could make an argument for who is out there that has some form of a pedigree that you could probably trade for.
Well,
you don't think there's anything the Browns could offer Arizona for Marvin Harrison that would get him here? Yeah. 6 pick.
Yeah, give him 6.
Yeah.
No way in hell you'd give him 6.
You might be able to get him for 24. You
doubt
might.
that.
Would you do it?
Jalen Waddle just went for 30.
Would you do it?
26?
For 24.
I prefer Marvin Harrison to Jalen Waddle. Waddle just went for 30.
Do you think Marvin Harrison is a Kyler Murray, Drew Petzing problem? Or do you think Marvin Harrison Jr. is a Marvin Harrison Jr. problem?
I think that Marvin Harrison Jr. is a really intriguing wide receiver prospect, and I'm still going to call him that because he hasn't busted through like everybody thought he would bust through.
I'll answer your question.
If I were the Browns, I would give up the 24th pick for him.
Murray Petzing problem. Yes, that's what the problem was.
Or Jacoby Brissett, because you could throw him into that
Petzing
equation.
was such a big problem that he just got hired to be the offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions.
Guys get hired and rehired all the time. Just because something didn't work somewhere, right, doesn't mean that it really didn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so in other words, you think Marvin Harrison's going to work somewhere else?
Yeah, I think Marvin Harrison will work somewhere else.
I do too.
Get him someone. If someone can get him the ball,
I will say.
You know what would make me sick is if he ends up in a place like Baltimore.
He's got about another year before he becomes just before he becomes a journeyman wide receiver. He's going to have to show it in the next year or two.
At least right now, they're not going to pick up his 5th-year option, but you can make sure they are going to give him every avenue on that rookie contract to make sure.
You really don't think if the Browns called and said 24 for Marvin Harrison Jr., they wouldn't do it?
I think they'd be nuts to do it. The Browns,
should the Browns do it?
Oh, you're saying.
I'm saying on the Browns end, if you're going to give up, that guy has proven nothing in the league.
I would.
Outside of the fact that he has a last name of a wide receiver who's pretty damn good, he's proven nothing in the league.
That's not completely true.
I know his college tape is off the charts, but guys, that's 3 years ago.
That's not completely true.
Okay, what has he proven?
He's proven that he's a talented physical wide receiver who's been in an offense that probably hasn't meshed real well for him.
The good thing, though, is if he came here, he would never be double-teamed because, you got to cover all of our wide receivers.
His rookie season, he was actually pretty good. And last year, he was dinged up a little bit, missed some time, and was not the factor they wanted him to be.
I'm not saying Marvin Harrison Jr. is a bust or anything like that. Please do not put those words in my mouth.
That's what it felt like.
I didn't say that.
It felt like you were saying that, though.
But I know it's coming. But before we start looking at this going, okay, I'm willing to give up my 1st-round pick for a guy who has had one season of above average? Is that a good way to put it?
Yeah.
Here's what you have to ask yourself. Where would he compare to the wide receivers that are coming out right now?
He'd be one of the top 3 or 4 wide receivers.
The problem is this is the used car thing. I mean, it's your dad's great line, Andy. You smell that? That's depreciation.
Yeah.
That clunk that you just had off the curb right there, that's depreciation.
It's only 24.
That's depreciation. There's no way you would give up a 1st-round pick for that guy. Especially if Jalen Waddle won for a 1st-round pick.
I would beg to differ. I think he'd be worth a 24th pick.
If you ask me, who would I rather have, Marvin Harrison Jr. right now or Carnell Tate? I'd rather have Harrison. I would much rather have Harrison. I watched Tate play all last year.
I think the league would politely disagree with you.
Well, I think the league's totally off their rocker. Well, I'm sorry.
The league's the ones making the decisions.
I know,
now.
but Tate,
they don't allow us to do.
But the problem is right now, the reason between those 2 wide receivers right now is because you're hot for Tate because he's coming out.
Yeah,
that's why he's a little bit of an unknown asset. Yes,
and we just saw.
I would take Harrison over Tate. I'm telling you, anybody that's watched the Buckeyes over the last 4 years, right, would take Harrison over Tate. I gotta believe it. But now watch, phones are gonna light him and go, Andy, you're crazy. Tate's better. There's just no way. There's just no way.
Yeah, but we know how the league operates.
But it was one team that it kind of didn't work. You're right. You're 100% right.
They will take the handful of magic beans every time over the proven asset.
I just, if I had those 2 guys standing in front of me, knowing that Tate's coming out of college right now, and even if Harrison had no receptions last year, I would still take Harrison. No way I wouldn't. All right, what do you think? You can tell me. 216-474-0092. It's Beat Up on Andy Baskin Day, Meteor Day, St. Patrick's Day. What else day is it today? Winter. Welcome back, Winter Day. Right here on Baskin and Phelps. Paul Biancardi is going to talk college basketball with us coming up at noon. Hey, everybody. It's
17. Cleveland Charge in action this afternoon. Going to be a game in Westchester as they take on the Knicks. The Monsters on the ice this afternoon in Toronto against the Marlies. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, there's more. You can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes Carmen and Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, that'd be us, 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand, right now.
All right, we're talking college hoops with Paul Biancardi, former Wright State head basketball coach, was an assistant at Ohio State and Boston College there for a long time. He's at ESPN.com. Man, he knows college basketball. He breaks it down like nobody else. We're going to talk to him.
It's business.
Coming up at noon. So he's going to join us at noon. So he can maybe help you out with your brackets a little bit, too, if you're sitting around trying to fill them out. Venezuela, United States, tonight, 8 o'clock on Fox. World Baseball Classic. Jeff, just your initial thoughts on this game.
My initial thoughts are I can't wait until it's over and done with, because every time I've watched it, I keep thinking, man, it's really early to have these pitchers pitching at 100%.
I thought that with Paul Skeens the other day.
I'm looking at it from a bad perspective, and I know that. But I just think, wow, please don't get anybody hurt here. Don't get anybody, who a month into the season is going to have to go on the DL. It's a lot for these guys to be throwing this hard this early, Andy.
You think fans care about that?
Yes. I think American fans care about that, and I don't think Venezuelan fans or Dominican fans or anybody else, Mexican fans, because of this. I think baseball fans in our country are looking at this as, wow, this is a really great exhibition.
Mm-hmm.
And I watching Venezuela, watching the Dominican Republic the other night, man, their fans are treating this like it's the World Series. And that's cool. It really is. The intensity is great. And if you're a hitter, that's okay. But man, that I'd be concerned about the pitching. That's my only thing. Padres are discussing things, I guess, with Mason Miller. He threw the other night in the win over the DR. Mm-hmm. And, guy's throwing 101, 102. He's doing what he normally does. Well, you want to bring him back, a day later and have him go again and then bring him into your season? I'm just concerned about the pitchers.
Dan, give me your initial thoughts on this, because I know you love it.
It's outstanding. It's some of the best theater we have going. We have world-class baseball taking place in March in an area where we needed something, and it's been phenomenal. And the baseball's been phenomenal. The players have been awesome. The fans have been awesome. It's been everything you want. It's the World Cup of baseball. The world is responding.
Our country doesn't take it as seriously, though, as the others. I don't think.
That's an us problem.
Well, it's not even a problem. I think our country looks at it as a great exhibition. And I think other countries look at it as a complete badge of honor, which is really cool. That's really cool.
But
I just think
Julio Rodriguez going nuts after robbing that homer.
There's just a different perspective depending on where
you're
awesome.
From.
There's so much joy. That's the part of it I love. There's so much joy.
Maybe because it's such a short competition, too.
Yeah, and it's one and done.
It's like that Four Nations Cup they did in hockey,
Absolutely.
Right? It's the same feeling. Like, you can't tell me the Brian Rocchio story over the last 24 hours wasn't really cool. Here's a guy that wanted to play for Venezuela, and then they found out that he had some Italian roots, and then he ends up getting called up to Italy to go play last night against Venezuela. He got the pinch hit. Didn't do anything in the pinch hit. But still, I just thought the story was awesome, just as a part of this whole global thing. Every time I watch one of these games, I wish we could capture that feeling for the regular season, but there's just so many games that you can't have that feeling.
No. You've been to enough track meets, you know there's always an excitement for an 100-meter dash, and you can't have an entire meet of 100-meter dashes, especially when you're going to go cheer for the marathon.
Correct.
You're never going to have it. It's never going to work.
Or that sinking feeling when the 800 comes up and you've been there since the long jump and you're waiting for the 4x4, right?
Oh, God, the 4x4. Anyway, you're never...
What, are you anti-4x4?
I love the 4x4.
Okay.
I just hate where they put it in track meets, but nobody cares except you and me and maybe a couple other track listeners.
Maybe. I don't know. It's the 800 that needs to go earlier, and then we wouldn't have these problems.
Mr. Phelps, you do not care, correct?
Yeah, I don't care what he thinks. Doesn't matter.
Move along.
See? Told you.
But you're never going to get that, and you're never going to get it in the World Series either because it's not one and done. The one and done part of it also adds to just the general joy.
People hated the one and done during the playoffs, though.
Yeah.
Hate it.
Absolutely.
But why don't we hate it here?
I hate it for this. I can't stand it for this.
Oh,
I just don't
love
have a
it.
better option.
Come on.
I just don't have a better option. Well, it's not going to get you the true winner of it. It's going to get you who's the hottest at the right time.
What you mean? You're saying you're not going to get the best team to win this?
Yeah. I mean, come on. Look at Team Italy's roster. Team Italy really should have gone as far as it did.
I think you're underestimating
Got major leaguers all the way through it.
Yeah.
And I love what Team Italy has been able to do. That was so much fun with the espresso machine and the Versace suit and everything else that they were doing. It was just a blast, and the videos of them on the team plane singing the songs and all that kind of stuff. It was awesome.
How many guys are actually Italian citizens, I wonder?
Only a couple.
Yeah, I know. That's one thing about this that I think is it's an aspect of it that I think, well, okay, if you go ahead and buy in.
But here's
like Logan Allen's mom, has Panamanian heritage, so he pitched for Panama. Rocchio discovered that his dad had some Italian heritage at some point. Discovered.
Do you think he figured it out or somebody else figured it out for him?
But it's kind of like, hey, you can play for Italy now. Okay, thanks.
But here's what this does. So that game was at the quarterfinal game. Was the first nationally broadcasted baseball game in Italy.
There we go. Love it.
But see, that gets back to my point, which is I don't think our country, though baseball fans are watching it and enjoying it. I've enjoyed it. But I just think other countries are perhaps taking it more seriously, especially the countries that we know churn out major league talent like crazy. Japan, Venezuela, Dominican Republic, especially.
How do we get the excitement and the cool feelings of this to translate into the regular season?
You don't. You said it. You play 162 games.
There's got to be some. I think part of relaxing the unwritten rules might change some of it. I mean, there's a reason why all those people are flocking to go see the Savannah Bananas, right? Like I'm watching a guy make a catch and do a flip in the air in that the other day, and the crowd's going crazy. Who were we just watching this morning?
Same reason people went to see the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah, I know.
It's sensory overload if you've ever seen the Savannah Bananas. It's really cool. It's just like sensory overload.
People love to watch it, though.
It's great for kids. It's great for families.
And then again, you get how many games come to your town? One.
Exactly.
There's got to be a way, though, that Major League Baseball can tap into something here. Something of the – like, if a guy wants – like, I just don't think there's anything wrong if a guy wants to watch the ball go out of the park after he hit it.
They do.
I know, but it's better now than it was.
Yes. Yes. It is going in a better direction. You're seeing it more and more. Guys get giant strikeouts that are screaming and pumping their fists and all of that kind of stuff, and hitters admiring what they do and the bat flips that come with it. Like, it's way better now than where it was. Baseball's in a great place. It really is.
Do you get that same feeling? I think we're not there yet. I do think it's gotten a lot better, though.
There are a lot of great young players in the game today. Really are. A lot of great young players.
And the WBC only helps that cause.
Yeah.
It only makes it better. I mean, you're seeing so much of it with these different teams in different places and all that stuff. I mean, goodness, even like the Netherlands team, the amount of major leaguers on the Netherlands team is growing more and more. Why? Well, because they have Curaçao. Curaçao's a huge baseball exporter. So it's awesome. I love the WBC. This is so cool.
Rob's in Cleveland. Hey, Rob, what's up, man?
Hey, guys. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Right back at you.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, I think that, baseball's, like you just alluded to, has made a strong comeback in recent years due in large part to the star power of some really great young players. But I think this is really good for the internationalization of the game. Like you said, a baseball game was televised, I believe, for the first time. And I don't mind bold takes, but Jeff, it's really bold when you say it's incorrect when you say that we're happy when it's done because guys are overthrowing and throwing too hard. The Major League season starts next week. Paul Skeens threw 65 pitches. Aaron Nola is coming off of missing time with the Phillies in the playoffs. He threw 65 pitches. He's throwing 92, 93 instead of 97. Like, there's nothing different about these guys. They might be going a little harder, but it doesn't have an impact on injury. So when you say something like that,
talk to their teams about that, Rob. Their teams will disagree with you.
Well, then why are they letting them play in the World Baseball Classic? It's Paul Skeens.
You'd have to ask them, but I can tell you they're disagreeing. The teams are hesitant about sending their pitchers to this thing, but
he's not pitching any differently, Jeff, than if he was pitching with the
I'm telling you what the teams say, okay? And if I was a team, I'd be concerned about my pitchers too. Yeah, pitchers' health is a very valuable thing in Major League Baseball,
yeah, Rob,
and they are concerned about it.
I agree with you. If they really, really, really are concerned, they're not going to send them. I agree with you, but I do think Jeff's right too. These teams are just can't wait till this thing ends. They hate the thought of their pitcher getting hurt and something like this. So I think you're both right. Thanks.
Both points. I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
I just think that it's really good for the game.
I do too. Thank you, Rob.
It is good for the game, but it's not good for teams who have huge investments in pitchers. And you can ask them, and they'll tell you that.
All right, so the game is in Miami today, and I thought, Dan, you brought up an interesting point. It is not necessarily home field advantage for the United States.
No, the U.S. will be the home team for this, thanks to a coin flip.
Yeah.
But the largest population of Venezuelans anywhere in the country is in Miami, Florida. This thing is going to be a home game for Venezuela. It's going to be loud in there. It's going to be fun tonight.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. The Marlins market themselves as what? The team of the Americas, right? I mean, they have no problem, especially when they were having trouble drawing fans into the ballpark. That all made sense, too. All right, let's talk college basketball. What are you doing with your bracket right now? You having trouble filling it out? Who's hot, who's not, and everything you need to know about college basketball. Paul Biancardi, ESPN.com. Next, right here, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
still considered day-to-day with shoulder inflammation. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Economists believe that this Thursday and Friday are the 2 least productive workdays of the whole year. We're doing our part. Get scores from every region during our exclusive 2020 reports. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Filling out your bracket? Have you done it yet? Jeff has his bracket in front of him right now. Have you filled it out?
I usually don't.
Are you waiting for some expert advice here? We're supposed to talk to Paul Biancardi from ESPN in just a few seconds.
I don't fill out brackets very often.
Really?
I used to do a thing with a bunch of guys that when we were working together at Channel 43 that was a lot of fun.
What'd you do?
64-team field.
Mm-hmm.
We got 8 guys, and we had a draft, and everybody picked 8 teams. And then whichever guy ended up with the most total wins in the tournament won the pot.
So you weren't doing like a blind draw or anything?
No.
Did you draft your teams?
Yeah,
I
we
like
drafted
that.
our teams.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that. I always like that. I think if you want to get people involved that aren't normally involved, you just do a blind draw and throw everybody's name in a hat and do whatever you want to do. All right, let's bring in a super friend of the show, a man who works for ESPN now, but we remember and from his days at Ohio State, at Wright State, where else? Boston College, Boston University, all of those places. He is a friend of the show. He's Paul Biancardi, and he is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Paul, my friend, how are you?
Andy.
Yes.
I love doing this with you guys every year.
I love doing this too. We love talking to you. First of all, how's your family? How are you doing? How's life?
Everything is well. Thank you. Okay. Everything is well. It's March Madness. They know to stay away from me.
Paul, here we go. Let's get local first. 2 teams in the Mid-American Conference make the tournament. We had a big meteor hit in Northeast Ohio today. So we have meteors. I think hell froze over, and the MAC got 2 teams in the tournament. What's going on?
I mean, that it's a great league. It's been a great league for decades, and to have 2 teams in, I'm happy being a former Horizon League coach and a Big Ten coach. I've always had great respect for the MAC.
So why do you think everybody else doesn't? Or is it just the way the computers fall, or is it the way they schedule throughout the regular season?
Well, that has a lot to do with it. I mean, and they can't always control their schedule, right? Good teams in the Power 4 or 5 conferences don't want to schedule the MAC because they know how good they are. That's a sign of respect. When you can't get games, right? That's when you know you're good. Maybe the television package isn't as big and bright as other conferences. I don't know how they market the conference. I'm not sure why, but true basketball people, Andy and Jeff, they know the MAC has teams that are strong. They're usually experienced. The coaching is tremendous. If you go through the years of all the coaches that came into the MAC and left the MAC for bigger jobs, it's really a feeder system for the Power 4 and 5 conferences.
Paul, did Miami have to get a bid, or the NCAA would have looked bad? Did they earn a bid? I mean, running the table in the regular season is a stunning accomplishment.
Yeah. Once in a generation. I say this, and I'm not joking. I don't know if we'll be alive to see this again, of a team going undefeated. Really. I mean, it's unbelievable for any team in any conference. You take a high school team that you guys know of that goes undefeated for the whole season. The pressure mounts with every game. Complacency could set in, young kids. The coach has all the media attention now. It becomes like a snowball rolling down a hill. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And Travis Steele and his staff, I thought, handled it with perspective. They handled it with focus. And kudos to Frank Martin with UMass beating Miami of Ohio. It's a very difficult thing to do, and my eye test just told me Miami of Ohio should be in the tournament, and I'm glad they are.
All right, Paul, I know you spend most of the season where you're breaking it down. I see all especially your high school stuff, and the guys get ready for college and the way we break down teams. But I'm sure the number one question you get now is, Can you give me any advice on how to pick my brackets? I'm sure everyone asks you that.
They do, and I say, whatever you're thinking about picking, take the other team. It's really there is no science to it. There's a lot of metrics, but guys, metrics don't play the game.
Good point.
The kids play the game. They're 18, 19, some are 20, 23, sure, but I look for consistency. I look for coaching. Coaching is big in this. Someone who's coached in it before. I look for a team that's been consistent all season. I'm looking for teams that, what's their identity? Because you want them to play to their identity at this point. Some teams get hot, but they weren't hot earlier. Some teams come in hot and get cold. I know defense and rebounding is vital, but you got to score the ball. And you got to score the ball in big moments. You got to score the ball when the other team knows exactly what you're going to do. That's why it's so exciting. That's why they call it madness. So whoever you like, go the other way.
I love it.
That's funny. Paul, every year it seems everybody looks at the 5-12 matchups because some 5 teams going to get knocked off by a 12. We happen to have the coach of a 12 coming up later on in the show, John Gross from the University of Akron. They play Texas Tech without their top player. Toppin's out with an injury, and Akron is there for the 3rd straight year. What do you think the Zips' chances are against Texas Tech?
I definitely think they have a chance because this team is deep. First of all, when you watch Akron play, I think they're deep. I think when you go from 1 through 8, those guys don't fall off at all. They shoot it very well from the outside. They're an unselfish team. I look for team chemistry. That's another big thing for me. 20 assists per game, good athletes, maybe higher than good, legit athletes. Their weakness is perimeter defense, in my opinion, and that's where Texas Tech kind of shines right now without J.T. Toppin, Christian Anderson, and Donovan Atwell, 2 of the best shooters in the country, period. So Akron has to be good on the defensive perimeter, but when it comes to scoring the ball, they can score with Texas Tech.
Paul, what just being a coach, assistant coach, and going through the NCAA tournament, what's important for these teams to know as far as having success? Like, I think if you see yourself on the outside of a top 8 seed, everyone odds are totally stacked against you to try to win the whole thing. But what are some of the important lessons you've learned about the NCAA tournament in your coaching career?
Well, once you're in, you're in for a reason. So you're really good, and you have to understand the seeding is like a ranking. It means something, but it doesn't determine the outcome of the game. And I think that's really important. That's why we have upsets.
Yeah.
Sometimes with the higher seeds, I can tell you from experience, the players don't know anything about the other team, and the players have a little bit of a letdown, a little bit taking for granted who the opponent is. Because don't forget, if you've played in the Big Ten all season long, and or the Big 12, and now you're playing Akron, and the kids are like, who's Akron? Who do they have? And so the kids, not the coaches. The coaches are paranoid of this game because the coaches know the upsets can happen. Those are the hardest games to prepare for. If Texas Tech was playing Michigan, no problem. They have the attention of their players. But when they play a team named Akron from the MAC, half of their roster doesn't know where the MAC is. So there could be a complacency on the players' part, and that's where the coaches have to really come in to educate their players.
Paul, what effect has has NIL had, along with running out of the COVID years, and we're not seeing the six-year guys much anymore, and that's about done. Has that changed things drastically when it comes to the tournament?
Yes, because the more money a program has, they can offer the better players the most money and build a better roster. I think that's why we're seeing the 1 seeds so strong again. Like this year's 1 seeds to me, and I've examined all 4 of them, and I'm like, my goodness gracious, they are legitimate 1 seeds. They are 1 seeds that I looked at in the 90s or the early 2000s and said, these guys are powerful. But you still have the mid-major teams like Miami of Ohio, like Akron. I wouldn't call South Florida a mid-major type team. They're in a bigger conference. But teams like that are well put together. They have experienced players. They may not have experienced players in the same program, meaning, South Florida just took over the job. He has older guys, but not guys that have been at South Florida for a long time. I think when you look at Akron and Miami of Ohio, more traditional, guys that have been in the program maybe a little bit longer, and that adds to success here in the tournament. That's why, to me, team chemistry is so important. But to answer your question, NIL has affected the NCAA tournament because the big teams are spending more money and getting better rosters. Doesn't mean they're going to have better teams. Look at Kentucky. They have a big-time roster. They spent a lot of money, but the evaluation of some of those players weren't correct.
Mike hates me right now. Paul Biancardi, ESPN.com, joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Who do you like this year? Who do you feel is hot going into the tournament and it's going to be really tough to beat?
Well, we can all talk about the number 1 seeds because they're legit, but I think the 2 seeds this year are teams to talk about. I mean, Purdue came on really strong in the Big Ten tournament. They didn't get a 1 seed, but they moved to a 2 spot. I think Houston is a team that scares me. I'm looking at teams that scare me.
Right.
A team for me, if they can get past the first game, is Wisconsin. I covered High Point all year. I did their championship game. Watch out for High Point against Wisconsin. 90 points a game. Wow. Wisconsin scores really well, too. But here's the key, Andy and Jeff. High Point leads the nation in turnover margin. They don't commit a lot of turnovers, and they force a good amount of turnovers. If they can make it an extra possession game and shoot at a pretty decent clip, they score in transition with fast break points. That's going to be one of the most exciting games to watch. But if Wisconsin can get past High Point, I think they're a team that can end up in an Elite Eight. Don't forget, they beat Michigan this year.
Last question for you, because I got to make sure I get this in before we go. This NBA draft, especially sitting here in Cleveland as we look and see what's going to happen next, this looks like it's going to be one of the best NBA drafts coming out of college in a while, doesn't it?
No, it is. It's not going to be. Yeah. It is going to be. It is. The star power at the top, you're talking about guys that are going to get selected 5th, 6th, and 7th in the draft, could be number 1 draft picks in other drafts. It's not only deep with star power, it's deep with guys that are going to be starters and potential all-stars, guys who can be the face of the NBA in the future. Absolutely. This is going to be an exciting draft.
So we should keep our eyes on, give me the top 3 guys. Boozer, I know, is a big name around here already. So
yeah, A.J. DeBonce is number 1 for me. Cameron Boozer is right there at number 2. Darren Peterson, possibly 3. Darius Acuff from Arkansas has moved up to number 4, if not higher, and Kingston Flemings at Houston at number 5. And then there's 5 more guys behind them, like I said, that could be the number 1 or 2 pick in another draft.
It should be a good year. A lot of fun. I like it when the draft is meaningful, especially when we see a lot of good college kids going into the NBA in one single year, and you're not just looking at, the first 5 kids or first 3 kids that can have an impact in the league.
And Peterson, a local kid here from Northeast Ohio.
Yep. All good stuff.
I coached against his dad when his dad played at Akron, and I coached at Wright State.
Nice.
Small world. Paul, thank you. We appreciate it. Best to you and your family, and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, Paul.
All right. Go Bucks.
Thanks. We'll talk to you later. Paul Biancardi, former Ohio State assistant coach, as a matter of fact. Nice enough to join us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Of course, you can catch him on ESPN, and he is all over recruiting. I mean, just absolutely all over recruiting. So if you want to know what's going on with college basketball, especially the guys that are going to be making the transition to the NBA next and high school stuff going into, Paul is all over it. So I want to thank him. We're talking a little bit more about college basketball, what's going on, who do you like in this year's in the NCAA tournament, and we're also going to get into the Cavs. Plus, John Gross is going to join us at 1:20. He's the Akron basketball coach, and man, I'd love to see them pull off the upset in the first round. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
face Team Venezuela in the championship game. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. I want to thank Paul Biancardi for joining us from ESPN.com. Definitely knows the neighborhood. He actually texted me afterwards. He was like, hey, man, you better make sure you give Kent State a shout-out because they had a great season, and they were probably on the edge of making the tournament. And I looked at Jeff, and I was like, wow, can you believe that? And Jeff said they would be freaking out at the MAC office if they can get 3 teams in. Oh, my God, are you kidding?
That would be unbelievable.
After all these years. But he's right. It's the hard part. And I think the interesting thing that he had said was that it's the scheduling part of it that's holding them back. Because, like, do you really want to take a game against a Mid-American Conference team if you're a big-name school?
Well, you don't want to go to Akron to play.
No.
Nobody wanted to go to Miami to play. Each of those teams, I think Akron's winning streak at home is 31. Miami's is 30, something like that.
It's insane. I was looking through also some of the other stuff that's going on with the NCAA tournament because you always look for the trends. And I'm sure Paul gets crushed all the time. Who should I pick? Oh, should I fill up? Will you do my bracket for me? Right? Don't you think so? I guarantee he gets that all the time. All those guys do. Because they don't care.
Will you do my bracket?
Will you do my bracket for me?
And as he said, whoever you think is going to win, take the other team.
Yeah. I was just looking through some of the stats. USA Today put this thing out about who you should look for. Well, first thing they said, NCAA tournament first-round winners are usually the top seeds. Well, that makes sense. And if you go back since 1985, 154 of 156 number one seeds have won their first-round game. So if you think you've got that great 16-1 upset, you're probably wrong.
So you shouldn't take Maryland, Bucks County against Michigan?
No. Well, Bucks County, though, if they were playing football and we were looking for a football coach out of that area here, then, yeah, I would probably take them.
If they actually get in.
Yeah, I would say no.
Game.
But the other thing is said the lowest seeded teams might not be a good bet to upset. Well, that just makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, some of these things are
really giving us some good stuff.
Well, I know. I'm just saying they talk about the best records to get into the which seeds have the best records to get into the round of 32, and it's interesting to see like 5 seeds do really well there. 7 seeds are surprisingly up there. If you're looking for like a slim bet kind of thing.
A numerical formula?
Yeah, a numerical formula. 19% of 7 seeds get in. I'm just kind of throwing some of these things out. I could give you all the percentages, but obviously they're higher the higher the seed, right? Like number 2 seeds, 63% of number 2 seeds will make it through. So I don't know.
Make it through to what?
Make it through to the next game. So, I mean, if you're looking for a number...
63%?
That's what it said here.
It's got to be much
number
much
of teams that moved on to Sweet 16.
Oh, Sweet 16.
Sweet 16, yeah. Sorry. Oh, did I say first round? Sorry.
Yeah, you said
sorry. No, Sweet 16. So, I don't know. There's some interesting stuff online if you're looking for it. Again, you know, if you think a 9 seed or higher is going to win the tournament, you're out of your mind. I don't just among all those other little things that are going on the way. So, you will fill out a bracket or you won't?
It's not on my list. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't.
I will. I'll probably fill out 1 or 2. I get mad there. Like last year, I forgot to fill out my bracket, and then I'm just kind of sitting there wishing I'd filled out my brackets as I was watching the first couple of days. Dan, how many brackets will you fill out?
0.
You're not a bracket guy either?
No. I probably about 6 years ago, well, no, longer than that, maybe 10. I had more fun just sitting down and not caring and just going, all right, let's enjoy the nuts. Let's enjoy the madness. You know, like it just was more fun to me. I wasn't getting mad at things I have no control over. I wasn't getting mad at all these different things. Just like, all right, madness,
but you can't let yourself get mad if you fill out a bracket and your team loses.
I'd get grumpy.
That's the problem.
Yeah, so
I'm not kidding. That fantasy type draft thing that we used to do back in the day, where you had 8 teams and you just counted wins, that was a lot of fun. Because if you get that one team that gets hot, you're going to, and if you ended
more
up
of a
getting
draft.
number 2 seed.
You're saying more of the draft.
Yeah, we had 8 guys and we picked 8 teams each. It was a lot of fun.
So my brother-in-law does a ton of that stuff, and he's just like he's all over the place, and he comes up with like all these crazy mathematical formulas, and then the way you pick your teams, and then you can come back and you can buy back in, and you do all these like. I'm like, whoa, dude, this is just way too much. I kind of like to do it like this, almost like the way I'll play Keno if we're sitting at a restaurant, right? So you just go pick a bunch of numbers, you go eat, and then you go back up and go, oh, wow, I did pretty good. And you see if you won or you didn't. What I like to do is I'll go through, and then at the first day, I always want to see, but I wait. Like, I can't sit there and look at my bracket all day and go, did I have this team? Did I have that team? I like to go in at the end of the day and say, okay, I got 10 games right, or I got 6 games right, or you know what I'm saying? I just think it makes it a little bit more fun at the end of the day, and you're involved. That's the other reason why. And I don't know.
Sounds like a guy who's just looking to make a score gambling-wise, doesn't it, Dano?
Either that or it kind of almost reminds me, I don't know if you guys ever did this. I had friends who used to do the Royal Rumble pool, where everybody would throw in for the Royal Rumble every year, WWE.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody would throw in a couple bucks, and you would just get assigned numbers. And that was basically like, all right, here are your wrestlers that could possibly win the Royal Rumble, and the last person is the one who cleans it up. And you have no idea, who your numbers are even going to be, what wrestler's going to run out, if you're going to end up with a good one, or if you're getting Hacksaw Jim Duggan, or if you're getting Doink the Clown, you have no idea which one's about to run out, and it just makes it fun.
I loved Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
I know you would.
It's my guy.
You guys are just making me think of another game we used to play. Like, I used to play pickup hockey on like Tuesday nights, and afterwards we'd all go to this bar. And I'm trying to remember. It was probably Fox Sports Ohio that had it. They would show horse racing at the end of the night, and so just like you would do a blind pool in college basketball, where everyone they put out 68 or 64 depending on how you were going to do it, and you pull a name, and then that's your team for the tournament, right? Well, what we would do is we would just do numbers like 1 through 8 or 1 through 12, and then you would pull the number, and then you'd watch these horse races while you're sitting at the bar. It's a blast.
Yeah.
It's so much fun.
You almost do it like Super Bowl squares.
Yeah, it's almost like that. I don't know. It's degenerative ways to watch sports. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next on Degenerative Sports. Anyway, we'll see. I love basketball. Love this time of the year because it just takes 5 guys from any given team, or if you're watching the women, 5 women from any given team that can go out and win a national championship and become a national story. Love it. All right. Speaking of stories, Cavaliers back on the floor again tonight against Milwaukee at 8 o'clock.
Milwaukee's never really gotten its act together.
They've had an interesting it's just everything seems interesting in Milwaukee.
Giannis will be somewhere else next year. That's keep an eye on that in the
Do
offseason.
we feel bad about that?
Yeah, I do.
Feel bad? I kind of do, too.
I love seeing the superstar players in normal towns like Milwaukee, like Cleveland.
Where does he end up next year?
Somewhere that begins with an L and an A.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Dan,
Maybe.
I mean, you're Mr. Milwaukee. Do you agree with that? Mr. Wisconsin?
So it's so weird because he's never actually walked out there and said,
I want out.
You need to get me out of here.
Yeah.
Like he's always kind of sidestepped it and hemmed and hawed and all of that kind of stuff.
The team might do it on its own without him, Dan.
Right. And if you ever wondered as to why, 10 years ago, Lee Jenkins put out an awesome piece that is worth reading before he started working for the Clippers, all about Giannis and the amount of work and the time that Milwaukee put in to make him feel at home coming from the streets of Greece to the United States to play baskaball. And it's a wonderful piece that will forever stick with you about how
they went above and beyond.
Give me an example. Give me something they did that went above and beyond.
They hooked him up with Greek families.
They hooked him up with Greek families in the area. They had him live down the street from a Greek diner and a Greek deli where he could make friends from there. They had to have a conversation with him once because he was taking home all of the food after every single team meal that was there because he grew up on the streets of Greece and he was dirt poor and you never threw out food.
Wow.
And so they had to have a conversation with him because he had nowhere else to put the food in the apartment because he couldn't eat through all of it. It was the same thing with all the shoes. He was taking everybody's shoes. And for the same exact reason, going, these still have bounce in them. Again, I grew up, you wore these until they split. And so I wonder if there's a small part of him as well who is like, this is home. They've taken care of me, but I do want to win a title.
He also had a banking issue.
Yes.
and he went around and opened accounts. I don't know the number, but it was like 10 different banks in Milwaukee, and put some money in a bunch of different banks because he didn't trust banks, and he didn't want to have all of his money in one place.
Well, I get that. I mean, there's plenty of people around here still.
Well, not to get into geopolitics, but if you ever have looked at Greece's financial setups and the way things have gone in Greece, you'd understand why.
You'd understand why.
Huh. That's super interesting.
But Milwaukee could rebuild its team by making that trade. You trade him, you get numerous number one picks.
Right.
Look what the Cavs gave up for Donovan Mitchell. And, the Cavs gave up an all-star forward in Lauri Markkanen. They gave up a guard who can fill it up in Colin Sexton. They gave up their current first-round pick in Abaji. And then 3 first-round picks and pick swaps. So imagine what you could get for Giannis.
Oh, I can't even
Nothing
imagine.
against Donovan. Giannis is a better player than Donovan, and he's 6'11".
How do the Lakers, though?
Yeah, I don't know.
The Lakers, that'd be an interesting. I don't know how they pull that off, but they can pull off. It's L.A. somehow, some way they figure out how to get stuff done out there. All right, I do want to get into this. We have time for a second. Yeah, I just again, you got the Cavs tonight. Milwaukee is sitting there. They're on the outside looking in. So they're really on the outside looking in. So the 10 seed right now in the East is Charlotte, and they're in the play-in tournament. And Milwaukee is 20 games back. Charlotte's 14.5 games back. So, Milwaukee is just kind of riding out the storm here until they see the elimination letter on the other side of their name as far as the playoffs are concerned. So I don't know. I need the Cavs to keep continuing chemistry, though. I think that's what we're all looking for. And then you get Max Strus back, Jeff, and how is this going to play? And we saw a little bit. I think he was a little bit frustrated in the first game. I was listening to an interview with him yesterday. But again, how is he going to figure out this rotation? Is that not the storyline for the next, 14 games?
Well, and who's healthy and who's not? We talked to Chris Fedor yesterday. I asked Chris about Jared Allen, who now is going to miss at least another 3 games, every game on this road trip with knee tendonitis. If I'm the Cavaliers, I'm not putting that guy back out on the floor unless he's much better or you reach the point where, hey, it's playoff time, it's time to go. But remember how well Jared has been playing. And if he can't go, Andy, that's going to be tough down the stretch. If you're trying to move up, if you're trying to polish it up, it's going to be tough without Jared Allen.
For sure. All right, Channing Frye was on with the morning show. We're going to play that for you in a little bit, but first we are going to give you the headlines from across the wide world of sports. That's coming up next right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
Fan from throughout the day, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Basket and Phelps. Get ready. 1:20, John Gross is going to join us, head basketball coach at the University of Akron. If you've missed a moment in our show, and that would be, among other things, chats with Paul Biancardi from ESPN.com talking NCAA basketball, and Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. She joined us at 11. If you missed a moment, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Segment we need to name.
Do we have one yet?
Beginning now. No, we don't have a name yet.
I don't mind headlines. I don't think there's a problem with it.
Well, Dan doesn't like it, and he's doing the bit.
Well, Dan, what do you want it to be?
I don't know. Something better than headlines.
We'll
come up with something.
The world according to Mennigan?
Could call it In the News.
Nah. I'd rather do headlines than
We've only been at it for a month. We
got to come up with something.
We need a little
here.
more runway.
Somebody give us a name. 216-474-0092.
Well, someone throw out fan lines, and I don't mind that.
Fan lines?
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Why is it so hard? Why are we having so much trouble?
It's not. We haven't bothered to think of it.
Yeah, it's true. We've been putting our brains into bigger and better things than trying to figure out a name for this absurd segment. But for now,
how about the jump start at 12:40?
It doesn't need a name as long as once it begins, we just do it.
Yeah, that's true. All right, go ahead. Live from the 2.5-minute newsroom, here's Dan Mennigan.
All right, gentlemen, let us begin with a little bit of news that has come down from multiple reports. The Eagles signing wide receiver Hollywood Brown to a 1-year contract. So, Mr. Phelps, you can open up your edition of Auto Trader and cross him off.
All right, so there goes Hollywood Brown. Waddle gets traded. Christian Kirk goes to San Francisco. Darnell Mooney goes to the Giants. Not saying that any of these guys are any great shakes. Waddle's the best guy of the bunch. But a competent NFL wide receiver. But the Browns don't need those guys. We don't need to bring in a guy who's had a pretty good career and can really help our quarterback. No, we don't need that. Nope.
There you have it. Yeah, I don't know. I got wide receiver, fear of missing out here. So,
do you think it tells you anything about A.J. Brown's future with the Philadelphia Eagles?
No. No. And I say that only because Hollywood Brown's a different kind of wide receiver.
Ian Rappaport is saying that the Rams are out on a trade for A.J. Brown. The Patriots are still interested, though they may revisit it in June once we get past the draft and the June 1st deadline for cuts as well.
Okay. So, A.J. Brown's a heck of a wide receiver. I would, if I'm Philadelphia, I'm trying to figure out a way to just keep that thing alive and well. No?
Yeah, I can't. It's hard for me to listen to these stories and not think that the Browns can't get a wide receiver. I'm sorry. I mean, I know we're talking about multiple different wide receivers. I'm just like, can we just get somebody in here?
It's just bizarre to me that they haven't added, and they still have time. There are a couple of guys still out there. But there were enough competent guys in free agency for a team that needs a wide receiver that you would have thought so far they would have at least added one guy. This guy's going to get on the field. He's going to be one of our top 3 or 4 wide receivers. We're not asking for the reincarnation of Jerry Rice.
I'm wondering if they're looking at their own wide receiving core and going, we don't have any problems. I would hope.
Well, if they are, good luck to them.
If they think Jerry Jeudy is the answer again next year,
They might be thinking Isaiah Bond is the answer, Andy.
Doubt either one of those are the true thought process that's going through their minds right now.
Well, they are paying Isaiah Bond for a lot better.
Give me a thought process. We're good?
We can't afford any of these guys, and we're here to try to get a quarterback in 20.
You can.
Why do we want to give up draft picks when we need more talent on offense than what I could get at wide receiver, and I could draft a wide receiver?
Which is
who's cheap?
Which is the point. You're at the. I bet you Hollywood Brown didn't sign for squat.
But why would I give him targets when I can give them to Isaiah Bond and figure out if this guy's worth a hill of beans?
Because we're trying to win football games?
Yep, I knew that was going to be a laugher.
Okay.
We'll see.
Next year, as soon as we get closer to the Dome, we're going to try to win. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know. This is a bad place to have this conversation. I've gone into this thinking this was a 2-year rebuild. And that this is now year 2 before competition is around the corner.
Okay.
We'll see.
Things will change drastically when Watson's contract's up.
I'm hoping a month from now we don't sound like this. Same thing. Okay, keep going.
Well, of course, we're all going to talk ourselves into it.
Of course.
No, we're not.
Actually,
I will.
last year, this show held out pretty well going, this is going to be year 1 of the rebuild, folks. So we'll see if it still remains that way.
Wait, it was Super Bowl window 2.
5 teams now have 2 first-round picks for the 2026 NFL Draft. The Jets have 2 and 16. The Browns have 6 and 24. The Chiefs have 9 and 29. The Dolphins now have 11 and 30. And the Cowboys have 12 and 20. I don't know what that means. Just thought it was interesting.
Means there's opportunity for more trade activity, I think. When teams have multiple first-round picks, could be a really busy first-round trade-wise. Maybe.
It'll be interesting to see if they're pick swaps or if they're pulling in active players, like a backup quarterback. Maybe perhaps even a backup quarterback who could be a starting quarterback.
We'll see. Nothing behind that. I just thought it was interesting that 5 teams had multiple picks. So a real mess is taking place with one of the teams in the NCAA tournament involving one of their best players, Aiden Holloway from the Alabama Crimson Tide, was arrested Monday morning on felony drug charges. According to the Tuscaloosa County Police spokesperson, Holloway was arrested Monday morning after recovering more than a pound of marijuana, paraphernalia, and cash. And so now Nate Oates, their head coach, is saying, we will not be playing with this guy at the NCAA tournament.
I'd say that's bad timing.
It's not good. It's really not a good time to get arrested with a pound of marijuana.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to throw this out there.
Sure.
Okay? The Akron Zips and John Gross joining us at 1:20. The Zips play Texas Tech in the first round. 12 seed against 5. And Texas Tech's top player, JT Toppin, out for the season with an ACL.
Okay.
If the Zips are able to win that game, they're likely to play the Alabama Crimson Tide in the second round. Coached by former Buffalo coach Nate Oates, friend of John Gross, similar styles. They've actually worked together on studying some basketball. And now Alabama is not going to have their second best scorer. Just throwing that out there.
Wow.
I see a path, Andy.
I love the way you're looking at this.
I see a path to the Sweet 16.
Are we...
Just throwing that out there.
Awesome.
Just throwing that out there.
That'd be so much fun.
Are we looking at the 40-year anniversary of Cleveland State making its way down
Just throwing that out there.
down to Summit County? Is that what you're saying?
Just throwing that out there.
Is the Ghost? I saw Channel 3 had a thing last night on that. Mouse McFadden, saw an interview with him last night. Hard to believe it's been 40 years, but I can see this. Maybe it's our 40-year tradition of having a team from Northeast Ohio make big news in the NCAA tournament.
Jose Ramirez was dealing with a bit of a shoulder injury. Stephen Vogt gave this update.
Jose came out of the game, some shoulder soreness, tightness, but he's feeling much better. So we're going to reassess him day by day, just testing it and seeing how he felt come in with the improvement. Don't plan on right now doing that.
Okay.
Sounded good. No MRI that's planned right now. Just going to rest it and see how it goes. So avoided anything major. That's a win.
If that guy's not in a lineup.
Gats.
Oh, my goodness.
Gats.
Just be patient. Let him heal.
Take your time.
All will be well, Andy. All will be well.
I have 10,000 marbles for you, too. Keep going. Yes.
So, yeah, he's healthy. That's good to see as well. So, a little bit of news coming down involving Matt Leinart on top of that, who was on a podcast saying, the Throwback podcast, saying that he was asked by USC to unretire his jersey, his number 11 for USC when he was the quarterback there.
Numerous times. Yeah.
Came out there saying, quote, when I was at USC, I got my number retired. You win the Heisman, automatic retired number, which is pretty cool. So our jerseys are hanging in the Coliseum on one side. I am not unretiring my number just for some kid to wear it for 1 year and then leave.
I respect that. I do. You know, it was weird when at Ohio State, Archie Griffin let Andy Katzenmoyer wear 45 for a year, and that was a gigantic deal. But Andy was a big scorer for Ohio State at the time, and Archie, obviously being a part of the athletic department at Ohio State, knew that it was important for the school. If they thought if 45 was going to make a difference in him playing it for Ohio State, then he was all for it. But it wasn't like Andy was leaving after a year either. So I actually ran into him at a Browns game earlier this year. He looks in fantastic shape.
And Dan.
Dang, that's fine. But
Ding.
That's about the only scenario. That's about the only scenario I could see where that was kind of okay.
Can I make a statement on retired numbers?
Also, that was a paraphrasing of Matt Leinart on my hand because he used the present participle of a 4-letter word.
Yeah, he sure did. I love that he said that. He goes, I'm not going to give it to some random dude who may or may not play.
Yeah, that's the problem. Good. I think so. I could see guys giving it up for a year or two, or for 4 years, if they thought the next guy coming in had a chance to be a NFL first-round selection. But
I think many teams, whether it be a pro sports, college, whatever, I think many retire too many numbers. To me, it's such a special honor that it should be reserved for a very, very, very select few or under very special circumstances. I actually think the Browns do it right. The Browns have only 5 retired numbers. Only 5. Otto Graham, hard to argue with that.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably the greatest quarterback of his era.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't say of all time because it was a very different era. Jim Brown, arguably the greatest running back of all time, if not the greatest football player. Lou Groza, franchise icon, who was phenomenal as a kicker and as an offensive lineman. And then 2 gentlemen who unfortunately passed away, Ernie Davis and Don Fleming. So 5 numbers and that's it. You could make an argument for a lot of other numbers, but I think the Browns do it right.
I think they do it right because I think your name could probably mean more than the number, especially, it's not like back in the day when you didn't have your name on the back of your jersey. So, I think the Ring of Honor is the way to go. I always think that's the way to go because they have 19 guys in the Ring of Honor when you walk into the
that's
stadiums.
A different deal.
I think that's the same. I think there's an equivalency thing there, though. I do agree. It should be something extremely special to retire a number, but you never know because you're living in the era, and then who knows what the next era is going to look like, right? So I don't know. That's why I think having your name in a Ring of Honor is unbelievable. I hold that right up there with having your number retired.
All right, gentlemen, we will end with this. So the Masters is now coming out with all of their home kits so that you can experience Augusta at home. This year they are adding what is known as the Azalea Cocktail Kit, which for $100 American gets you a Masters cocktail shaker, a Masters drink pourer as well, along with pre-made drink that they do not send you the alcohol. You can add your own alcohol into such thing as well. So you can add that to your cocktail mix while you're sitting there watching the Masters with your pulled pork sandwiches, your pimento and cheese.
Do you get to talk to each other and be pretentious?
You got to go buy your own pimento cheese, though, huh?
Well, no.
Ship
you
that
can order.
baby. It could get a little moldy.
Oh, no, Mr. Phelps. You can order your pimento and cheese sandwich for your house as well, and that will cost you $189. That will get you the pulled pork, pimento cheese, and egg salad all sent to you, along with some chocolate chip cookies.
Nothing like egg salad through the mail for a good lunch.
It doesn't come with any of that peasant Grey Poupon stuff, does it, for the little people?
All I know is, hey, right here, you can get it by April 2nd. Get your orders in now. Free shipping.
All right, I'm on that. I don't think I am, but I'm not. Cavaliers, Channing Frye was on the morning show, and he had some pretty interesting thoughts on Evan Mobley. We're going to talk about that, plus John Gross, Akron basketball coach. We're his good luck charm. He's going to join us at 1:20. Are we, Jeff? Are we his good luck charm?
Let's just go with that.
I just want to feel that way, too. So 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. Excuse me.
can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Top of the morning to you. Where's me pot of gold?
Happy St. Patrick's Day. 92.3 The Fan.
We are looking for a winner. Enter the code POINTS. 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 At 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock, and you'll get your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. You can download Mr. Hero's mobile app, get a regular BOGO offer for just signing up, receive monthly coupon offers, order online, earn points while you enjoy your favorite menu items. Download today in the Google Play Store or Apple Store. It's all from Mr. Hero and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Cavs and Milwaukee tonight, 8 o'clock tip-off for that one. Cavaliers come into this game 7.5 games back on the Detroit Pistons, who are hanging on to a 3.5-game lead against the Boston Celtics, who've won their last 2 games. The Knicks are kind of sitting in there, too, at 5 games back. They're ahead of the Cavs, sitting in the 3 spot. And then if the playoffs started today, it'd be the Cavaliers and the Orlando Magic meeting up in the 4-5 matchup, which could be a real tough one. And then they would end up getting the winner of whoever the Pistons play, who walks into that 8 seed. But now we're watching now we're watching Boston kind of slip their way up, and we'll see what happens when this thing's all said and done. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin, 216-474-0092. And just kind of take a look at the big picture for me before we talk about some of the other stuff that was going on with the Cavaliers this morning. Channing Frye was on the morning show. By the way, John Gross coming up at 1:20. Your thoughts on the big picture for the Cavaliers?
What do you mean big picture?
What has to get accomplished in the next 14 games for them to be ready? And I heard a really good debate this morning on the morning show, speaking of that, talking about, and the afternoon show I think talked about it yesterday too, and we've touched on it, jockeying for position to try to figure out who you end up playing in what could be a potential second-round matchup.
You don't worry about that.
I don't think you worry about that. I don't worry about that. But you kind of wonder, do they?
No. You
don't think so?
No.
Not at all. Not even in the back of their mind a little bit?
Be careful what you wish for, Andy.
I agree with you. Be careful what you wish for.
They need to get Jared Allen healthy. And then I think they need to kind of just mesh a little bit. Max Strus has played 1 game. Max could be a very critical piece, as you get to the playoffs. And I say could be because he hasn't been there for all but 1 of 68 games. So he could be a very critical piece. And then Kenny Atkinson needs to figure out who he's going to play when and with whom. In other words, figure out his rotations before you get to the playoffs. That to me is the biggest picture right now. Jared Allen's health, get Strus back in there, and figure out your rotations for the playoffs.
Until 2 weeks ago, I felt extremely confident this team could get to the Eastern Conference Finals, but now all of a sudden, it depends on wherever Boston lands. Boston just scares I don't know how they don't scare everybody in the East right now, especially the way we played against them too. But it's a regular season game, so I have confidence in this team being able to make the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't know what the matchups are going to look like on the other side, but I don't have the same confidence I had just a few weeks ago. And I don't know why. I was all in when Harden got here. I'm still that way. I'm still pumped.
Well, you should be. They're a better team.
They are a better team. The question is how much better did Boston get? And are they better than Detroit, too? Because I'm not going to sleep on Detroit either.
Are they better than New York? That's the issue now in the Eastern Conference, Andy. I think there are a bunch of teams, and I think Boston with Tatum back elevates out of the group. But then you have a 3 to 5 team group of teams that you think, well, they might have a chance. And I think the Cavs are in that group, along with Detroit, New York, Orlando.
All right, Channing Frye was on the morning show, and he talked about a bunch of stuff. Dan Menningen, where are we going with Channing Frye? What did he say that provokes the mind?
Well, the big one that has been coming up with a lot of Cavs fans have been the defensive struggles, and especially what we watched against the Mavericks. Channing Frye had this to say on it.
Yeah, I think, sometimes it could be, lack of emotional investment in what's going on. Other teams are starting to kind of crank up their defensive intensity. And then also the kind of shots that the team is getting seems a little different. They're not as comfortable getting the shots that they're used to. And then also, I think everyone's trying to get into a rhythm individually, right? There's still, like the flow of their offense it like looks great for a little bit, and then it'll kind of go away. Then it looks great for a little bit, then it'll kind of go away. And I think I'll be honest, I'm not too worried. I would like to see a game out of Evan Mobley where everyone goes, okay, there he is.
Have we seen that?
Yeah, but it is sporadic.
Yeah,
people are hoping, and I'm certainly one of them. I want to see the 27-point, 15-rebound game more frequently. Instead, you get a lot of 18 and 12s, which, by the way, is great. That's really good. By the way, have you ever heard Channing Frye and Darius Rucker speak at the same time? No, you haven't, because they just swap the voice back and forth. I wonder if Channing can sing.
I don't hear it, Jeff. Sorry.
I do.
I don't know. I saw Darius at Blossom a couple years ago. I don't hear it.
I do.
I don't know. Maybe I'll get on the wagon wheel here and figure it out. What do we?
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. Okoro Medicine Show. What do you have? Or what else? What else wisdom did he have?
Well, gentlemen, Evan Mobley has been the lightning rod, and Channing Frye definitely added in on that one.
I really don't know. I think each year you have him, it's a plus, right? I think he is still a special talent. You could just say maybe this year he didn't work on the right things over the summer, and it got him out of rhythm. Maybe he isn't. He is a great player. I'll say that he's a great player. Maybe he's not the matchup, or he's not the offensive guy that works well with not only James Harden, but works well with Donovan Mitchell. And that stuff happens, right? But are you, as a GM, who are you going to get that's better than him, one? And then number two, isn't he like 24 years old, 25? Like he's
still very young.
Still a baby. Yeah. I also think, and this is neither here nor there, but I think that like a lot of the things that came out about him and his trainer, that may have an effect on the locker room of like what people expect from him. His camp may want him to be the main go-to guy, and behind closed doors, he's not that guy. So it's kind of a weird thing. I'm not in the locker room, but I wouldn't give up on him. I would still continue to I don't want to say push, but put him in situations where he could be amazing, because I still think he has that in him. But be patient. He's 24 years old. Like, he's a freak of nature. You're not getting very many big men like that just sitting around the league,
Agreed completely.
Is he the man, though? We've said it for years, saying, is he the man?
Donovan Mitchell is the man.
No, but
they've made that real clear.
But can he be the man if
you're
they
not going to find that out
unless
you
and I'm not
have Donovan Mitchell, Andy.
Well,
I think.
But can't you be? I don't know if this is the wrong way to put it, but can't Donovan Mitchell be the man all the time, and Evan Mobley be the man when you need him to be the man, when you don't have to put all the pressure on Mitchell? I think Harden's done a great job taking some of that pressure off of Mitchell, but I just I want him to be. I don't know what I want him to be. I want him. We have said for years, victory for this team and success goes through Evan Mobley. Now, I don't know if that was obviously a little bit more before they changed things up. I just it's hard. I like the way he's playing, though. I think Harden's changed his game. I think he's been more aggressive to the hoop this year, even though he's saying that maybe he wasn't working on the right things. I see things that I like. It keeps getting better, and the part of that conversation there about him just being as young as he is still gives me hope.
I think it should give you hope, but the other aspect of it, Andy, is he's playing really well, and
he is
what he is. His numbers have been extremely consistent since he's come into the NBA. I think everybody, and I'm included in that, we'd all love to see if there's more. Maybe there's not. Maybe he's a guy who's going to average 17 points and about 11 rebounds a game. Nothing wrong with that. You can average his career averages, and this is the weird thing. His career average is 16.7. He's never averaged below 15 points and never averaged above 18.5. I mean, he's right there in that pocket. And it's the same basic number situation with his rebounding. 5 years, he's averaged between 8.3 and 9.4 rebounds. So you could make the claim that you've not seen significant growth in productivity. You could make that argument. Now, and then you look for the answer. Well, why is that? Channing said, is he not working on the right things? Maybe he's not. Is he not with the right team where he's going to be put in a position to do that? That could be it. You know, Donovan Mitchell is clearly the guy who's going to get the ball, clearly the guy who's going to lead the way, clearly the guy who's going to take the big shots and orchestrate the offense when he's out there. You know, Harden will have the ball, but it's all running through Donovan Mitchell. Maybe there's just no room for that. Maybe. I don't know. And if that's the case, well, then people either need to decide, great, we've got a great number 2 or 3 option, and that makes you better than most NBA teams. I mean, how many NBA teams have a third option as good as Evan Mobley?
They don't.
Not too many.
No.
Yeah.
There aren't many teams at all. And then throw Jared Allen in the mix.
I would love to see if there's more. But again, maybe it's on Evan, and this is all there is. But even at that, all that there is the Defensive Player of the Year and one of the better big men in the NBA.
Yeah, so why does it feel negative?
I don't know. I don't know, but everybody feels that way about this guy. And I don't understand it myself.
It doesn't make sense.
Well, he's really good. I think everybody wants him to be, the second coming of Giannis. And that's not going to happen.
No. All right, did he have anything else? Channing, have anything else?
Do you guys think it's maybe a perception problem that when he came out in the draft, everybody was throwing out Kevin Garnett and Tim Duncan?
Yes.
It's kind of my thought, too.
And he was the 3rd overall pick in the draft. I mean, that's high cotton right there.
It is.
I mean, that's as high as you get, almost.
I'm more polyester guy.
You get that pick, that's a big deal.
It is, but I wonder if we walked in going, oh, my gosh, they're saying that he's the best power forward in basketball or comparing him to the best power forward in basketball
Or
history.
could be at some point.
He's one of the best big men in basketball.
But he's not appreciated like that.
Well,
not here. He's
not here. I think around the NBA, he's probably more appreciated than he is here.
Interesting way to look at it. All right, John Gross, Akron basketball coach. He's going to the dance, and he's going to be talking to us next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Miami will receive the Broncos' 30th pick as well as a third and a fourth rounder. And NFL Network reporting former Browns guard Wyatt Teller headed to the Texans on a 2-year deal. Guardians continue Cactus League play tonight. They'll be playing visitor to the Reds out in Goodyear. Kobe Allard will get the start for Cleveland, while Nick Lodolo will be on the hill for Cincinnati. No word yet on Jose Ramirez. He's still considered day-to-day with shoulder inflammation. And Team USA will go for a title in the World Baseball Classic tonight. They'll be facing Team Venezuela in the championship game. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Just as you heard just a second ago, Wyatt Teller going to Houston, free agent for 2 years. 2-year deal. 2-year deal for Wyatt Teller. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second, Jeff. But obviously, fan favorite there for a little bit, and then things went sideways at the end of the season. And
for some unknown reason.
So, yeah, all right, we'll talk more about Wyatt Teller here in a second. But again, that's news that you need to know. Wyatt Teller going to Houston for 2 years. Now, let's get into the NCAA tournament. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is the head coach of the Akron Zips. And, of course, he is a friend of the show. He is John Gross. Hello, Coach. How are you?
Hello, John.
What's happening, fellas? We got to quit meeting like this.
No, that's okay.
Oh, no, we need to.
In the last week.
We need to keep meeting like this.
Yes, we feel like we are your good luck charm. That's what we feel like.
I love it.
How do you win 3 straight MAC tournaments? John, that's not easy.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with that is that wasn't necessarily a goal that, hey, we're going to win 3 straight. I think it was a byproduct of our guys, many guys, really, right? A lot of players, staff, support staff, buying into the process. One day at a time, stack days, keep getting better as coaches and within your role, whatever that is on our staff, keep getting the players better, their commitment to getting better, and commitment to doing it the right way and playing for each other and, obviously doing what winning requires on the daily basis. So I do think they've done a good job of that for the most part, and that puts you in position to – it's no different, Jeff and Andy, than when people hit me with, how'd you win 31 games in a row at home? Well, we didn't have a goal to win 31 or 30 or 30. It was to win the game that's in front of us and just stack the days and stack the games, and it ended up being that. I think the same thing is true, obviously, with the 3-year run here. But obviously, you got to be talented. You got to have a good team. You got to have, I think, good culture to be consistent like that. I think you have to be really prepared, and then you have to get a little bit fortunate. I think it's kind of a combination of all those things.
All right, this is your 7th trip as a head coach to the NCAA tournament. What are you saying to these guys that they need to know about this trip and the opportunity that's ahead of them?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I hadn't thought about the total number of trips. When you say that, I think I'm humbled by that and how blessed we've been to do all that. I walked out in the lobby today. They've got the trophy out there with the last 5 or 6 of them in a trophy cabinet, and I hadn't even thought about it because I've been so locked in since the end of the game on Saturday on, what we needed to get done on Sunday, the selection show, who we're playing. And Kristen Lenton was out there, our office administrator, and she was staring at it. And I stopped for a second. And I looked over there. I'm like, wow. Just, whoa, just the blessing and the humility, certainly of all that. But, right now I told the guys, I said, we'll have a lot of time to reflect on that, later on. But right now we've got to move to the next thing. The most important thing in our program is the next thing. And the next thing is preparing, obviously, for a really good Texas Tech team. And that started today with a good practice, and we had that this morning. And now we'll get ready to go tomorrow.
John, I have a couple of questions about your matchup with the Red Raiders, but I want to go back to the championship game against Toledo for 1 second. Down by 12 at halftime. You're tied with 33 seconds left. And you put the ball in the hands of the 6th man of the year in the conference, Shema Scott, who I have never seen get flustered. why Shema in that situation? You did it at the end of halves a couple of times in the year. Was he comfortable with that? What made you think this is the guy who can do this for us?
That's who he is. It's kind of been his role. I equated a little bit to Peyton Pritchard, who plays for Boston, and he comes in at the end of quarters. Some of the shots he's made to end halves, end quarters, is ridiculous for most, but more plausible for him. It's the same thing with Shema. There wasn't a guy in our locker room, on our staff or support staff that was surprised he made that shot. He's done it, as you just said, Jeff. You work with us. You see us every home game. He's done it at the end of halves. He's done it in practice at the buzzer. He's done it in games. He's made big shots. Now, look, I know the easy thing to do. I guess the opposing coach said that, whatever, lucky, charmed life. My comment to that was I do think there's, and I said to you earlier, but it's hard to be lucky 4 out of 5 times. So there's some method to the madness behind it. You got to be fortunate. There's no question. I mentioned that earlier, but you also got to be good enough, talented enough, prepared, got to understand what your strengths are. And I think, our guys do a good job of playing to their strengths, and that's certainly one of Shema's.
John, how do you maintain the controllable things when you hit the NCAA tournament? Because in so many ways it's different. I mean, you walk in the venue, the venue is neutral, but you're looking at teams that are from all across the country now, and you're all gathered at one site. It's a little bit of a basketball convention. Maybe in some ways it's like an AAU tournament too for these guys from when they're younger. How do you control the situation is the best that you possibly can, and how is the NCAA tournament different than playing even the Mid-American Conference tournament or a regular season game?
Well, I think part of it actually is almost an opposite type of mindset, meaning you can't control it. It's different. Fortunately for us, we've got some guys with some experience. We've got guys in our locker room that this will be their 3rd tournament.
Yep.
We've got staff that have experienced it. So my father, who's passed, used to say experience can be a great teacher if you allow it to be. So that's certainly helpful. Certainly we have a routine. We've got an itinerary that's detailed. We're going to stick to the plan. There's no doubt about that. But you also have to be flexible, a little bit, and let stuff roll off your back. When I read yesterday, for example, I think UMBC, who one of the assistants used to work for us here at Akron, I'm so proud of him and their NCAA tournament appearance in Dayton in the first 4. I guess they had major travel issues and didn't get a practice in there till 9:30 last night. And so you can't, that'd be an example of a thing you can't control. So there's no need to, fret about that, or it just doesn't do any good. So you got to figure out what's within your control and what's not. But you're right. It is a new arena. It's a new opponent. We're getting ready to travel tomorrow morning down. But at the end of the day, it's also exciting. And we do rely on our routines, but I think you do have to be flexible when things come up that you can't control, and you have to be able to handle those the right way.
John Gross joining us. He's the head coach of the University of Akron Zips. Akron against Texas Tech. It's coming up Friday. It's in Tampa, Florida. Get ready. It's a 12:40 start. And, John, if you look at these two teams, one thing jumps out that, boy, this might be the whole key to the whole game. Texas Tech shoots a lot of threes, 21st in the country. You're 26th. They make the 5th most threes in the country. You guys make the 9th, and you both shoot it well. How vital is it for you guys to slow them down and flip the script for them to slow you down behind that line?
Yeah, it's hard, right? Because they have obviously a great shooting team, and watching them, Grant does such a great job of putting them in position. They have great spacing. They got players that create a lot of gravity out there for their playmaking. And there are some similarities, certainly statistically, with that. But you're right. I mean, they're so potent offensively. Starting with their point guard, who I think is a pro, watching him. He's top 10 in the country in assists, top 10 in the country in scoring. His usage rate has continued to go up, as have some others with topping out. And they do a great job offensively. It's going to be a real challenge. They're also good on the offensive glass. So, and then obviously defensively, they play very physical. They're very, 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 very physical, competitive and tough. Take on Grant's personality. So we have a lot of respect for them. Obviously, got a lot of work to do that started today between now and Friday to be prepared.
Just going back for a second, just to Miami being able to make it into the tournament, and we were talking to Paul Biancardi today from ESPN, who's obviously from being around the state and for what he does.
I know Paul well.
Yeah, Paul's awesome, and he texted me after we did the interview, and he was just like, "Hey, Kent just missed," and I was and as I read that, I was like, what a great year, and maybe some more respect for the conference moving forward. Just your thoughts on the conference and Miami being able to even get in the first four.
Excited for Miami, for obvious reasons. Obviously, not only is it good for the league, it's my brother, so I'm happy for them, happy for him and his family. Proud of what they've built there. They've got a good team, and he does a really good job. But aside from them, what Paul told you is correct. I mean, you think about it, the top three teams in the regular season, Miami, us, and Kent, had a combined 5 losses in 54 league games. I mean, that's ridiculous.
It is.
Then you look at how Toledo was playing. Of course, we saw that and felt that on Saturday night. They had won 6 of their last 7 coming into the game, and I thought they were playing about as good as anyone. In fact, someone had mentioned to me that my brother, unbeknownst to me, had said, Toledo's playing really well going into this thing. They're playing well enough they can win the thing. And he's because they had played them. Their lone loss in the 7 games was in Oxford by 2 points. So you consider how they were playing at the end. The season that Kent had, Miami had, we had, the quality in particular of the top 2/3, unreal. I thought it was as good a year as the league has had, probably since my first couple when Buffalo was in the league with my friend Nate Oates. So, unbelievable league this year and a phenomenal year for the MAC.
John, you guys and Texas Tech, if I'm not mistaken, 2 mutual opponents this year, Purdue and Milwaukee. You both lost to Purdue. You both beat Milwaukee. If numbers mean anything, you were better in each situation. Do you look at those games at all? Does that factor into your preparation for this to see how they attack teams or how that team attacked them? I just found it was interesting that you guys both played those 2 teams.
Yeah, obviously we know that as well. And to answer your question, Jeff, yes, I mean, we look at everything. I've got Dustin yelled into me yesterday. I'm sitting here at my desk in our office at the JAR right now, and I've got so many papers here on Texas Tech of statistical analysis that Dustin was laughing. He said, we give all this stuff to the team, we'll have paralysis through analysis. I mean, it's overwhelming now. And they're the same way. I mean, they've got all the statistical stuff on us too. It's so different than when we first started. I started 30 years ago, and now the amount of information that you can be inundated with is unreal. You've got to figure out what you want to give your guys and what you want to emphasize.
John, we're going to let you go because we know you got work to do. Enjoy the moment for you and the team, and carry that torch for the conference, my friend. Thank you.
And we're talking to you next week, by the way.
Yeah, I love it. I appreciate both you guys and always enjoy being on, and appreciate your thoughtful questions and remarks.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, John. Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Go Zips. Tough thing for me to say. I probably wouldn't have said that in the late 80s, but I say that today because I'm hoping that they can get it. Because, Jeff, I mean, you have laid out the plan, and it's not like we were going to talk to him about it, but, if you couldn't write a better
Texas
scenario
Tech's
right
best
now.
Player is out, and John just mentioned Alabama and Nate Oates. If they could play Alabama in the second round, and Alabama's lost their second best player, scoring-wise anyway.
All right, let's keep our fingers crossed that Cinderella is living in Summit County right now. So we'll keep our eye, again, as we get set to watch them play Texas Tech. I can't wait. I'm excited. 216-474-0092. That is the number to call in. By the way, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. When we come back, I do want to touch on Wyatt Teller and his new team, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. go down to Tampa. They will take on Texas Tech on Friday mid-afternoon right there, about 12:40.
12:40 start.
12:40. So he just joined us, and I love having conversations with coaches that are just about to go into the NCAA tournament. I just think it's awesome, especially if they come back on after they win. That's always a lot of fun too, right? Even if they lose, they come back on. So, and then we've got the commission coming up a little bit later in the week too, don't we?
Yeah, he's joining us tomorrow.
All right, so good.
10:20.
We'll talk to him coming up tomorrow, as you said. And so I do want to get back to the one of the bigger stories of the day too that we just happened. Wyatt Teller is going to the Texans. It's a 2-year deal. It can max out at $23 million, basically $16 million for sure, though. So, just your thoughts on if Houston thought that much of him, what went wrong here?
I wish I knew. I thought Wyatt did a nice job here.
I did too.
And I thought he was a good football player. When he was taken out of the lineup, and he wasn't benched, he was platooned, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't quite get it at the time. Maybe there was something going on behind the scenes. Maybe there was nothing going on at all. Maybe they thought it was completely performance-based. I don't know. What I do know is that another NFL team thinks he's worth some cash. Then again, the Browns just picked up a lineman from the Houston Texans, who Houston decided, we can move on from that guy. And so they basically swapped guys.
That's exactly what they did.
Who knows? Titus Howard comes here, right tackle. Our right guard goes down there. So, fine. And they're each getting paid very nicely. Congratulations to them. That's just the way things work with free agency and contracts in the NFL. And we'll see. I think Wyatt has good football ahead of him, Andy.
I do too.
And I wish him nothing but the best. He was a terrific member of the Browns. He played well, and he represented the team and was proud to play here. And I think he'll be missed. I also think he's a guy that you could have kept. The fact that the coaching staff changed and Wyatt didn't keep Wyatt.
Give him another chance.
Makes me think it was a front office decision more than a coaching decision.
Or maybe it was just a fresh start too. And
maybe that could very well be.
I mean, could have been.
Could very well be.
I mean, could it have been a front office decision during the season?
Maybe.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't.
And
if
that's
know.
the case, then for sure you're out of here.
Yeah.
And then you still have to
think
wonder
about it. If they changed the coaching staff.
Yeah.
If the coaching staff completely benched him, and the front office disagreed, well, Wyatt would still be your starting right guard.
I agree. And the other part too, that you're sitting here looking at the offensive line, saying, I kind of wish we had closure with Joel Bitonio. Could you imagine what if Bitonio ends up somewhere in Houston, or you know what I'm saying, or Bitonio ends up somewhere else? That would be upsetting.
Joel's going to be, if he comes back, sitting in meetings every day with 50% new group, if not more. Who's coming back? Whippler, Zinter, DeJuan Jones, Tevin Jenkins.
Yep.
So he's got 4 guys coming back, at least 3 new ones, and then whoever else they draft. So it'll be about a 50% new group if he returns. Couldn't you see him going and just saying, you know what? I've loved being a Brown. This is great. I'm going to try something else for my last year or 2 or 3. I mean, he could still play a while, Andy. I mean, they're offensive linemen in their late 30s.
Who did you say you said you were reading this morning top free agents? Was it Teller? Or was it?
Teller was, according to NFL.com.
Yeah.
Wyatt Teller was listed as the second best available remaining free agent.
And that ended today.
The group was, I take that back. It was SI. SI had Wyatt ranked there. However, I'm looking at NFL.com's list of best remaining free agents right now, and it's interesting. They have David Njoku on that list. And, they already took – it looks like they already took Wyatt Teller off the list. He was second. They already moved him.
I wonder what happens to Njoku.
I don't know.
And the more we're away from that, I think in the Instagram post, and I don't think there's any hope. It was weird.
I can't see David coming back.
I was run by a doctor yesterday, and it's the hospital that's the home of the Browns. And they have all these pictures of the Browns up around, and I just walked by this Njoku picture, and I was like, Yeah, he's still I guess maybe. No, I guess they can leave that picture up there, can't they? Right?
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, or any other player.
Got his care there.
Yeah. I want to let you know, if you missed a moment of the show, you can always use the Rewind feature on your Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Again, that's our friends at Integrated Restoration. Okay, Cavs play tonight.
Wyatt Teller was NFL.com's 44th ranked free agent. They've already moved him to the signed category.
Oh, he went to the other. Do they leave you in the same spot and just put signed next to it?
No,
or do they actually move you up?
They take you best available. They leave them on top, and then if you sign, they start a new list at the bottom.
Gotcha. Yep. So Cavs tonight, 8 o'clock, Milwaukee. We'll be keeping our eyes on that for tomorrow. And then you also said for tomorrow we will have Dr. John Steinbrecher,
10:20,
the commissioner of the Mid-American Conference.
Of the two-bid Mid-American Conference.
Almost 3.
Maybe.
Almost 3. It would have been nice, wouldn't it?
Would have been stunning.
It would
have been.
Meredith Kane, do we have a moment of the show?
Yeah, our moment of the show has been my obsession all day today, something I cannot stop thinking about, something I haven't been able to stop focusing on, and that's the meteor that hit us this morning. We had meteorologist Mark Johnson on first thing to explain what happened.
Right around 9 a.m., give or take a minute, there's a little blip on the seismographs around northern Ohio. It doesn't mean it was an earthquake. And then the National Weather Service posts on X that it appears that we had a sonic boom from a meteor, a little piece of space rock, traveling at about 770 miles per hour, striking the Earth's atmosphere. It's traveling at the speed of sound, so when it hits and slows down and breaks apart, it creates a sonic boom. So it appears that we heard a sonic boom. Now, because of the clouds and the snow flying around, we didn't see a flash. We didn't see any cloud streak, but we're getting reports in that this was heard all the way from Sandusky to Pittsburgh. And we are getting reports now around Pittsburgh, where the skies were a little clearer, that a flash was seen, indicating that we did have a sonic boom from a strike in the atmosphere, a meteor.
Was a weird way to start the show, wasn't it?
I thought it was a good way. We went right to the man.
He was good. All right. Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine in pain. Give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan, first up.
Smarter today, courtesy of our conversation with Mary Kay Cabot. A lot of good stuff in there about what the Browns are looking to do, possibly left in free agency. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast.
Meredith Kane.
I'm going to use Mark Johnson as my smarter because not only did he join the show to explain what happened, he posted about an hour ago on social media, which, by the way, if you forgot, social media reactions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. But he posted that it looked like the meteor exploded near Avon, Ohio, around 8:59 a.m.
Wow. Now,
Okay.
it's interesting because I saw video of it. I saw the Avon video, and then I also saw Pittsburgh video of it, too. You see the video from Pittsburgh?
Did Pittsburgh get its own meteor?
I don't know. That's why I think there was
Are they
more.
piggybacking on our meteor, or what
Could
are
there
they
have
doing?
been 2?
I don't think there's 2, at least from what we've seen to this point. It's not a seismograph. I don't know what the hell it's called. I'm not a weather person. But it seems like we've only had one hit the atmosphere.
Okay.
All right. I'm smarter today after our conversation with John Gross and how he prepares a team for the NCAA tournament, the process, buying in, and truly winning 3 straight Mid-American Conference tournaments. Never been done before. And the Akron Zips have done it. They go back to the NCAA for the 3rd straight year and the 4th time in the last 5. Fingers crossed for them.
I'm smarter today because I made Adam Mendoza's day, the play-by-play guy around town, especially St. Ed's right now, who does a fantastic job. I decided the Browns were going to take him with the first overall pick in the draft.
The Browns have the first overall pick in the draft?
Yeah, I gave them both.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
I didn't know.
Fernando, Adam, thank you. Thanks for calling in, too. Appreciate it. Somebody's listening. Can't force my kids to.
You don't want them to listen.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you.
All right, buddy. See you.
Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Afternoon drive gets you home next. Be safe if you're out on the roads today, please. And have a safe St. Patrick's Day.
And that's the show.
This is
season.
How have they played?
You judge them off the playoffs. So how are you sitting here trying to judge them when all you do is say the regular season doesn't matter?
Don't do the flipping around thing.
What do you mean? I've given you all sorts of answers.
And all the real things.
How many more answers can I give you in a segment?
All the real concerns about the Cavs, you parry away.
Yes, the injuries matter, and how this team looks with Jared Allen on the court and not does make a difference in this conversation.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are marked safe from meteors and meteorites and whatnot. But we are Afternoon Drive. We got one heck of a Tuesday show for you. We got that open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, the Supreme Leader delivering the Supreme drops on the show. We got Jake Moran doing the producing and manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel today. As always, if you're watching us on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan. It is free, after all. And, of course, like our videos, we like to be liked. And Katie Pollock on the 2020s today. But hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How are you doing today?
I mean, I survived a meteor blast, so...
Yeah.
What more can I want in this life?
Where were you when is the conversation everyone wants to have today? Where were you when?
I was in my own little world. I had no, and I know that people in Wadsworth apparently heard this, and because apparently there's just meteorite dust all over Medina County.
There's dust?
There's just people just snorting lines of meteorites just up and down the Medina roads.
I wouldn't advise that.
I thought it was snow. Turns out it was not.
Yeah.
And it was stardust. And apparently I'm the only person who didn't know a meteor exploded over Northeast Ohio in real time.
I feel like it's like a 50-50 shot. I feel like most people you talk to are like, I didn't hear a thing. And then there's people like myself that I instantly looked at my oldest child, and she looked at like what was that? And then I was convinced that a tree had fallen on our house. That was the assumption. It was like I
answer that age-old question.
I've never heard a tree fall on a house.
Yeah.
I've never heard it, but it's like the sound you would think if you were to hear. That's the sound I heard. And so I my idiot self, I actually walked outside. I was like, it had to have fallen and hit something. And I got all sorts of roof problems
to get that
and everything.
Free roof.
I know.
I see what you were hoping for.
We could have fixed everything. No, really, what went in my mind is, oh my gosh, I got to call more companies now. And so I go outside, I assess the damage, and I'm like, wait, there's nothing there. And then I look over, I'm like, well, clearly, then it had to have come. I thought it came from my right side neighbors if it wasn't my house. And so I'm looking all over their house and everything, and I was confused. Like, legitimately for a half hour, just very, very confused. And I'm looking at my kid like, you heard something. We looked at each other. What was that? I know I heard something, and we couldn't figure it out.
So
until we all figured it out.
Now, I get, okay, so the bad part here is, like, Max slept through it. That is a totally.
I just wonder if he was in
sense.
One of those little areas that you couldn't hear it, I guess, because it was not quiet. There's no way you could sleep through this.
Yeah, I had no idea. I woke up to Twitter just saying that there was a meteorite that hit, and I had woken up earlier and then went back to bed, and apparently in that short time, I just completely missed it.
So, in fairness, my dad in like 1981 slept through the one earthquake Lodi's had in like 100 years, so it can be done. But no, I was wide awake. I have been wide awake since 5:30 in the morning. I have been in get-you-know-what done mode. And I didn't even hear it. So usually, big noise. Guys, I live in the boonies. It's one of my neighbors, one of my loving,
out there, like, doing a
rustic neighbors.
They're shooting the squirrels.
Shooting something or blowing something up.
Or the foxes,
so
right?
I'm just not fazed by any big noise. And I'll be honest with you, after watching everybody's ring cam on it, because we've seen all the videos. If we had this much video, we'd know exactly what happened to JFK.
Or Bigfoot, how about that?
Exactly. We'd know all the truths of a universe if we had this many cameras pointed in the general direction of historic events.
Yeah, so we agree Bigfoot's fake. All right, great.
Whoa.
Well, that's what comes out of this. I think that's a good...
he's closer to you than he is to me.
He's nowhere.
He's in Manaway.
You said
You're
it
in
yourself.
Solon. That is with those long legs, that is a 10-minute jaunt.
You said it yourself. I've seen 35 different ring cameras documenting this and when it happened and different ways that it happened and all this other... Like, it's incredible. It's incredible the amount of people that we've seen now document this.
Well,
we'd have this if it was Bigfoot.
The meteor wasn't trying to hide it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Clearly,
not
Bigfoot
bashful,
is
not
in the
bashful,
espionage game.
Sure.
I will tell you, hearing this happen and seeing this happen in real time proves not a lot of us know what's going on in the meteor game.
Well, no, I think we live with protection, or at least what we thought was protection, that, hey, NASA's got a clue. Right? Because every now and again you read a story and it'll be like a meteorite or asteroid the size of a car is just headed towards Earth, and it's going to land in 76 days, 3 hours, and 2 minutes. And you're like, wow, these guys are really on top of it. Like, we're never just going to be surprised by anything. Anything that comes close, we're going to have an idea. Where was the warning?
It's a basketball-sized meteor. Like, they don't track everything in the sky. Like,
they track a lot of it.
Anything that isn't going to kill people or is likely to kill less than 5 people, I think they just don't pay attention to.
I would bet they knew that this was coming. What's the benefit?
They just didn't want to tell us.
What's the benefit of telling everybody you're going to hear a loud boom at 9 o'clock in the morning? Just get ready for it.
I guarantee you they didn't.
You know how many prospective loud booms they probably have that then just as it's approaching, just deteriorates and never actually makes it through? Probably a bunch.
Boom! How do you think
it's like the Costco guys. They put a whole foundation on it.
Everything in the sky. And by the way, what happened today was like 3% different than most of the meteors we ever see in the sky during a meteor shower.
Yeah, by using the same instruments you have that when they can tell you that you have a car-sized asteroid coming in 76 days. The same instruments there.
That's a car size versus a basketball size.
They know everything that's going around our orbit. Like that's what NASA's tasked to do, is to make sure that they have well documented what's going on around us.
You realize we've had things fall to the ground that NASA's been like, oh, hey guys, that was a meteor. Oh, that was space junk. This actually happens all the time.
I've never had a sonic boom at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Well, yeah, because we're not the entire world. But
I'm just saying, I've never had this in my life. So if this is a regular occurrence, it's news to me.
Do you need to know that NASA knows everything?
How many times have you? Well, and I think that's part of why people are like, "What's going on?" Is because I think we live with protection that NASA does have a little bit of a clue of what's going on out there.
On the big stuff.
Maybe I'm giving them a little too much credit. Well, I would think
they're trying to track Earth-level extinction events. They're not trying to track a baseball coming for Medina County.
How do you know what they're tracking? You act like you're like inside on NASA on this. How do you know what they're tracking?
Meteorite movies.
Yeah,
Deep
and the
Impact
movies,
and Armageddon.
That's going to tell you everything.
And 3,
that's a real I
actually read about this
movies.
You're
sounding like G. Bush now. You're going to turn into an expert all of a sudden on meteorites?
I actually have read multiple articles about this because I get really freaked out when somebody's like, there could be a near-Earth asteroid coming up in 2032. And I'm like, I need more time than that.
All sorts of task force to be able to divert and put anything that is going to come at harm's way and just kind of move it away.
Yes,
but they know what's coming.
But they
don't know what's coming.
It's a big-ass sky. They say it in Armageddon. It's a big-ass sky.
Do you know how much technology we have orbiting around Earth right now to be able to detect all these things?
That's called space junk.
We have a whole international space station. We have all sorts of people. This is like their whole...
You think Gary
levels
in space,
of NASA we have?
Do you think Gary in space's
job? We have the smartest people on planet Earth all like working on these type of projects.
Do you think...
And they're just going to let this thing go as if like, oh yeah, sound
Let this thing go.
Sure.
You're acting like it's like the Tunguska effect. It's an immaterial little thing that didn't even cause hardly any damage.
You're acting like it's an everyday occurrence. It's not. I've never had this happen in my life.
It is.
I've never had this happen in my life.
This is. I mean, we literally just saw a video of this somewhere in the United States within the last week.
You're acting like this happens every single day, and
it doesn't happen every day, but it happens at least once a week.
There's a reason why we're all talking about. Okay, once a week,
but not in Ohio, but in on the world. Yes,
I feel like you're talking out of you know what here. I'm gonna need some meteorite.
I think the
data.
burden of proof is on you there.
I have to debunk your meteorite, just lack of information.
You got to understand, every time somebody announces that something could hit Earth in the next 100 years, I have cold sweats and panic attacks, so I read everything about it.
Okay.
Because Armageddon stunned me as a 12-year-old child.
So was this one the size of a basketball? Is that what you heard?
That is my official prediction.
That's a prediction. Okay.
Yeah.
Because then it's also like
I'm out there with the what do I got? A measuring tape?
You sounded like you really had some inside knowledge on this.
Jeremy Clark.
You read 3 articles, remember?
Yeah, the point is, below a certain threshold, they don't keep track of it. It would be impossible.
I'm sure that's...
You're just out there with a bag of balls, like you have a basketball, a softball, baseball.
But this clearly... All the balls to measure by, I say.
This clearly wasn't just your standard... Because I agree with the idea that small meteorites happen, and that's a thing. But like this clearly was something that was bigger than that, because I've been on life for 36 years. I've never experienced what I experienced this morning.
Well, yeah,
not once. So clearly there was something different about this one.
The sonic booms have happened before.
I know they've happened before. I've never experienced it before. So if I've lived on planet Earth for 36 years, and I've never experienced, then it can't be great regularity.
It is, because it's across the entire Earth, and pardon my French, it's a big-ass Earth. Another Armageddon drop. Come on now. That's 2. That's a big-ass sky, is what Billy Bob says. It's Billy Bob when he had hair. That's what we call good Billy Bob. Now he just does the do-rag and puts on wigs.
And then you've never experienced it because you didn't even experience it today.
Okay, you don't have to be hateful.
That's just truth. You've never experienced it. 40 years, never experienced it.
Yeah,
How
but
about
I've
you?
seen a lot of meteorites.
How about-
216.
how about you?
I've seen the best meteorites.
Is that
216
right now?
474-0092. Also, Radu saying there's no meteorite early warning system. Not for itty-bitty meteorites. There just isn't. It's only so much.
Mark Johnson saying it was a 7-ton asteroid.
7 ton?
That sounds really big. That sounds bigger than a basketball.
A 7 ton?
That's what Mark Johnson says.
Okay,
You're going to dispute Mark Johnson?
Does he have circumference on it?
It was a 7-ton asteroid.
What's the size?
Ripping through the atmosphere at 40,000 miles per hour before detonating with the force of 250 tons TNT. And you're acting like it's the size of a basketball and an everyday occurrence.
Yeah, these are pretty regular. I didn't say every day. I said once a week. Did I say every day? I meant once a week. I'm revising my opinion with the benefit of new information.
Thank you. That's all I need is.
I just need to know. By the way, 7 tons is not impressive.
Give me. Oh, come on.
Not
7 tons isn't
compared to
impressive.
Earth-level
it's a
events.
7-ton
People
asteroid
compared this
exploding over Northeast Ohio, and you're acting like this is a common thing.
People compared this to the damn extinction level event that killed the dinosaurs.
Oh, who's comparing it to that? It was.
Cleveland social media.
It was a loud boom.
This was then
I don't know
Vietnam,
people that think that this is
according
a
to people
dinosaur
at like
event.
901 in Northeast Ohio. Mac.
So I did look up the size of the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs, and that was 6 to 9 miles in length by comparison.
So is that bigger than the one?
Well, obviously this wasn't the one that killed the dinosaurs, you goopers. What are we talking about? I'm Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson says 7-ton asteroid. 40,000 miles per hour before detonating.
Yeah, it's coming from space.
250 tons of TNT.
Fast.
This was not just your everyday run-of-the-mill meteor.
It was visible from Toronto to Chicago to D.C.
Yeah, it seems like maybe something that's that visible and that is going to cover that much ground and have that much explosiveness attached to it. You think maybe we'd have a heads up? And I think that's maybe where people were like, I don't know, NASA. Would have been nice to have known that this was coming. I know you saw it.
They start measuring at 8 tons.
I know you saw it.
Yeah. Anything 8 tons and over, they measure. 7 tons and 7.9 tons and down, they just don't.
At some point, they got a convo out there and was like, you know what? This one isn't worth bothering people. Yeah. They'll hear it when it comes, okay, guys?
Or Gary. That's another going to hear. Or Gary from the space station.
You time up the sonic boom with your own boom?
It's like, I think that's something, but it might also not be. And then he went back to eating chips in space.
Poor Gary's got 75 degrees, and all from the top universities for you to say that.
Meteor was 2 meters, says Brett. Yeah, it's a relative basketball. I meant basketball.
Okay.
2 meters is like, oh, God, I'm not even going to do that on air.
It's like 78 inches.
Easy. How many feet is 2 meters?
It's 6.5 feet.
6.5 feet.
Yeah.
So a 6.5 feet size basketball. You got all antsy in the pantsy about the tonnage, and all of a sudden it's a 6.5 point, 6.5 feet.
Yeah. So it's a U. It's a U-sized thing that weighs 7 tons.
Yes.
And hit with the force of...
also, I weigh 7 tons.
And you also hit with 250 tons of TNT.
That's true. Many people have said that.
You
don't think I got Vanessa all by accident, do you?
So what we've learned here is that if you were barreling through space and heading towards Earth, NASA's not detecting you.
Yep.
Or at least you're not worthy.
That's true.
Of sending out an alert that, hey, you're going to hear a sound.
Gary is not going to raise the alarms on me.
Trees are not just hitting your house right now.
216-474-0092. Did you survive the meteor? We want to hear from you guys today. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on Twitter, social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, Albert Breer. Coming up at 5:20 today, we'll get into all the nonsense and all the rumors around the NFL and the Browns. Jalen Waddle was traded today for a handsome fee, something we'll get into with Albert. Were the Browns in on that? And so much more. But did you survive the meteor explosion? And if you're in Medina County, are you getting some of that meteor dust for a little party later here? It is St. Patrick's Day. Quick PSA. It's St. Patrick's Day. If you can afford to go out and have a couple belts today, you can afford an Uber home. Everybody get home safely. That's all we really care about. And I'm talking about you, Mr. Meteor, because that's what happened. I think the Meteor, St. Patrick's Day, had a couple.
Yeah, got a little drunk.
By the way, I'm 6.5 feet tall. I've been a St. Patrick's Media Day. Good Lord. Meteorite. where it's hard. Me, Nick. And enough of that meteor nonsense. Let's get to why people think the Browns had a bad offseason in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows.
pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Could the Browns have a new quarterback before the draft? Don't miss a minute of Browns offseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. I cannot get enough of this story about chunks of this meteorite being across Medina County. I live in southern Medina County. I could really use just a nice golden nugget, right? If this thing was how many tons? 7 tons?
7 tons.
Give me a ton of it. And it's gold.
Are people going to be selling this on like Marketplace?
Yes, I will.
You're going to you put it in
Jeff Phelps or Jeff Thomas with a bobblehead.
Yeah, you can engrave it or something too, and then be like the classic meteorite from 2026. Yep. A real where were you when in Cleveland moment.
I'm going to have it tested. I'm going to send it off. Turns out it's gold. And all of a sudden, I'm still going to do the show. But I'm going to do it, and there's going to be a throne here instead.
Sounds uncomfortable.
Well, not like a toilet. I mean, like an actual throne. What thrones?
No,
you think kings sat in thrones because they were uncomfortable?
I don't know. They always seem uncomfortable. They don't seem like they're not really efficient. Like the back is sitting way away from the mic. Then, like it sounds like a real problem.
Get it motorized.
A motorized throne?
Yeah.
You're rich enough, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
I'm not going to laugh at it. If you want a motorized throne, you can get a motorized throne.
We've talked about...
You can get one of those toilet thrones you want, too.
Bleep you money. Never talked about meteor money. Steve in Cleveland, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Doing pretty well, considering I slept through the biggest astrological event, I don't know, words are hard, of the last 20 years in Cleveland, apparently.
Apparently, well, I just think it's so funny that JP is like, oh, NASA's got to know about all this stuff. You have no clue how many things go past this Earth. Have you guys ever seen a shooting star?
I have.
I have too.
Many times.
I have too.
That's the same thing. It just was far enough away that it burned up in the atmosphere far enough out that you didn't hear it blow up.
What are your credentials on this, Steve? You seem like what are your credentials here? Because it seems like you think something, I think
Sounds
something different.
Sounds like you work at NASA there, Steve.
No, I do not work at NASA. Honestly, I'm just like a really geeky, nerdy kind of guy. You know, I follow Neil deGrasse Tyson and physics and...
Oh, well, that settles it.
Do you follow physics, JP?
Someone's got a TikTok with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Theoretical physics and all that kind of stuff. But yeah,
but here's the thing, Steve. If they're not tracking that, I need NASA to start tracking these things. If something's
no way
coming,
to do it.
Something's
There's
coming at 7 tons and is hitting with 250 TNTs. The force of that, I need to go ahead and make that.
That's a lot of TNTs.
Yeah, I need to go ahead and make that something we follow.
I will have to say, you know, Nick said it happens every day. Maybe not every day, but probably every other day. On the
250
Earth.
tons of TNTs. There we go.
Well, I won't say they're that large, but there are always objects that are flying through our atmosphere. I mean, remember a couple of months ago, they're like, oh, what is this AI Atlas? We found it. It's going through the solar system. They see big, huge things.
I know, and that's the thing is we sometimes get like updates
Steve
on
got
that.
a boogie.
And like we talked about last segment, we sometimes get updates where things are like, oh, this thing's the size of a car and it's going to hit us in 37 days, and then it just doesn't. But like we get those updates all the time.
Look at this, Coach Riz saying his brother-in-law works at NASA. And so he asked him about this.
That's a good source.
His response, good question. My guess is the thing was too small / too fast to really track or have any warning. But also, being that small, it was probably never a concern to begin with.
Probably. It's a lot of problems in there. Also, sounds like
Nick knows what the guy from NASA knows.
Sounds like that guy from NASA isn't the one in charge of tracking these type of things, is what that sounds like.
Nick nailed it. Nick, fantastic job.
Hold on. How is this turning into Nick nailed it?
We've had Steve, who is a nerd, who's into physicists.
You said it was the size of a basketball. It happens all the time. My response back is, in 36 years of living, I've never had this happen once. I need an acknowledgement that this was something special and different today.
Why do you need acknowledgement on that?
Because you're acting like this is a common occurrence. What happened today was not a common occurrence, and that's the main point.
Have you seen a shooting star? I got to go back to what Steve said.
This
literally
was not
happen
a shooting
every
star.
night.
This was not a shooting star.
But in the day sky, yes, it is.
Okay. It was not a shooting star. And now I'm gonna pull up the 250 tons of TNT.
Oh.
250 tons of TNT? We're acting like this is just a normal thing that happens? This is not a normal thing that happens.
It's really not a lot when it comes to things coming from outer space exploding. I'd like you to look up to a little something called the Tunguska effect.
40,000 miles per hour, 7-ton asteroid
the
exploded.
Real thing. Why did Mac make a face like somebody farted when I said Tunguska effect?
Because you just wanted to bring it up, and that's all.
Because you struggle saying astrological.
Yes, I did. Yeah, just because I can't say the words, and that's a valid point out of you. Good job out of you.
He was in between asteroid and astrological, and I don't know what happened there.
I believe it's called a small stroke. About 250 tons of TNT.
You have a lot of those. You have a lot of those.
Yeah. Well, the good news is it's not like my job is to speak for a profession. That being said, speaking of explosive things happening, this week seems to be the week to dump on the Browns offseason. We have had, and it started, the first one I saw yesterday was where Daryl said the Browns are no better. I might be, if I'm paraphrasing this, let me know. But the Browns are no better today than they were a week ago, which is wild because they have an offensive line and they didn't a week ago.
Well, I think that was the gist of it. I do think you can have a conversation about how much better they got or if they got better. The people that are suggesting they got like drastically worse, that's an interesting one.
Well, let's start with that. Robert Mays of The Athletic was talking about the Browns offseason and consider him not convinced.
I think they're definitely worse. I think the offensive line, I know that they added like a few names, but I think the offensive line will take some amount of step back. Losing David Njoku isn't the biggest deal because obviously we love Harold Fannin, but he is a talented player, and we've seen Tom Monken use 2 tight ends a lot. They are a team where they have 2 first-round picks, so it complicates it a little bit. Like, this is one where we could look a little bit later in the offseason and be like, oh, they solved a couple of those things in the first round, but for the most part, I don't think they upgraded anywhere, except maybe arguably Quincy Williams over Devin Bush, I think is like, that could work out for the defense, but otherwise it was hard for me to get there with a lot of these.
I don't really get where he's going with this one. Again, we didn't have an offensive line at the end of the season.
Yeah, so I don't know how you say the offensive line got worse. I don't expect you to say that it got significantly better. And so like here's where I'll meet anybody that says this team is maybe, let's say, not drastically better. I'll meet you there. Mm-hmm. I think we can have those convos. Hell, Vegas had you at, 5 wins last year, whatever it was, 5.5 when it's said and done. You're 6.5 now. So if you're trying to bark up the tree of this being some sort of massive improvement, I don't get on board with that. But I don't get on board with the idea that this team is worse, considering that offensive line was one of the worst offensive lines I've ever seen.
Also,
like 5 new bodies at all is going to be better than what they had last year.
What if they subtracted, it's David Njoku was like the big
that's the case Robert Mays is trying to make there, is that Njoku being gone is some sort of big deal.
Which David has not really been, I mean, since 2023, David has not been David.
Yeah, he's not been healthy enough. He hasn't been able to stay on the field enough. And so, there's nothing dependable about Njoku at this point.
So it's just, this one caught me off guard. And then I was listening to the NFL daily podcast where they were giving out all grades for every single AFC offseason to this point. And Jordan Rodriguez just went, hog wild on how bad the Browns are.
I will not grade them high, even though they did the thing that they were supposed to do, because they also set up the reason that they had to do the thing that they were supposed to do and then did. Whenever a Packers lineman is not fought very hard by the Packers to keep, my eyebrows raise, because I do trust the way that they evaluate and retain their offensive linemen. So Elton Jenkins, he's a fun player. I hope it works out. I'm just not sure. I do like the Zion Johnson move. They absolutely had to have somebody at the sort of the top of the pool here. But again, I can't grade them well with the way that they're structured right now with all that dud money with Deshaun Watson's contract. And also they did this to themselves. All of those linemen came due at the same, that's hard to do.
So I don't think that she's wrong about the idea that they did this themselves and that they're digging themselves out of a hole.
She had a valid reason for why she didn't like the signings too. I like that at least.
They still did it. Oh, well, you put yourself in this position, and then you dug yourself out.
No, but if she's not an Elton Jenkins fan, for instance, just because of some Packers belief that she has, at least she has a reason for why she doesn't like the signings.
No, I don't know.
I think that goes deeper than what Robert Mays was trying to give us, where Robert Mays just kind of bypassed the whole offensive line in general and just assumed it was worse.
Also, the dead money thing feels flawed to me.
Well, I also feel that's a different conversation than the one we're trying to have. Like, if you're trying to do the dead money conversation, that might be reflective of why you just don't like the Browns in general, but isn't really a reflection of anything we're talking about with are they better than last year.
It's so funny because I think there are real valid criticisms of the Browns and how they've been built and Andrew Berry's drafting habits. And one of the things Jordan did say is, how did you know that this was coming due this year and not draft a single offensive lineman last year? Well, yeah, but it's not about last year. It's about this offseason grade. And if the number one missive was build an offensive line, I think there were a fair amount of people in Cleveland that didn't think the Browns were going to be able to find 4 starters through free agency and trade in the first week, and they did.
Well, I think they had to. They didn't have much of a choice, and so I think that's kind of what
you could have gone much cheaper.
Well, I mean,
you could have waited for the secondary market to hit.
I guess you always can go cheaper if you want to look at it from that perspective. Like, but I'm not going to throw them a bunch of flowers for going out there and getting Titus Howard either. It's not as if they didn't break the bank, and there were guys out there. We talked about all sorts of different players, Walker being one of them, that were better linemen they could have gotten.
I mean, but I guess my point is, if the Browns were really in the we're just going to kind of let this one play out, or if the Browns were in a position where they didn't want to spend money, I'd be more critical of them for that. If the Browns had gone out and signed 4 Brady Christensens, a player who I'd still like them to add as a rotational lineman, and that was going to be their starting offensive line. Who's the kid from Chicago? Braxton Jones. Mm-hmm. If they had made 4 moves like that, I would have gone, what the hell are you doing? Like, they at least have put together, and I think the best, I can't remember who said it, but the idea of they've raised the floor with the offensive line. And the problem was that it was a bottomless pit last year. So it's weird. Like, I understand what Jordan is saying, but it feels a little deeper than just really anything about this offseason and more maybe about her feelings about Andrew Berry minus Kevin Stefanski 6 years into this thing.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think when they do these and they go through team by team, I just think there's a reflective. They just want to vomit when thinking about this Browns team, and maybe that exposes itself. Like, I do believe the Browns got, and I'm not going to call it significantly better. I'm not even going to say it's better by a lot or anything in between there. I don't think they got worse, because I don't think it's possible to get worse in the offensive line you had last year, though.
Yeah, I think, listen, I think if you look at the Miami roster, that team should be one of the 3 worst teams next year, definitively, no questions asked. Mm-hmm. If you look at the Jets, like, even with the addition of Geno Smith, who I would have welcomed here in a quarterback competition with Shador, that is a team that absolutely should be one of the 3 worst teams next year. The only way you can say that with the Browns definitively is the quarterback spot. And that's the only spot you don't have a clear upgrade for, whereas the rest of your needs on offense, you can conceivably go find in the draft.
And I think there's a lot of reliance on the draft that the Browns are going to do here, but that's also going to the idea that they're building on this thing. The defense is obviously good, and no one can debate that. We're a much better defense than some of the slappies across the NFL. But, it's okay to question, all right, who is our second tight end? Is our second running back good enough? And then our wide receiver room is one of the worst in the NFL. That part hasn't changed. And so there's a lot they have to do in the draft.
Yeah, no, I think my point is there's a difference between, hey, you still have a ways to go, and I think they graded the Browns offseason at a 64 out of 100, which was clearly the worst offseason of any AFC North team, which I don't think is fair considering Cincinnati has done largely nothing, which is honestly even Baltimore. Baltimore has lost a lot, and they've only added Trey Hendrickson. And even Pittsburgh, I think you can pick apart their offseason. My point is not that the Browns had the best offseason. It is nobody had a great offseason so far in the AFC North, and I don't think the Browns got worse. And it feels like a lot of people just kind of want to pile on the Browns now. And I just don't think this is where that roster is yet. 216-474-0092. We are going to push quick hits into the 3 o'clock hour, but Hank in Akron has been waiting here patiently. Hank, you want to talk some Meteor?
I mean, what a day, guys. So, first of all, Mr. Peterlin, these kind of things take place every day all over the world, but we don't hear about them because they don't happen in our backyard. And here's your opportunity to experience one that happened in your backyard. And it was doing what we do on our end. A day like today is crazy for us because, we never know what a day will have entail for us. And 9 a.m., we got 50 inbox messages that said, "Did you hear that?" And at that point, we started investigating, and then people started posting. And that's where you guys saw that dash cam video. So
who is the we you're referencing here? Do you work for somebody? You sound like you work for somebody.
3-3 to go.
So I'm part of the 3-3 to go news and media team.
Oh, I didn't know
out
that.
of Akron.
Okay.
Yeah, and point being, he sent that video in, that dash cam video, and he was actually coming home. He's a transport guy, but he was facing the perfect direction, facing west, coming up, I believe I-80, that is, by Grove City. So he got the full video of the thing coming down, and, of course, he reacted the way that all of us would probably react. So that video is going viral. It's going to be all over national news, I'm sure, and we ended up giving permission, and so did he, to share that everywhere. So point being, we made sure he was compensated. We sent him a gift card. Good job, man. Please drive safe.
What gift card did you send him? To, like, Swenson's?
No, I asked him. I said, hey, what do you want? I said, you want a Visa? You want Amazon? You want Starbucks? Pick what you want. We gave him what he wanted.
Good man. What did he choose?
Yeah, he chose Amazon, so it could be universal, he could use it, whatever, right? But the point is here, these kind of things happen more often than we think, and
yeah, but not like this, because this was obviously something that I mean, we're talking about it all day for a reason. Like I've been on this earth for 36 years. I've never had that loud of a boom, and have heard this, and then had the conversation that exists afterwards.
Clearly don't watch the Costco guys.
Like I'm sure it happens, but like the frequency that people are saying it happens with, I just disagree with, because if it happened that frequently, we would talk about it all the time, and you wouldn't be giving gift cards to people for experiencing it.
And that's fine, but hundreds of thousands of people experience this all in our little circle. And that's what makes it different, right? Because we always say that it's called fishbowl reporting. So in other words, when we say, okay, here's a weather event that's happening, people will be like, well, I got 8 inches of snow, and people will like, I got a dusting, right? It's what is happening inside your fishbowl. So Good job, guys. And hey, we've confirmed that Brown Stadium was not hit.
All right, Hank, we got to go, buddy.
Thanks, Hank.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Arguing with
Went
Hank
for the joke
over there.
No, I mean, but then there's that's a truth of this conversation, and I think that's the part that I'm like kind of rebutting with and kind of going back and forth with.
Your truth, not necessarily a global truth.
You've never experienced one. You've been on Earth for 40 years. You slept through the one this morning. I've never experienced one in 30. I've never. Oh, Mac was asleep. Okay, yeah. You just didn't hear it at all.
Yeah,
which is still just something I don't know how that happened, but apparently it happened to all sorts of people. People were driving and just didn't hear it, and it was what it was. But yeah, no, you can't tell me this is a common thing when in 36 years I've never experienced it before. That negates how common it is. It might happen in other places. Sure, I believe that. I'm not doubting that. But you can't act like this is a thing that just happens all the time.
Very feisty
We wouldn't talk about it like this today if it happened all the time.
Very feisty about this. Why do people think the Browns are worse than last year? More on that. And the move the Browns could have made but didn't make and probably shouldn't have in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Stop fiddling around and get your shillelagh shaking. Follow the rainbow to your pot of gold at Nissan of North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile and I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village, because the deals are so green and good and they're magically delicious. Online, Biggosh and Bigora at BigNissan.com.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I think more so than anything right now, they're probably more focused on the draft. And then you just look for opportunities that might arise in the veteran market. But I think at this point, they would probably be more interested in a draft-eligible receiver.
Not both.
Not at this point. But again, I'm not 100% sure about that. But I don't get the sense that they're rushing out and clamoring to sign a veteran receiver that's going to cost them a lot of money.
Mary Kay Cabot on with Cleveland's Talking Heads. I don't know why I ever say that. Nobody ever calls them anymore. Baskin and Phelps earlier today talking about the Browns' interest in the wide receiver market, and that is prescient because I think right after she was on today, a big trade was announced. Denver trading their first, third, and fourth round picks to Miami for Jalen Waddle and a fourth round pick. And my initial reaction was they got that for him. It looked like an absolute fleece for Miami because Jalen Waddle has not been a 1,000-plus yard player since, 2023?
I remember year two, I think he went for like 1,300 yards, somewhere around there, top of my head. And so it's been a while, but like Denver, they needed the weapons. And so what I think Denver's doing, though, and this is what I find interesting, I feel like they're looking at this whole thing and saying, we believe that Jalen Waddle is better than anybody we could have gotten at our late first-round pick. Mm-hmm. And like the way that this draft is kind of maneuvering, if you have, and the Browns are in this discussion because the Browns at 24, if you go Monroe Freeling at 6, you can have some of the same discussions the Broncos are having with whether or not a wide receiver at 24 is going to be better than what Jalen Waddle is.
I just think it's interesting. I think it's really interesting, and I think this might be complicating the A.J. Brown market as well, other than the fact that apparently Philadelphia is asking for a ridiculous amount of return for a 28-year-old wide receiver. But like I look at this and I go, like the number one thing that I think you're going to be able to get out of this is wide receivers. And so I think it's, to your point, I think it's really interesting that they might view Jalen Waddle, again, who's had 2 down seasons in a row, albeit we know the quarterback situation there, is worth more to them than whatever wide receiver they could draft at 30. I think I'd rather have an Omar Cooper Jr. if he's there, or trying to think of some of the guys that are like on the fringe.
Yeah, it's got to be like fringe guys, because even Cooper, we've talked about it for us at 24, and like there's certain mocks that have him gone by the time you get to 30. Yep. And so like it's just an interesting, like Concepcion, maybe someone around there. Mm-hmm. Like you're gonna go with what is the 5th best wide receiver or 6th best wide receiver in this class, or Jalen Waddle.
And I think that interesting thing with that is, it doesn't come with a rookie contract as well. And I know they've got Bo Nix on a rookie contract for now, but I think they're like 2 years away from having to extend him. I don't know. I just looked at this and I thought I was not surprised that Jalen Waddle got a couple picks. I was surprised he got a first-round pick and basically a first and a third within a fourth-round swap. I also made sure that I wanted no part of this for the Browns. Like I already was a little on the fence about Jalen Waddle as it was, just because – the last 2 years have also coincided with Tyreek Hill disappearing. So you would think, all right, who picks up the slack there production-wise? Well, it wasn't Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, I'm looking at Denver's depth chart right now. That's the only thing they've done this offseason.
Yeah.
And what's interesting, I mean, obviously they had a lot of success going to the AFC title game. We all saw how that ended. It was what it was. But, like, the offseason they've had has been so weird between Sean Payton and Bo Nix, and it almost kind of felt like they understand. I think they know that Bo Nix isn't that great yet.
Yeah.
They might believe he'll get there, but as of right now, he's going to need a little help to get over the finish line, and I just wonder if that's just a bet on that.
Yeah, I do think that's interesting and kind of a difference from like what the Browns are doing. The Browns are kind of saying, well, we'll wait on the quarterback, the big swing at quarterback, or we think they are, till 2027, but we're going to try and make every other thing on this roster bulletproof or something close to it, making sure that it's ready to support a quarterback.
Correct, yeah.
Denver's kind of done the opposite. Bo Nix was the beginning of kind of the rehaul here, And what's the cliche? Once you know you got your quarterback, go find the wide receiver.
Well, and what's become more in vogue recently over the past couple of years, and this would it's interesting to tie it to the Browns, but it's kind of like the inverse of what the Steelers have been trying to pull off. Teams they're spending a lot of money on the offensive side of the ball, and then they're getting all the other pieces on the defensive side of the ball. And so it's becoming a little bit of an interesting way of how you spend the capital versus what you do, which is why I think Denver is very comfortable. And they have a good defense to begin with anyway, one of the better defenses in the NFL. But it's why I think they're getting comfortable with the idea of, we'll pay Waddle a bunch of money, and we'll make that one of our spends, because teams are just much more willing to spend offensively.
It also helps that the cap is still going to continue to shoot up over the next little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know what it is, but coming off this playoff push, whether it's like the way Sean Payton has talked about, the loss and kind of the expectation this year, whether it is kind of him reconfiguring his offensive staff to make sure Davis Webb could stay.
He's never given up control of offensive play calling before, and now he's done that.
I also can't recall a time that he traded for a big wide receiver like this. In New Orleans, they pretty much drafted and developed all their big receivers, even finding guys like Colston in like the 7th round or Michael Thomas in the 2nd round. They're doing a lot of un-Sean Payton-ly type things, and I wonder if that tells us the Waltons want some sort of big bang for their buck from Sean Payton specifically, if he's feeling some sort of weird pressure, which is crazy, because nobody had him in the AFC title game last year.
And so that's also kind of what I wonder, too, about, and we see this with the Patriots on the other side, right, where Patriots have success, they go to the Super Bowl, and now everyone wants them to spend big and to keep spending big, right? And I wonder if the Broncos are just doing that. They're like, we tasted the AFC title game. Maybe they think they're better than they are. And they do. They have a great defense. They have one of the best offensive lines in the game. There's a lot to hang your hat on if you're a Broncos fan watching that team, but ultimately, it's getting too rich for my blood here.
After seeing the price on Jalen Waddle, are the Browns smart to sit out the wide receiver market? We'll have more on that trade later in the show. We got quick hits coming up at 3:40, but I've been challenged. Challenge accepted in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, the choice is easy. A Ram.
7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan and broadcast live on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
It's time to get your brackets ready. Follow the scores around the tournament during our 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Quick hits coming up in just about 40 minutes time. Math is hard for me. But if you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I have been challenged, Jonathan.
All righty. I believe that.
I've been challenged by the morning show. They heard our segment yesterday, and I'm old enough to remember when they would accuse us of being the recap show.
Yeah.
And I've just, since that moment, it's definitely been one show recapping the other.
Okay,
I don't know
then.
if you know, I don't know if you've done the math at all.
I've not done the math
no,
on that.
in real time we have. And they've been recapping us. But I jest. So they played some of our disagreements about the Cavs yesterday.
Okay.
And Lima, let's actually go with Lima calling me a hater first.
Nick was hemming and hawing when they were 14-2 going, what have you proven? And now they're losing games, and Nick's like, well, now they're playing crappy. Like, there is some hater in the house when it comes to Nick right now. I mean, let's be honest. Like, he wasn't going to give him credit for 14-2, and now he's crushing him for losing games here in March when there are all sorts of good teams that lose games in March.
I think
so. Like, you basically have to admit, like, there was nothing that was going to win him over. They could have gone 30-0 at the end of the season, and Nick would have been like, well, wake me up when they do something in March.
I totally agree.
In April, I should say. And we're a month away from the playoffs starting, and that's fine. This was always going to be about the playoffs. But you can't not give them credit for being the best team over a month and a half stretch in the NBA. You can't say that stuff doesn't matter and then lose your mind because they lost a terrible game to Dallas when they had just beat them by 35.
So this is some very convenient, slippery wizarding by Lima.
Okay.
To just accuse me of being a hater. Because quite frankly, my point yesterday was, and maybe I was more talking to them, who they love to trump the Cavs up when the Cavs are winning since the Harden deal. And then when it comes time to like, oh, they're 5-5 or the defense isn't good or any of the criticisms that you were even willing to offer up yesterday, conspicuously, well, it's, every team goes through these, and there's a lot of cop-outs. So I can understand. They were one of the people that I was pointing to that seems to like one-sided analysis, that we analyze the Cavs, which is, hey, the Cavs are good, vibes are up, and then when the Cavs are having a rough stretch, it's just get me to the playoffs. I think that's a convenient sleight of hand to call me a hater there. But respect for the slippery wizard for doing so.
Okay, at least there's an acknowledgement that, I don't know. It's tough. What you're describing is obviously not me because I call out the Cavs all the time with different things. We'll do so again at 4 o'clock. But like, there's a part of me that's been grouped into the three of them, and so it's hard because like we do these conversations, and sometimes I'm like, are you talking to them or are you talking to me? I don't really know what direction you're going. But I did not call you a hater.
That's true.
Now, did I think you're being a hater? Yeah, a little bit. If you're asking me, do I think you're a hater or a doubter, I would put you in both categories.
Oh, how so?
I would put you in both. I think I would put you in both. I think you're more of a doubter than a hater, though. I think being called a doubter is more kind than being called a hater.
Okay.
I just don't call people haters like that, though. That's not something I would be surprised if even I, like, out of my own voice was like, you're being a hater, because that just sounds dismissive almost, and that also sounds like you don't have reasons for why you believe what you believe, and I believe you have reasons for why you believe what you believe. So, all right, maybe I want to retract the hater comment. Maybe you're not being a hater. Maybe I just believe you're more of a doubter than you are a hater. Because once you sound it out, hater implies that you haven't given thought to it, you haven't given your own logic and reason to it. Like, we just disagree fundamentally on it, and that's fine. That's part of the sports discussion we're supposed to have. I don't think there's like ill will in your heart towards the Cavs. I do think you want to be right. Who doesn't want to be right in these sports discussions? It's a thing we exist and live in. But I don't think you're actively rooting against the Cavs. That's where I would draw back and say maybe not.
I just think it's interesting that Lima, who used to be the guy, like I remember vintage Lima. Like, Lima used to really mix it up. He's a basketball guy, right? Like, that 4 levels with Anthony Lima.
Well, no, only one person on the show has been offered jobs at 4 levels.
That's true.
Let's get the story right.
I was getting them mixed up.
Only one guy in that show really likes football, too. We got to remember that as well.
Oh, on the station,
yeah,
I would say.
That's right.
There's only one guy here. That's why all of us talk about it nonstop, because we really secretly hate football. However,
I need 100 Cleveland men.
I mean, Lima was the guy poking holes in the flaws of the original Cavs teams with like LeBron and Kyrie, and he was kind of conflated with being a hater. I never thought he was a hater. I just thought he was kind of espousing an opinion that was different than a bunch of people waving pom-poms. I thought that made sense.
Yeah. Which is, again, very fair and very fine. And I guess the hater in the house comment, is that just drawn from the idea that he thinks you want the Cavs to lose? Is that it? Because I'll tell you this, we've done a lot of these conversations. I've never once thought you wanted the Cavs to lose.
Yes.
I've always thought you just had your opinion on it, and it is what it is.
Yes, I do not want the Cavs to lose. So I should say that. Because every time they can't understand a point that I'm making, they tend to go to, oh, he doesn't want them to win, which to me is like low-hanging fruit and kind of like calling someone a hater. It's kind of unimaginative and kind of...
That's kind of the words I was going for.
Yeah.
Like the idea that I just think we can get more creative with it and we can have better discussions. Like the moment you call someone a hater, I almost feel like you're just done with the argument or done with the discussion. And there's so many things you can take off this discussion and so many different arrows that you can sling in either person's direction. It just seems unnecessary. It seems like go towards the idea that you don't think this is going to work for reasons X, Y, and Z, not just we have a hater in the house.
I just thought we were embracing debate here. That might be a different company. Now, Lima did throw down a challenge today that was coming off what we just talked about.
I don't know why Nick is holding back. Like, he's so close to it, and he's holding back at the last second. I don't know if he doesn't want to make more enemies, because I saw he made a lot of them yesterday. Just come out and say you think they're not going anywhere. Just come out and say you think they stink for all the money that they spent.
If you're already calling it a failure.
Yeah. Even though everywhere they have the second best odds in the Eastern Conference. So that means there are 13 other teams that would be dying to be the Cavs right now. The only one that wouldn't be is the Boston Celtics. The Knicks fans, they don't think they're going anywhere.
Nope.
Detroit fans don't think they were going anywhere.
No.
So if Nick were in those cities, what would he be saying? Would
Philadelphia,
he be screaming
Milwaukee.
at the Knicks? Would he be screaming at Philadelphia? Just say what's on your mind, Nick, which is you think the season's over and they're going nowhere. I think we'd all understand that that's been your point of view. That's consistent. You clearly have not said anything positive about them since the trade.
So, by the way, if you listen to WFAN, they have blasted the Knicks every time they've lost. So there are other teams, and there are other markets that doubt the teams. I believe Jim Costa and John Jansen, after the rough patch for the Pistons, were doubting them.
No, Jim's a softie. Come on now. Jim gets hammered every day by Valenti for being a softie on that station.
I was talking about John Jansen. I was trying to give Jim credit.
Yeah,
Jim's my boy.
Jim might as well be, but he's basically whatever the Pistons version of Whammer is.
But the whole point that Lima's making, the challenge is disingenuous. I don't think the Cavs stink. I just don't think they're better. And I don't think they're going any farther. Because I think you traded one series of problems for another set of problems. And the whole point of the Harden trade, or the whole point of moving off Darius, was we got to get more serious about competing in the playoffs. And then you got the guy who has the biggest label in the NBA of not consistently delivering a star performance in the playoffs. That doesn't mean it won't happen. It means that I didn't really believe in the trade. And in fairness, there was nothing they were going to show me in the regular season. If the core of the Cavaliers, which are Evan and Donovan and Jarrett and the other dudes, if all those other guys had a knack for not advancing past the second round of the playoffs, and then you traded for the guy who has a knack for not advancing deep into the playoffs or winning NBA Finals, I don't know why when you put them together, I should go, nah, this one will work because it's totally different when everybody has the same knock on them.
No, but that overlooks something that I think is critical to the convo. I think James Harden at his apex was asked to do something that this James Harden is, and he did. He did go deep in the playoffs. It just wasn't what people wanted. They wanted him to win NBA titles, and he did go to the NBA Finals, and he did go to Eastern Conference Finals with the Rockets when it was his own team. He just didn't go far enough.
He went to one NBA Finals, and it was,
and then multiple Eastern Conference Finals though. I think people act as if he just flamed out in the first round every single year, and I just fundamentally disagree with that.
I think people talk about James Harden the way that we're going to talk about, when I say we, I don't mean Clevelanders, I mean people nationally are going to talk about Donovan if the best Donovan ever does is get to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, so I disagree with that because I think Donovan's level of failure is way higher than what James Harden's is. But like I think he got tabbed that because the expectation for James Harden was Michael Jordan, LeBron James level of success. When you start winning league MVPs like he did, people expect you to win the title, like Giannis did, for instance, like Jokic did, for instance, and he just fell short of that. But I think people get a little misconstrued the idea. They think that Harden was just an absolute joke and a complete no-show. It's not the same way that Donovan has been throughout his career so far, not making it to an Eastern Conference Finals. Harden made it to several of them.
So I don't think the Cavs are better than they were before the meaning like they have a drastically different ceiling. And yes, I do not expect them to get past the second round of the playoffs. I don't. That doesn't mean they stink. It means they made a big trade to get considerably better. And I think once the playoff comes around, which is, again, where they can prove me wrong, they can't in 10 bad games or, 5 bad games or whatever in the regular season. They can't with a good month of basketball in the regular season. And Lima, of all people, was the leader of the train of regular season doesn't matter as recently as like last year, I think. So it's why, actually, I think even coming into this season, there was a huge conversation from him about the regular season not mattering. So I think it's wild that he's attacking on this for me.
I don't remember that, but I'm not gonna doubt your memory on it. I just don't have a frame of reference for Lima's regular season thoughts.
I believe Lima's take was because they bottomed out in the playoffs again, we'd all just be sitting around and wait. And after winning 65 games last year, that we would just be sitting around and waiting for the playoffs.
Was that him thinking? Yeah, but that wasn't him thinking that. That was him going off of what Donovan had to say, I'm guessing?
No, I don't think so. I think it was a Lima opinion.
Oh, because he loves basketball so much, it's surprising to then be like, I don't. Like, it's kind of like we do this with baseball every now and again, where we'll get in arguments and discussions with people, and it's like, I like all 162. Even I get it. You want to turn into a 4-week tournament, but I like 162. I like the ebbs and the flows of the season. Like, if you're a basketball junkie, you probably enjoy the ins and the outs. You know what a season can offer, while also understanding that to answer the big picture questions we're talking about, you're not going to be able to until a certain point.
So, again, because even though I have made these points many times, I will answer half of his challenge.
Okay.
There's nothing in the 28, especially now that they've not been healthy, but there's nothing in the 28 games the Cavs could have proven that was going to matter 1/10 as much is what they're going to do in the playoffs. And I'm not going to fall for the same thing that we've done 4 straight years, which is this is their year. They're due. It's a different thing this year. No, I'm going to hold the Cavs to a high standard, which is either a highly competitive Eastern Conference Finals or getting to the NBA Finals. Because that was the point of taking a big swing and swinging for the fences. And if they don't do it, it is a failure.
So the point was to give yourself a different look. And that's what I believe. I don't believe the point was necessarily that it's like this boom or bust season and everything associated with it. The point was to give yourself a look that isn't Darius Garland.
Kobe did say that they know the expectations have changed.
Well, there are expectations. There's always expectations. The expectations were built already with Darius, though. This was changing the math and doing so in what I believe to be is a logical way.
So, one more time, there's nothing they could have proven in the regular season because they only had 28 games together, and it's the regular season. They have bypassed the regular season to some degree, and they're going to be judged on what they do. Not all failures look the same. First-round exit and getting bounced out in a sweep in the Eastern Conference Finals are not the same thing. But that is not me saying the Cavs stink.
So which do you think you are, a hater or a doubter?
Well, I would say I'm a doubter.
I would think you're a doubter. But
I think I'm a doubter.
Okay.
There's really no but there. 216-474-0092. Am I a Cavs hater or a Cavs doubter? More on this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for Northeast Factory Direct. The folks at Northeast Factory Direct, they
Each and every weekday, that's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Katie Pollock.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. I will say there has been something that changed.
Okay.
Since the Harden trade that I do think has actually made me like a little bit more concerned about the Cavs' floor in the playoffs.
Okay.
And it's the one thing that I think we all kind of agreed upon was the only thing that could derail this before it gets on even on the tracks, and that is health. And the fact that Jarrett hasn't been healthy for a stretch of time, the fact that Donovan hasn't been healthy for a stretch of time, Evan has obviously missed some time as well. Pretty much the only guy that hasn't missed like 3 games in a row for a stretch since the trade has been Harden, ironically enough.
Yeah, because he always plays through everything.
And I do think like that's a generality I believe in. You need some semblance of health and togetherness before the playoffs. When that was already a question at 28 games, I think it's an even bigger question now.
Well, so obviously I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I mean, there's still time in life, is there
That's
not?
fair.
There's all sorts of people that become doctors in their 30s. That's a thing
Patch
that happens.
Adams. Robin Williams made a whole damn movie about it.
What I can never say his last name. Is it Ken Jeong? Is that the last name?
Ken Jeong, yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. I mean, it's way late in his career. But I do think, and this is why this is the time where the Cavs are trying to do something a little bit differently than they did in the past. Under JB Bickerstaff, they just went balls to the wall, and they just tried to make sure that they got every win imaginable, and they were trying to go for seeding, and they were doing everything they possibly could to win as many games as they possibly could. And then we watched that last year carry through with Atkinson as well. Donovan was playing a bunch of minutes, the whole everything. I don't think it's an accident that they're being very, very cautious with these guys right now. I also don't think it wouldn't surprise me if with a couple weeks left, all of a sudden the Cavs have Evan Mobley, Donovan, and then James Harden 100% healthy, and then obviously Jarrett Allen 100% healthy as well, and then we go from there. Now, is it enough time with these guys to all be able to kind of mesh together? I mean, time will tell, but that's what I think the Cavs are doing.
But I think that is something that can come together before the end of the season. Like, I'll work on the theory, the Cavs are playing the long game, and they don't really care what spot they get in the playoffs within reason because they're trying to rig this for a Detroit matchup. Well, but the two things that need to happen out of that, one, you got to have the Detroit matchup, and two, in the second round, and two,
which
you actually need a stretch. And so if with, let's say, 12 games to go, I guess technically it'd be 11 games to go because there's 3 games on the West Coast or on the road trip. With 11 games to go, if you just have all hands on deck for those 11 games, and we're getting Detroit, all right, that is something that can kind of shake free of, your plan actually worked out.
Yeah.
You still then have to go execute the plan in the playoffs.
I mean, it just feels very intentional to me what is happening right now. And again, maybe I'll be proven wrong, and maybe these injuries are way more serious, and they'll linger, and it wouldn't have been treated right, and we can argue about that. But right now, that's the read I have on it.
All right, let's go. Frank in Cleveland. Welcome to the show, Frank. Am I a hater or a doubter?
I'm going to say you both, man, and I'm saying it because you just said that when you was talking about Lima. And is y'all serious, man? Y'all ain't mad at each other, are y'all?
We're not what?
We'll never know.
What did you say? We're not mad at each other? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I hope y'all ain't beefing, man, because it sounded kind of odd, man, when you're going at each other like that. But anyway, Nick,
I mean, we are going to fist fight later, but other than that, we're not mad at all.
I don't really ever see them to ever make amends, though, is a funny thing about that. I don't. We work different shifts.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, if things align, we'd really come together.
I don't know how y'all see each other coming and going, so
we don't. We don't. I got no crossover with them. No, we text occasionally, but there's not. Yeah, there's no like after a show being like, hey, woo, that one got away. That doesn't happen for me.
Oh, I occasionally do say, hey, if anything I said made you mad.
Oh, it never happens for me. Yeah,
well,
never.
You're not the shot king.
That's true.
Okay, so you say this. You said that the trade didn't make them no better, right?
Correct.
Okay, so why you think they better than the Knicks then?
I never said they were.
He didn't say that.
You didn't say that?
I've said it. Frank, I've said it.
Oh, yeah. So, well, you his buddy, so you in on it too.
Well, he's got a completely different opinion than I do. We literally beefed about it for all week.
We couldn't be more opposite, and it's taken so much.
I like the Cavs, man. We can beat y'all on any given Sunday in the series, man. Y'all can't whoop us, man. It ain't happening.
Wait, are you now turning into being a Knicks homer?
I'm a Knicks fan, but I like the Cavs. I'm a Knicks fan, though.
I feel like you're riding a lot of fences.
I don't know what's going on here,
you
Frank.
called me a doubter and a hater, which do feel different.
Why do you care so much
and now
if you
you're
like the
a
Knicks?
Cavs fan and a Knicks fan. I can't figure you out, Frank.
I just watch the Cavs because I'm from Cleveland. I get to watch it, but I watch my Knicks all the time, and we smash y'all, man. Y'all not ready for it.
I can't take Cat and Brunson serious, but they've been playing much better basketball for the past month and a half.
You can't take Brunson serious.
Cat and Brunson, the two of them together, I can't take it serious.
I'll give you Cat, but you ain't gonna talk about Brunson like that, man.
I believe he did.
Well, I
How many
combined them together.
How many championships has Jalen Brunson won, by the way?
He ain't won none.
How many? Wait, real quick. How many NBA Finals has he been to?
How many have Donovan Mitchell been to?
Oh, no, see, we've been critical about that with Donovan. I don't hear any of you bing-bong homers calling out Jalen Brunson for his lack of success.
I bash him. Don't get it wrong. We not great
I'm not
right
hearing
now.
it. I'm hearing a bit of a fanboy here.
Hold on.
Brunson won 2 NCAA titles. Do those count?
Yeah.
We'll beat y'all, though. That's all that matters. I can't keep arguing with y'all because I like that, but we'll beat y'all.
And yet somehow I'm being the hater here. Frank, we appreciate you, buddy. I think he was just a little inconsistent for my liking.
He just sounded like somebody that wanted to do some talking.
Yeah.
He wanted to pick a fight on the radio. He wanted to do some talking right there.
Also,
he knows we get in arguments when we talk basketball. I think he wanted to be in the loop.
Also, I kind of like that nobody knows if we're really beefing or not beefing at all.
I don't understand why people ask this question all the time.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say I don't understand. I understand why you asked the question. I get it completely.
Any of the 100 shots we take at each other on any given day.
I don't know what's the more enjoyable answer for people. Do they want to think that it's like 100% real, or do they want to think that we're all cool? I'm not really sure. I mean, I think we've been pretty honest about what our relationships with the shows are. You know, like I don't really talk to many people on the morning show at all. I like them as people, and I think they're both very, very good at their job. No one's ever disputed that, and like that just is what it is. I think you talk to them more than I talk to them, though.
Yeah, I think just texting. I also get here early enough that I do see Ken or Anthony periodically.
I see Ken in person legitimately once a year.
Yeah?
At that.
It's like Santa Claus.
He's like on April 22nd when we do the Earth Day thing, I see Ken for like 15 minutes and maybe one other time throughout the year, and that's about it. Lima pops up a little bit more, but that just is what it is.
It's weird. It depends on what time of year and when I see them. Ken and I had a very nice discussion
Never had
last
a bad
week.
discussion with him, like in person or really off the air or anything like that.
Yeah.
No, I've never had that. I've always had nice discussions with him.
Something about me shooting my mouth off. I can't remember.
Yeah. We like them both as people. We just, it just is what it is.
We prefer them better as friends.
You like the two of them or as us with friends?
I was making a friend zone joke there. Yeah, didn't land. That's all right. Kind of like the meteor. Randall in Cleveland, welcome to the show. Hello.
You guys hear me?
Hello.
Yes, Randall, what's up, buddy?
Hey, just a quick take about the Cavs and the playoff hopes. I really want them to do well this year, but I think there's two things holding us back. First thing, as far as the rotation goes, if we're just assuming, for sake of argument, we're running a 9-man deep rotation, I don't like our chances because we only got 3 guys at most, 6'9" or, taller, which I don't think that's going to fare well in the playoffs. And then also, I don't know what's up with them, man, but they just can't hit their damn free throws. Like, against the Mavericks, the Magic last week, like, if this continues to happen in the playoffs, we might see Hack Mobley.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
the Mobley free throw thing, it is interesting, but it just sounds very much like when Daryl filled in for you the one day, and all he kept talking about was the lack of free throw shooting. And it was like, you got to give me a different beat here. Like you got to give me something a little bit different.
I do think the lack of size in the wing is something that's been underreported. I think it was one of the reasons why, as much as I now like Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder, I was concerned about with trading DeAndre Hunter. But there's nothing. I mean, there was no other move to make that they've got. Like you got bigger in the backcourt, even though you got a little smaller on the kind of big wing side of things.
Dean Wade is 6'9", and then Jarrett Allen is just as tall as Dean Wade. Mobley is taller than both of them. And then if you have the normal starting lineup, I mean, Donovan's 6'3" or so, and Harden's 6'5".
Yeah, I mean,
that's a pretty big sized NBA team.
I think if you I would disagree.
It's not the Rockets where every person's 6'7".
Well, I was thinking more like there are plenty of teams, and some of the best well-built teams in the NBA have 3 or 4 guys that are 6'6" to 6'9".
When Dean
I was
Wade's
just trying to not say 6'7" because Max in my head.
When Dean Wade's in the starting lineup, I mean, you have 3 guys that are 6'9".
Yeah, and what about the rest of the roster? I think it's about the depth of that. Like if Dean Wade gets hurt, you've got Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, and hopefully Naquan Tomlin can find his spot in the rotation again.
Yeah, I mean, you're not expected to go that deep in the playoffs anyway, but you're not wrong. Once you get into the depth, it does fall off, and no one's really debating that.
Let's go ahead and get to Jim in Strongsville. Jim, welcome to the show.
Hey, boys. Listen, Nick, you absolutely are being a hater. You didn't like the Harden trade. You've never liked it. You don't like Harden. So your attitude this whole time has been is almost like you're rooting against the team because you didn't like the trade and you're like a little kid who's going to take his ball and
What's
go home.
changed, Jim? If I didn't like the trade at the time, what has changed?
Nothing's changed. It's
so I should have
because
changed
you're a
my
hater.
opinion when nothing's changed?
You're just mailing it in now. You're like, I don't like this team. I don't like this trade. I don't care. I
Jim,
hope they lose in the first round. That's what you're being
never
like.
said that, and I know what you're doing. You're being a little bit of a slippery wizard yourself. I would say the people mailing it in are the people who, when the Cavs started right out of the gate 10-1 with a new lineup, and we're talking about vibes, and anyone who said anything different was being a hater or rooting against the Cavs have been wildly silent over the last 10 games or so.
There's a difference between saying something different and having everybody disagree with you, Nick. Nick, let me tell you this. When everyone disagrees with you, I know you think you know everything. You might be wrong, okay, buddy?
Jim,
you might be wrong. And we're all
you
wrong
saying
sometimes.
anybody else thinks they know anything is probably the funniest thing I've ever heard. And that includes Lima calling anyone else a hater.
I mean, earlier this show, you were an astrophysicist. Apparently, you just know everything. You're just brilliant.
Thank you. Was that so hard to say, Jim?
Thomas Bryant is 6'9", Naquan Tomlin is 6'8".
Yes, they have guys that are of a certain height, but are they going to be? You've got three guys in the rotation. Tomlin's not going to be in the rotation in the postseason. Thomas Bryant is.
Max Strus is 6'5". I don't know. I'm not worried about their height. I think they've solved a lot of the height issues
compared to OKC. OKC, because that's like where I'm thinking about, like all the teams in the East. Maybe Boston because they have Brown and Tatum on the wing, and they just have elite wing players.
The Pistons aren't particularly big.
But like when you look out west, which is again where inevitably you'd like to go eventually, pretty much everybody out there has length and skill and shooting.
I just don't know that this is enough of a problem with the length thing. I think it was a real problem when we had the small backcourt. I think that was a real issue. When it was Darius and Donovan, that was a real issue. I don't know that we don't have enough length here.
216-474-0092. Could the Cavs use some extra length? Want to hear from you guys on that one. Quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
In a field of thousands, one has emerged.
sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We do have Albert Breer coming up at 5:20 today. We'll talk about the big Jalen Waddle trade in the NFL. High price for a dude who has not had incredible stats, still a good player, but incredible stats in the last 2 years. But Albert coming up at 5:20. More on the Browns, more on your Cleveland Cavaliers. But let's get 2 quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, Mike Francesa has some hot tea on the Jets organization coming off a disappointing first year for Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji. This is courtesy of the Mike Francesa podcast.
Somewhere along the way, Woody Johnson gave Muji the power. It's no longer, if you notice, Aaron Glenn came in. First of all, he wanted to bring in his own GM. Woody was against it. He didn't think the person was experienced enough, and then they went out and got Muji. So they were going to do this together. But Glenn was clearly, when they started this last year, the voice and the power of the whole thing. And you can see now, if you're paying attention, that has shifted dramatically. My understanding also is while these guys have put up a very good front, they're not getting along as well as everybody thinks they are.
So Connor Hughes, who's one of the predominant guys on the Jets beat, has since refuted this. But it's funny that he says this because in watching what the Jets have done, and the Jets have like 11 picks next year. They've got multiple top 100 picks. They've got multiple first rounders. I actually think this is fair to say. I think Aaron Glenn is becoming the obvious fall guy, and the Jets will be the most attractive head coaching job in a year's time because they're going to have all those picks and likely a top 3 pick to grab the quarterback, grade the take.
The most attractive job?
Yes.
Oh, we don't even know what other jobs are going to be open. So it's really hard to forecast of the jobs that we're already going to give to be open a year from now. I think the Jets are such a dismal franchise. I just don't think it's ever going to be. I don't think it's ever going to be the creme de la creme. Yes, being in New York matters, and I understand what you're trying to lay out with the picks and everything like that. They're too dysfunctional right now. Their ownership is awful. I don't know that I agree.
I just think what's funny about this is Muji's doing all this, and it's apparent there's some outflanking going on here, similar to what happened between Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski here.
Yeah.
The problem is, in a year, you're going to have all those picks, and you're going to be able to say, look what I've done with this. You're also going to have to face a new head coach who's going to say, well, look what this bastard just did to the old head coach. How can I trust him?
Oh, no, that's definitely going to be a part of it. They've turned over 6 different pieces on that defensive side of the ball. Like they're making a lot of different moves here, aren't they?
Yeah, they don't have a good. That's a bad roster, though.
Oh, I see it. It's
not as bad as Miami.
It's interesting the guys are going with though. Minka Fitzpatrick, Demario Davis, former Brown. Like there's some players in there. It's just interesting. And then on the offensive side of the ball, it's like, all right, here's Geno Smith, and then Dylan Parham, the left guard, and it's like, oh, we're just doing this on one side. Okay.
It's going to be the biggest gulf you can possibly have in that locker room. You're going to have a bunch of 37-year-old dudes and then a bunch of 21-year-old dudes. I think it's going to work out fantastically.
I don't think it's going to be an appetizing job, though, to your main point.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't. No. I think ownership stinks there. I think the Jets have this. They just have this bad taste in their mouth across the NFL. I think it's going to end up going, I don't know, maybe somewhere middle of the pack when it's all said and done. But we don't know. We don't know how many teams. We had 10 new coaches this last year.
I think
there's no idea how many is going to pop up for this next season.
I think that's the other thing. After you have 10 head coaches, you usually have a much smaller crop.
You would think so. You'd think there maybe only be like 4, 5, 6, somewhere in that range for next year.
6, 7?
Didn't know. 4, 5, 6. Alabama's Aiden Holloway found with 2.1 pounds of marijuana. We've been trying to figure out exactly what how much marijuana he had, what exactly the charge was. I guess in the state of Alabama, in order to be considered like a really serious, a significant case, it's got to be above 2.2 pounds.
Oh.
Okay.
So it came in just under the wire.
Just under to be considered drug trafficking.
Almost.
So that's good news.
Yes, that's good.
But one of Alabama's best players, he's probably going to miss the game against Hofstra on Thursday, I would imagine. It's a wild story. I don't know much about the marijuana game. I don't. I just know that 2.1 pounds sounds like a lot.
Yes, it does sound like a lot. So it's interesting. This is gonna sound like it's me because I'm gonna do the I have a friend thing.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to protect the name because it's somebody we've talked about on air before.
It's Hacksaw.
It is Hacksaw.
It's always Hacksaw. If you're ever wondering, it's always Hacksaw.
But a friend of mine who shall remain nameless, we were helping him try and figure out his finances at the cabin a couple years ago. And he was spending $600 a month on marijuana.
How much marijuana is that, then?
I would imagine it's still not 2.1 pounds.
I would think it's far, far and away from 2.1 pounds.
You can't claim.
Drug trafficking is 2.2. Did the cop let him off here?
Yes. That's the first thing when I was like, when you said 2, I didn't know about the 2.2 thing. When you said 2.2 thing, he only has 2.1. I was like, that's very convenient.
Although I don't know, it's not like
is his last name Bryant?
Well, it's not like when you let somebody off of a speeding ticket that's the higher level, like the Myles Garrett situation. It's not even that because what is the cop going to throw away weed for you? Like that seems like the weed is the weed.
You know what? I'm going to sit here and watch you smoke the whole thing.
Oh, I want to really teach you a lesson.
I would be if I was a cop.
He says it was all for him. By the way, his excuse, he's saying it's all for him. I don't think anyone believes him that it's all for him.
I mean, again, I did see a friend spend $600 a month on weed, so I think it's possible.
How much weed is that, though?
Did he go to Costco for weed?
Like this feels like Snoop Dogg level of enjoying.
I need people that smoke to tell me what a normal amount is and how long it would take you to smoke 2.1 pounds because it feels like a very long time.
Is it bad that I just have a bunch of people that I know in Charlotte that could call me, like my old board op Billy? Well, Billy's now in New York, but Billy could tell us. Billy could smoke 2.1 pounds of weed. I'll tell you that right now. Omaha! You doubting Billy?
I don't know Billy.
Yet.
I don't doubt people from that station, though, I'll tell you that.
That's true.
Because the radio guy you guys were putting out, with the exception of yourself, tells me they were doing a lot of drugs.
A lot of drugs. Quincy Williams introduced himself to Browns fans on the Browns social media channels.
What's good, y'all, man? It feels good to be in the kennel. The dog pound, bro. The Joker's here, man. Let's have some fun.
All right, what's the bigger oopsie here? Calling the dog pound
that was intentional.
The kennel.
That was intentional.
Or going by the nickname the Joker after JOK, who still is not officially retired, but is kind of unofficially retired.
Joker doesn't matter to me because he was more JOK than he was ever the Joker. So if he wants to go after that, trying to be called the Joker, you can have it. The kennel, I just think, is like a weird insult.
Do you think he's like trying to be playful but just doesn't know how to?
I think he definitely knew what he was doing there.
So, of the feedback that I've got of Quincy Williams, one, Browns fans are going to love him because of the style that he plays, violent, downhill, attacking kind of linebacker.
Yeah.
The other one is, and it's funny because I got a text from somebody who was at his press conference who said the same thing of like, he's a little crazy, which I think, again, we're going to like. Like, as long as it's not, getting arrested for heinous things, if you're just kind of out there, we like out there in Cleveland.
Yeah, out there can be fun. I'm gonna see how this one plays out. Now it's not crazy to think that he didn't know what the dog pound was. I do think a lot of Browns fans think the dog pound is something that's synonymous across the NFL, and everyone knows the dog pound, and everyone thinks all these wild, wacky things about the dog pound. If you asked John, Rocky as I call him, the producer in the morning, does he know what the dog pound is? It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't know it.
I had a shot. I don't need to take it. We like John. He's a nice young man.
He's off to a good start.
Yeah. We did like that topic. We will give him credit. The topic of Cavs getting bounced out in the first round.
That was a good one.
You know what?
That was a good one. That was had more contribution than that show's had in that seat for a long time.
All right. That's an honest.
What? I thought we were out on that guy.
And then you looked right at Mac, who's his personal friend.
Mac doesn't even like him anymore. What are we talking about? I thought.
High and inside.
I thought they had a falling out. Mac, I was on your side.
No comment.
Just going to let that one linger?
I think they had a falling out. I don't know.
Well,
all right.
Now everybody thinks they had a falling out.
That's fine. Until someone corrects me.
It's Dom's girlfriend all over again.
Oh. Now we're going to let the record show you brought that up.
This time.
Yeah, this time. Well, I had to give you the facts in the other scenario. I mean, it's all...
You're the truth broker.
I'm going to stop talking. I had to give you the facts. Kevin Burkhardt, Greg Olsen reuniting to call the Fanatics Flag Football Classic on Fox. It's coming, okay? We've talked about this previously. It was going to be held in Saudi Arabia. They realized, that's not a great look. So now they moved the thing to California. It's going to be in L.A. It's Saturday at 4 o'clock, okay? Tom Brady and Jalen Hurts are the captains, and they're going to play on the one team, coached by Broncos head coach Sean Payton. Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow are captains of the other team, coached by Kyle Shanahan. The two teams are going to hold a draft tomorrow involving 24 current and former NFL stars. Are you in on the Fanatics Flag Football Classic? And especially since they beefed it up with Burkhart and Greg Olson on the call.
Well, do we have any clarification on if it's still Saudi money while the thing's
it's definitely still Saudi money. And Myles Garrett is going to be a part of this, by the way.
That's good.
Myles is going to be a part of it. Gronk's going to be a part of it. OBJ. Logan Paul, I guess, is going to be available to be drafted. All sorts of different people involved in this one. But, yeah, we still got some of that Saudi money attached to it.
That's good. Because those guys aren't rich enough.
Well,
they need that Saudi money, I would say.
Are you going to watch? Is this something that is going to be something that is on your? I mean, it is the A team of A teams, all things considered.
Yeah, it's still a bunch of old dudes who haven't played football, and a couple of, you mentioned Miles. There are a couple contemporary football players. No, you lost me at Saudi money. That's generally where I check out. For sporting events, right?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, not for me personally. I'll take it, but you guys should be better than that.
You can't say you'll take it and then just boycott it.
I'm boycotting it until they give me money to shut the hell up.
On your side,
it's called hush money. Come on now. But no, seriously, it looks great on you, Miles. The Guardians assigned Travis Bazzana to minor league camp, meaning he won't break camp on the big league roster. Skipper Stephen Vogt commented on Bazzana's situation late yesterday.
Every time out, I get more and more impressed. You see more of his game. The base running, the defense. We know he can hit. Just seemed like every time Travis was out there, we got to see a new element of his game. And just like I told him, go play, go stay ready. We know this kid's going to help us a ton and win a lot of games. But again, needs to go play and get everyday at-bats and continue to develop.
All right, prediction time. Will we see Travis Bazzana this year in Cleveland?
I think so. I think how this is going to play out, I think they're going to trade Stephen Kwan at the deadline, and then they're going to dangle Bazzana in front of us and say, this is your replacement of that, and this is your adding at the deadline. If they don't trade Kwan because they feel like they're a bat away, and then they just bring up Bazzana in general and say, we're not going to spend on anybody, but this is then what we're going to bring up. I think one of those two things happens.
It would not surprise me if we see Bazzana in the outfield at some point in the minor leagues as a test balloon, mostly because everybody that I know keeps saying this guy does not have the kind of fluidity as an athlete to play second base. And they just have put so much in on up the middle defense. Mm-hmm. It'd be the weirdest pivot if all of a sudden you went from, in roughly 3 seasons, from Andres Jimenez, Gold Glover, who can't hit for you-know-what, all the way to a guy who it's arguable whether he can play second base or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting to see Juan Brito before we see Bazzana at second base.
Juan Brito. I'm ready for it. I am, just because it's another name. Yeah. Him and Schneeman. Give it to me.
You just like saying Schneeman's demons.
I do. You're right. Mm-hmm. That is Quick Hits. When we come back, the latest on the Browns and whether an overdraft at 6 is possible in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
CBS Sports. Hi, Clark.
Hey, good morning. That's quite a unique greeting.
Thank you.
Don't tell me, Clark, you haven't made up your own jingle over the years in the shower.
I make up many.
I have not. I have not made up any jingles.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Albert Breer coming up at 5:20 today. Plenty. We can ask him about the wide receiver market, the Jalen Waddle trade, and, of course, the Browns quarterback market. It's just, I just hear a lot about what the Browns will and won't do, and it all still feels incredibly, what's the right word, final? Well, the Browns aren't doing that. It's like, I don't know. Like, I understand right now why the prevailing take is it's going to be Deshaun versus Shedeur. But to the extent that people are like, there's no chance, it's like, I don't think I would do that with this team.
I think with other teams, maybe it's a safe bet. I think with this team, they just thrown you for too many wild cards in the past. See the major decisions that have happened under Andrew Berry in the recent year or so, and I'd show you the draft where he then just completely threw everybody for a curveball and did not take Travis Hunter like everyone thought he was going to. And then I would take you to Todd Monken being the head coach. Like, the man just likes to swerve and throw everybody off. And so, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think anything's out of the question.
Now, it's been a couple days since we checked back in on the 6 versus 24. What are the Browns going to do in the first round? It should be noted with the Jalen Waddle trade now, 5 teams have multiple picks in the first round in this draft, including the Chiefs, the Dolphins, and I'm not going to finish the rest because, the Jets, the Browns, and there's one other team. Cowboys.
Cowboys do, yeah.
I was very unconfident for literally no reason. However, and it should be noted, Daniel Jeremiah put out a mock draft today saying Carnell Tate at 6 and Caleb Lomu, I don't know why I keep so damn hard.
He's not a llama.
At 24 yet. Although people
I think that one's safe to say.
They're accusing him
lock that one in.
of having T-Rex arms, which is like the worst thing you can say about tackles.
Little baby arms, Will Campbell.
I just got to know who's got the longer reach, Will Campbell or Caleb Lomu. You know what
I'm sure we can look this up. I mean, this is all very researchable.
It is. I wouldn't do it. That sounds. People are going to see what kind of websites you're on, Jonathan. This is a work computer.
Reach.
We're using the Wi-Fi here.
I think this is safe. We've done a lot of things that aren't safe. I think this one might be safe.
I did. I messaged somebody about the 2.1 pounds of marijuana for the Alabama player.
What they come back with?
So that what they told me is because they might grow their own, they might not. I don't know. Said it's been an ounce per plant. Ounce per plant. If you have 6 plants and that takes care of you for a year, 2.1 pounds. Again, it would make Snoop Dogg blush.
I mean, that seems like that's an awful lot. All right, Will Campbell's got the shorter reach.
See?
His is 32 and 5/8. Lamu is 33 and 3/8.
I've heard basically if you clear 33 inches arms, if you're a left tackle,
this doesn't seem like that big of a deal if we're being honest about it.
But while we're on the topic of what do you do, where do you get the tackle, this has actually been, I know Ryan Wilson attacked this on the morning show today, and then Joel Klatt was just on Up and Adams talking about the idea of whether you can overdraft the one guy with prototypical left tackle measurables in Monroe Freeling out of Georgia.
The ones that are doing it right select the best football player, and they put them on their roster, and then they become the best football players in the NFL. And the teams that get stuck into they have to fit the mold and they have to be the right value at the right pick and have their whole equation and this and that, they end up reaching and taking players that don't pan out. I'm a big believer that I'm more of a best available versus area of need. You know, like the Browns are going to be stuck in this one. I think the 6th pick in the draft is going to be the most interesting pick in the draft because I think that the Browns are going to get themselves stuck to the point where they desperately want and need to take an offensive tackle. I gave them Monroe Freeling, who's the best left tackle in the draft because he's a natural left tackle, whereas the 2 best tackles in the draft, Francis Maui-Noa and Spencer Fano, are more right tackles. And I could just see Cleveland doing something like just reaching on a left tackle just because he plays left tackle.
So I think in a lot of our conversations about 6 and 24, this is at the heart of my fear of locking yourself into specific positions, because I think the thing that I've seen Baltimore do when Baltimore's had their ridiculous drafts are all the guys that everybody else kind of lets slide for, whether it's positional value or, not the right this, that, the other. The Ravens just snap up. They don't overthink it. They just draft the best player that fits in what they want to do.
Right, but the Ravens also aren't taking it number 6 overall, too, and I think that changes the dynamic for this and this conversation. Like at 6, if you have a need, you can easily address it because there's going to be enough, whether that's wide receiver or offensive line. And now we can have the discussion about offensive line if there isn't actually enough. When we first started this, it was a debate between 3 different guys on the offensive line and then 3 different wide receivers. And it's like, all right, well, I get best player available. I understand it, but you need help on the offense, and this is a different set of circumstances than what you typically would find. And so if you want to take offensive tackle out of the board because you think it's a reach, I'll meet you on that. But there's enough good wide receivers here that you can still take, and you can address both things, a need and best player available.
Yeah, so the wide receiver thing's interesting because there's not a Jamar Chase, meaning like there's not one guy above all. So you are going to get into a debate of, are you taking the best wide receiver or are you just taking the guy you like the most?
Sure.
So there's a little room there for, we look up 3 years from now and the best wide receiver in this draft went 24th or 22nd like Justin Jefferson.
It happens a lot. Yeah, it happens more than people think.
But I'm still more comfortable with that. And it's weird because I don't want to just take left tackle or take tackle off the board. But the way that you've done this, it does feel like left tackle or bust at either 6 or 24. And I really worry about that kind of logic because as of right now, like even Monroe Freeling, like he's the one guy with left tackle measurables. Everybody else, it's, well, he might be a left guard or he might be a right guard or he might be a center, right? That's the whole conundrum of this tackle class in general. And yet if you look at the actual tape, Monroe Freeling is the rawest guy and he's not guaranteed to start week 1. And that, if you're drafting a guy that's a project at 6, that is the quickest way to shoot yourself in the foot long term.
No, it's a real problem. And so that's why I can respect what Joel is saying and the lead up to what he's saying, but then he did the same thing that a lot of people think the Browns are going to do anyway, which is he still slotted Monroe Freeling in at number 6. Mm-hmm. He did this whole big grandiose thing, and I thought after that it was going to come out and be like, well, Caleb Downs is what you're taking at number 6 now. But he did that whole big everything to then take Monroe Freeling anyway.
So I saw a mock the other day. I can't remember who did it, but it was one of the big mock draft guys. You see like 12 a day now. And they had David Bailey and Reuben Bain going right after you.
Yeah.
Actually, they went 8 and 9. So they went to the Saints and the Bengals.
Which I feel like I see Bain dropping in back of 6. But I never really see – I don't see the other.
I was surprised a little bit as well, but I think maybe he might get –
Bailey's typically top 5.
He might be the guy that gets market corrected by 2 things. 1, Arvell Reese shooting up everybody's draft board. And 2, I've seen a lot of people mocking Jeremiah Love to Tennessee at 4. So
they think the Jeremiah Love hype has hit something I find very interesting because everyone you talk to, they believe that he is a Saquon level talent. Like they think better than what you saw Ashton Genty with. And the things people were talking about Ashton Genty last year was this guy. You don't see guys like this. And I find that so fascinating that Jeremiah Love has hit that orbit.
I mean, there are people who have him as the best the number 1 player on their boards.
Yeah, I mean, from just a pure football standpoint, the arguments people are making when you bring Saquon's name into the mix and then even Genty's name into the mix is a creme de la creme type guy.
Now, my working theory on it is it's the Jets and Cardinals trying to get people to trade up. Everybody wants to trade down. And that's why when Browns fans go, well, I'll trade down and then take the best wide receiver attack available later in the draft, it's like, I think if somebody's going to move up in this draft, I don't think it's going to be from 12 or 13 up. I think it's going to be someone's jumping from 26 or 27, and they're jumping up to 6 or to 3 or to 2, and that might be the only way you get your 2027 first. And even then, I'm not convinced it's going to happen because everybody's idea here is we're going to try and trade down.
Yeah, what's interesting is how many people are locked into either Monroe Freeling or Carnell Tate right now. Yeah. And I listen, I'm on board with the Carnell Tate thing. The Monroe Freeling thing I just find to be fascinating. Maybe I just got to watch more of him. We've done a lot of talking about him, but it really feels like everyone else thinks he should be in like that 12 to 15 range, and we're just putting him up there at 6.
So I think this is where I have to declare, because I've been an absolute chicken bleep.
Yeah?
I really have.
In what regard?
Well, you've hardlined wide receiver and left tackle.
Yeah.
And I get that.
Well, it was offensive line or wide receiver, but now it's basically turned into that, yeah.
I think you really have to see the way the board falls at the first 5 picks, because I think Caleb Downs should be a real discussion at 6, and I think if David Bailey or Ruben Bain are there, I honestly think like Miles is going to be 30 years old. If we look to the next 10 years, he might be here for half that time. Who knows? He could ask out in a year. So I don't think you can ever have enough edge rushers. You are light on the edge anyways, post your top 3 edge rushers. And the draft is about building for the next 3 to 5 years. And I think taking a blue chipper, and I do think David Bailey is. Ruben Bain, I think, is negotiable, even though he's a game wrecker in college. I think we really have to be a hell of a lot more open to best player available. Like, I don't think it's was a needless expenditure to draft a blue chip player if you've got the 6th pick. And if that's Mauignoa, then take Mauignoa. Be damned where the guy plays. If he's a blue chip player, you need elite players in the NFL. And if that's an edge rusher, you should take him. No one's ever been like, oh, thank God we passed on that great edge rusher. That's one of the core positions that I think you have to really be in on. I almost understand passing on Caleb Downs because it's a non-premier position, or it's seen as like a.
And so that's part of it. It's kind of the hang-up I've always had when it comes to the Downs discussion is that if you're going to use someone at 6, I need you to use a premium position.
Yeah.
And so we never really talked Bailey because Bailey was never really in the conversation for the Browns at 6. He'd always been taken somewhere between 2 to 4, and it just was what it was. If you're telling me it's an edge defender, somebody that can get after the quarterback, and somebody that is going to one day cost you $40+ million a year, that's not a bad bet, all things considered. I have a problem when it's safety. I have a problem when it's a non-premium position. But if you tell me this guy is no one's Myles Garrett, but you tell me he's going to be Myles Garrett light, and for 5 years you get $40+ million value, that's a different conversation.
All right, can I test this theory with one other premier position that I think might be on the table that we're not talking about?
Sure, you got to be open to whatever my answer is, but yeah.
Corner. If a Jermon McCoy, or again, a lot of those guys are seen as the middle of this round.
Yeah, I haven't. I mean, I need to know who you're talking about specifically because I haven't seen a corner mock to the Browns or anywhere close to top 6.
I've definitely seen them mock to the Browns at 24 to 39.
No,
I haven't seen
at
6, but I have seen McCoy go as high as 9 to Kansas City. So,
but you're talking just 24 then?
No, I'm talking at 6 or 24. Because to me, cornerback has become, pass rusher is still the most important thing I can find on the defense, right up there on the offensive side with an elite quarterback, wide receiver, left tackle.
Yes, the premium positions
right
are
under there.
Yes, corner falls into that same umbrella of premium position. You pay a ton for corners, the same way you pay a ton for defensive ends, the same way you pay a ton for your quarterbacks, your wide receivers. Those are the big main ones when we talk about these discussions.
Is Monroe Freeling an overdraft, and does it matter? And we also have to get into something that people have called wildly entertaining, very heated, and very animated with the Browns. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you've opened your energy bills recently and thought, "Ooh, little heavy for my liking," guys, it
92.3 The Fan and broadcast live on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer coming up in 1 hour's time. We do have the lead coming up in about 40 minutes' time. It has been a noteworthy day, some degree in sports, but while we continue to haggle over what the hell the Browns are going to do at quarterback, I thought Mary Kay Cabot on with the Midday Boys had interesting expectations for a quarterback battle between Shedeur and Deshaun Watson this summer.
I think it will be wildly entertaining and very heated and very animated, and I think it will bring out the best in both of them. I think the fact that they both have to learn a brand new offense levels the playing field a little bit. You know, the fact that Shedeur started the final 7 games, that gives him a little bit of a boost. And then Deshaun having 3 Pro Bowls on his resume, you know, that gives him a little bit of an edge. So I think they both bring some really fascinating things to the table. And in the final analysis, it's just going to be a matter of, it will come down to what Todd Monken thinks when it comes to choosing the starting quarterback and who he thinks will give his team the best chance to win.
I really enjoy Mary Kay. She is truly the gold standard of Browns beat reporters. So I'm disagreeing with opinion, even though I respect Mary Kay's opinion a lot, which means I'm going to vehemently disagree. When she said wildly entertaining, very heated, and very animated, that's exactly what I became in my car listening to it on the radio, because I don't like...
I think it's going to be entertaining.
I don't know entertaining I don't know good entertaining. Right? It's the relevance thing.
There's like a fun bad type of thing too. You know, I think about this with baseball. When a team hits a spot where they're not competitive, they're not really winning many games, but they're just a fun team to watch. Mm-hmm. It might be that level maybe where it just gets to be what I call fun bad.
So here's all I really want from a quarterback battle is maybe a guy that I prefer, but in the end, I'm just excited to see 2 guys go out there and compete. Mm-hmm. I've only got one of them in Shedeur.
Yeah, no, so I believe that, but I think the day in, day out, people trying to prop up Deshaun and all of this after so many years of watching it now work, I do think it's going to be entertaining. I think I'm very invested in it. If that's what it ends up being, if that's what it comes down to, how do you not get entertained by that?
Because one quarterback's the biggest disgrace. Sorry, the trade for him is the biggest disgrace in Browns history, which is saying something.
But people are going to turn around and they're going to call the station and they're going to try to make a claim for that guy you just described. That in and of itself, I'm just trying to see how people do it. I want to be mesmerized by the people that go ahead and try to make the case for Deshaun over Shedeur in any sort of way. Now maybe also I'm like the Joker and I'm laughing at this whole entire thing because I think if it's Deshaun versus Shedeur, I think Shedeur wins that handedly, and that's ultimately what I do want to see happen. So maybe I'm just laughing on the inside, but I don't know. I think the discussions we're going to get into is going to be pretty wild, all things considered.
Yeah, I just don't know how much I'm going to enjoy him. I think when it turns there's just something about Deshaun being involved in the conversation that is an immediate tune-out for me. And it doesn't mean we're not going to have the conversations. Here's the other part.
I mean, it's going to be our whole summer if it goes down the way that they're talking right now.
But I mean, basically,
things can change. Obviously,
I think what's interesting is Todd Monken has reportedly said he wants to have a starter named by camp. So,
well, good luck to him on that.
So is it going to be OTAs? We're just going to be real hot and heavy in OTAs, talking about the 3 passes they let the media actually see?
Spoiler alert, I just don't believe Todd Monken when he says that. I just don't know how he would get that result unless they already know that Deshaun's not even in the running, and then it's just Shedeur's job.
Could also be the case.
It might be the case.
Like, I honestly, maybe that's the other part of it. I don't think Deshaun's a real competitor.
Well, and I think that's where I think you had to meet Mary Kay a little bit halfway in the middle, right? Because she was doing some projecting as if we're actually having this big race between the 2 of them, and it's going to be a real thing and a real battle and day in, day out quarterback tracker nonsense and everything else that comes with it. We might not even get to that spot.
Listen, if you want to trade for J.J. McCarthy in a Shedeur versus J.J., I'll get wildly entertained. I'll be very heated. I'll be very animated. But in the end, whoever wins that is a win for me because it's going to legitimize that quarterback to that locker room.
Okay,
right?
Yeah, sure.
Shedeur versus Kirk Cousins, a quarterback I really want no part of. Yeah, sure. I'll get behind that. Why the hell not? It's going to be summer. What else do I have to do?
Yeah, this isn't about getting behind things, though. This isn't, I mean, like, there's an enjoyment from...
Get into it is maybe the better way of putting it.
Okay.
I can't get into this. I can't.
Oh, I can get into it.
It's because it's Shedeur. Like, I'm one road here. I become only Shedeur and Shedeur only.
That's a fun ride. Let's take that ride together.
Yeah, but when two guys...
Where we meet in the middle is just saying, just yelling at people day in, day out, Deshaun can't do it, he's not the answer, then, hey, let's break bread over that.
Where's the entertaining part of that?
How about we break bread? That's not...
Could be a lot of spin on the wheels.
Listen, man, I can have fun talking basically any two quarterbacks you throw out there in general. I'm going to have fun. I like quarterback competitions. I like talking quarterbacks in general. I like quarterback competitions. The whole idea that they would actually consider Deshaun as a real threat to win the starting quarterback job, I'm fascinated by. Like, when we have Albert on in an hour, Albert's going to tell us that the Deshaun Watson thing's not a farce. He's going to tell us that the Deshaun Watson thing is something they're taking seriously and something that we should be taking seriously as well. And I'm dying to find out how people do this over that stretch of football when I don't think the guy can play anymore. And not only do I not think he can play anymore, it's been 700 days, another 700 days since you've seen him play, and I think he gets too injured constantly, and I think it's going to blow up in their face. And that's going to let Shedeur start, which works for me because it's what I want to see. But I'll be entertained regardless.
I think when the best possible scenario from the Deshaun side of this is you having to pay Deshaun more money in the future and extend this abyss and trying to, cling to his future, that sounds like an absolute freaking nightmare. Shedeur, I can understand. Hey, let's see what the kid's got. The playmaking thing is real, whether people want to give him that or not. Any of the other quarterbacks in the market, including guys I don't believe in. Yeah, sure. Hey, different circumstance. I can get into any quarterback battle. I have lived RG3, McCown, and Kessler. Okay? We've all done the dance with the devil in the pale moonlight before when it comes to crappy quarterback competitions. Fine. Not this one. I can't endorse it as a legitimate thing if Deshaun Watson, again, if he is the silent partner, if he's the Shedeur this year, if he's like, well, it's Shedeur versus Carson Beck, and then Deshaun's over here and he's throwing to ball boys, all right, we'll see right through it and I'll be able to enjoy it. All right? I don't think Carson Beck is going to do it, but hell, why not? Let's have that conversation. Shedeur versus Deshaun. I'm just going to be cringing anytime Deshaun has a better day than Shedeur.
Absolute cinema. The responses from people.
Is it like Marty Supreme?
Yeah, the freak out from people like yourselves. It's yourselves from you is going to be really, really. It's going to be fun to watch. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, there's a part of me that's going to sit back and get popcorn and let's get this thing on. And there's a comfort and ease there because I really do believe Shedeur would win that job.
So
and
what's your reaction
I'm not too
if
concerned by
Deshaun
it.
wins the job?
Well, then it's a freak out. Then we have a real issue on our hands. I would be very surprised if that is what ends up happening.
Then maybe it would be entertaining to me.
But think about it. That's kind of like could they realistically go down this road? This guy that has just basically been an albatross to the franchise. Troy Aikman's words, not mine, but they might as well be mine. Everything they've been through with this guy, to go back to him and then to tell everybody that he's the answer. I would be so curious from a football perspective. What do they see? What do they think they can get out of him? Why do they think he's the better answer? And that all of that and everything that comes with it makes it wildly interesting to me.
Also, I think we're going to be having Albert Breer at 5 today. So just a quick note on that one. Working to move Albert up in the show to get him on, but 216-474-0092. Mary Kay described a Shedeur Deshaun quarterback battle as wildly entertaining, very heated, and very animated. Is that how you would describe it?
I wouldn't describe it very heated. Let's put it that way. Because the trying to do the toe for toe, tail of the tape type discussion that she was having there, it lost me a little bit. But the other part of it, I think wildly entertaining. I think I'm right there with her.
I am not entertained.
Oh, you're gonna be entertained.
I refuse to be.
I'm gonna force you to be entertained. You're gonna be entertained.
Okay, I don't think that's how entertainment works.
No, but it's like 3 months of your life. I'm really hoping you find the positive angles out of this one because if it turns into, and it might.
I'm going to be Harry Doyle. I'm going to be pulling out the bottle of scotch in the 6th inning every day on this show, just talking about one GD pass. That's where we're going to go.
No different than our Cavs discussions.
Drunk Nick could be a lot of fun. Seamus
You're
in
not
Cleveland.
drunk right now? I don't know.
Welcome to the show.
Nick, JP, I appreciate what you're putting down. You're laying down Sunday gravy perfectly, JP. Totally agree with you. Nick, I heard that big boom this morning, and I thought, oh, my goodness, Nick Wilson fell out of bed.
Have some Sanka. You got take on the
gone.
All right, Mac,
Gone.
was that an inside job?
Like a thief in the night, gone.
You don't have to say the name. Was that an inside job?
Yes, it was.
Wait. What inside job are we talking about here?
Yeah.
We don't do inside jobs.
I believe it was an inside job. I believe it was somebody.
The call came from inside the house?
I believe it was.
You have to tell me now who it was.
Well, I was going to say no. Was it Lima?
Maybe at some point.
Was that Alant?
Yes, it was.
I was thinking Alant. Okay.
In that it failed to live up to any promise?
It was a bit of a letdown.
Was. It's all right.
It was kind of funny. I mean, it wasn't. I didn't want to laugh.
I appreciate the accent, though. I didn't expect that out of him.
I didn't want to laugh too hard because it's not a joke that I get to laugh at. Because when that's not something that I get to do.
Anthony has one show punching down at the morning show's new producer.
Now he's going after you,
aka Victim, and all of a sudden he's that's pranking us. All right, look forward to Sunday. Yeah, we'll see.
You're gonna call his show now
once an hour. 216-474-0092. By the way, Mac, we're supposed to go to calls that make the show better, not stop it dead in our tracks.
I thought he was going to have something on the topic.
We were doing a lot of Deshaun versus Shador. We had a lot of momentum going.
we had some momentum.
I'm trying to sell Nick on why he should care about it this summer, and there's a whole this is it's a real deal. And then we got planted calls. I don't. What is this? We don't do planted calls here.
And if they are, they better be funny. You're partially responsible. I say this with love and respect. I got to hold you accountable.
Max seems so pissed off there, but I agree with Nick 100%.
How could you be pissed at me? You were saying you got to take two.
The one that made the call.
You let him on.
I didn't screen the call.
You let him on.
You
and the
said
moment he asked
gotta
you
take two.
If that came from inside the house, you were like, "Yeah, of course it did." Why am I in the dark? How did you know that was Anthony?
I didn't. I knew it was not a real person because he was ridiculous.
We just happened to know.
No, I'm going to play Mac.
Don't be trying to take the fall for him here, Katie.
Well, look at this. Look at this text here. Look at that. Take line 2 from Mac Robinson.
Because I was told to let you know to take line 2.
Mac, you are an independent thinker. All right, I
wouldn't go that far.
I'm trying to build him up here, buddy. Come on, stick and move. You are the bright future of 92.3 The Fan.
Wouldn't go that far either.
5 years from now, you also will be trying half-assedly in middays.
Still wouldn't go that far.
Again, appreciate the endorsement.
You gotta see this one coming from a mile away. All right, let's see. We'll go with Rico in Richmond. Are you also Anthony Alant?
Rico.
I wouldn't say that I am.
All right. What you got for us, bud?
Sorry. You were talking about Deshaun and Shador. Quick question for you. Why does Kevin get off the hook for many and many of years and none of his quarterbacks do?
Oh, by the way, he doesn't. You're actually talking to the one show that actively called out in real time how bad Kevin was at handling the quarterbacks, specifically
Rico,
Deshaun.
That's going to be a wrinkle in this conversation. And if it does end up being the two of them fighting for the job, it's going to be all these people coming out and making the point you're making right now will be the strongest Deshaun point that people will be able to make, and they will consistently make. And that, how do we know that it wasn't Stefanski being the problem the entire time?
That's my question. I feel like Stefanski's off the hook. Where every quarterback
I agree with you on that premise. My problem is that Deshaun hasn't been healthy anytime he's been on the field here in 3 years. So even if it was Stefanski that's the problem, I don't think he's a healthy human at this point. I think he gets too injured.
Okay, understood.
Rico, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for calling in there.
All right, thank you.
And I actually, it's so weird because we both called out in real time the fact that how long it took for Stefanski to get to build an offense around Deshaun, what a complete and abject disaster that was. And by the way, going back to his whoopee, which was the Kubiak-Stefanski offense, was somehow worse than the offense the year before, and yet Deshaun was so bad. and so injured.
The so injured
that
part is the one
just
that
feels like
yeah.
a Hail Mary that need not be thrown.
I just can't take it serious. And now we're sitting on almost 700 days since we've seen him throw a football again, and it's the same thing. It's wash, rinse, repeat. I can't tell you how many times we just don't need to be doing it. But when Albert joins us at 5:00, he's going to tell you that they're taking this seriously, and so we need to until they tell us something otherwise.
Will you buy into a Shedeur versus Deshaun battle? That and something is grinding my guys' gears. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason and free agency and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, or right here on the Fan.
Nick and JP back with you. Albert Breer coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll ask him about the Browns quarterback situation. We'll also talk about whether the Browns were in on the Jalen Waddle trade. Of course, that Jalen getting sent to Denver today for a first-round pick, a third-round pick, and then a fourth-round pick swap. One bit of reaction from the last segment was Takes by the Lake, basically calling us hypocrites, of saying we were huge advocates for the Watson move and was a fanboy for Deshaun the way you might be for Deshaun before Shedeur now. They said him punching down or us punching down on Deshaun is hilarious stuff. You could have liked the Deshaun move 5 years ago. Then the last 5 years have happened.
Yeah, and it changed your opinion just a little bit.
Yeah.
But also, name the quarterbacks I've been really, really in favor of in Browns history.
Yeah, it was Baker, by the way.
It was Baker.
Yeah, and I
by a lot.
I think we all understood the Deshaun trade when it was made and what they were going for. But this idea of, well, it made sense at the time, so it doesn't matter how it played out. No, that's not true. Everybody said the conditional, if it works out, ... And then it didn't work out. And some of that is on the Browns and some of that is on Deshaun. But like this idea of, and I'll be honest with you guys, at the end, I was holding on to hope with Deshaun. I've talked about this a few times. Like that Raiders game before he tore his, before he hurt his arm.
Yeah, the Ravens game too.
The Ravens game. Yeah. I remember telling, we're seeing it. It's turning around. It's the best win of Deshaun's career. Why? Because we were desperate.
You wanted to make it work, and I get that and understand it. I feel like I can get accused of, and listen, maybe at the end of this, 20 years from now, you'll just be like, geez, JP really likes Browns quarterbacks. I think that might be some of the cases that we end up having. But like, I've gone hard in the paint for two of them. Baker Mayfield was one, and at the time you were gone in Charlotte, and so I was the only one here at the station. Didn't even have a full-time show, but it was like the known thing. Like I was the only one in his corner. Anytime I was on the air, it was like me against the world. It felt like. From a host perspective, and then obviously Shedeur, and I like Shedeur. We'll see where it goes with Shedeur.
And you should at least get the historical credit of being the Baker Bro on staff because of all the crap you did get. Now, all this being said, obviously we got Albert coming up in 15 minutes. You have a company gripe you would like to share.
Yeah, so obviously we're getting a lot of work done and everything around the house, and like the drywall is getting done in a couple days, and integrated restoration, by the way, they're doing a great job. But like they told me at one point, like, all right, you need a plumber out here to go ahead and fix the thing. And so I'm like, all right, great. I'm going to get this plumber out here. And so I get this plumber out here, and I recommended the plumber to you. I thought they did a great job. Like, it was so easy. It was done as quick as could be. The guy that did the job did a great job. Like flawless interaction by everyone's account. They showed up when they were supposed to. They were quick. The price was very fair, and then they left. And I'm bothered by the time that has happened since they left. I have been bombarded with text messages, with emails, with everything under the sun on a daily occurrence to try to give them positive Google reviews, rate how their plumber did, give them positive feedback or negative feedback. And it's like, guys, the interaction's over. You fixed what I needed in my bathroom. I'm done with you. I don't want to. I went from a positive experience now to like almost a negative experience.
I think you're spot on about this, and it's not just in like it's every business, right? Like
every business.
I bought Christmas presents for Vanessa off this jewelry website, and no, it's not Bookman and Son. It was, but I've been inundated with these. I bought $5 earrings. It was like little stocking stuffers.
Should be the cheapest interaction ever, and we're done with it. Why do I have to give you reviews?
It's like, grade us. And it's like, no, they're $5 earrings.
Right.
Like this is
not
worth
even the hassle.
It's not even a big present. This is a kind of throwaway present. But no, it's everything. And it is every level of customer service.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you, I'm the worst at this stuff. Like, Verbo sends you like 15 things of, hey, remember when you did that thing? Remember when
it makes me not want to do it because I'm like,
Yes.
I don't want to be. That's a hassle to me.
Now, can you? Well, I guess with text messages, it's hard to unsubscribe to literally everything.
I blocked the text messages, so we're there on that. And then the emails, you know, it just is what it is. They're just coming in daily, and so like I just find it to be incredibly annoying. And it's like, how did we get here? Because you're right, it's not just this plumbing company. It feels like every time I do anything, if I even call about like, hey, I might use your services, that is 7 phone calls later of them spamming my phone and then sending emails and doing everything under the sun. And I get it. You want my business. I understand that. But like, this isn't the way to do it.
I also think we need to have a rule when it comes to whether it's the post-sale or post-fallout from interactions with certain companies. We've had internet difficulties since the power outage.
Yeah.
And so today I woke up and I was told power back on. Sorry, not power back on, internet back on.
Mm-hmm.
And I go downstairs, and through some confluence of events, they fried my router. And I understood immediately what happened, and it was all in trying to get the power to the damn thing where the internet is based out of. I understood it. But I was on for 30 minutes on the chat thing that they have.
Yeah.
And then the best they could do is a thing in 2 days. Which, again, Ness works from home. I do a lot of my prep from home. So I was like, well, can we just try and swap out the routers? Cool. But again, I've already spent 30 minutes with customer service on the chat. I'm not happy. So I go in today, and the guy was incredibly nice. Swap out the router, get a new router. We'll see what happens when I get home. Hopefully it works. But then the guy goes, hey, before you go, and I knew it. I knew what he was going to try and do.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to try and upsell me.
It's like your company just failed me. For how long? You failed me.
Well, and I always try and be gentle.
Bad time to sell on anybody.
Well, because I know it's what they're. It's like, I don't want to say forced to. It's what they're coached to do.
Uh-huh.
Hey, this guy has 2 of your 3 services, but he doesn't have a third one. Try and hit him before he leaves. And I tried to very patiently be like, well, I actually got the other thing handled, and it's through my company and whatever, which is a little bit of a lie, but whatever. I was trying to give us both the out.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, well, but let's say that gives out. Don't you want a backup? And I finally was like, buddy, you understand, I'm here because your company failed.
Yeah, because you guys suck.
So now's not the time. And very cool response from him was just hands up, I get it. And I was like, you know what?
That's good at least.
You are my guy.
That's good at least.
This is, I get it. You got a job to do, but oh my God, it does grind my gears as well.
I just don't know why we can't wash our hands clean of the whole situation. Like, why? Like, there should be some sort of understood agreement. Like, all right, we did our transaction. It's almost like if you like break up with somebody, it's like, we don't talk anymore. This isn't how this goes down. You're out of my life now. I've told you before, if I break up with somebody in the past, before I'm married, obviously, and now I have kids, but they were dead to me. That's how I treated people. You're dead to me now. And so that's how I want this relationship. Until I need you again, I just want you to be just gone and away from my life. And then if I need you again, I'll call you. I promise.
Bull just texted us both. Just unsubscribe to the email chain. It's very simple. Au contraire, mon frere. One, they're hitting you up on multiple platforms. And because I actually did this. I blocked one of the numbers for the mortgage company I use. I blocked the number of this other company trying to get me to refinance, and they sent a new number out. So like, depending on who you go through, you can block them on everything, and there's a different way that they're going to find
then even like with this instance with the plumbing company, I was like an idiot. For like 4 days, I was playing with the idea of like, well, maybe they'll send me something and be like, you know what? We were going over the files. We just so happen to see you need this with your. I don't know why, but I let that go for way too long, and it's just one of these things. So you hit me from too many different places, too many different things, and not everything needs a Google review. I'm sorry, guys.
Yes, give me one follow-up a week, and we're okay. Give me one a day, and you will drive me crazy because it does trigger my social anxiety in a ridiculous way.
Even like the once a week from different platforms and hit me up in different ways. It's like, hold on, you did like a $250 job in my bathroom. Like this shouldn't be a once for the rest of my life, once a week commitment. we gotta call a spade here at some
stage
point.
5 clinger here.
That's what it sounds like. Every company you call, it just feels like this is the end result. It's like, guys, I didn't sign up for this. I don't want this.
Our guy Vince saying preach, and then pointed us back to the same problems that he tweeted about at the end of February. We're right there with you, Vince. 216-474-0092. I do agree with JP, and I'm co-signing it. So our company gripe, we got Albert Breer coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
over there for the last 3 seasons, and they were at the top of the league in many, many key categories. And, of course, it takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got the lead coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. More ring action, more Cavs talk, more Browns talk. Those are very generic ways to say more Cleveland sports talk on the way, but we got a special treat here as on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him, you love him. He's here every Tuesday on Afternoon Drive. Albert Breer joining us of the MMQB. Welcome back to the show, friend.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh, just enjoying another delightful Browns offseason here. And it's interesting, I don't know the Browns have gotten worlds better, but we've been kind of paying attention to the reaction to the Browns offseason, and it does seem like people are not only not impressed, but maybe think the Browns have gotten worse. I'll ask you, a man with so many connections, so much insight into the NFL, do you think the Browns have gotten better or worse this offseason?
It feels to me like they're treading water to some degree. I don't know. Do you guys not feel that way? I don't know. I think it's year one, and I don't know if this is going to be a throwaway year, but I would put them in the bucket of teams that is probably bridging to 27 when it comes to quarterback. There were teams like the Jets and the Cardinals and, Dolphins. So I think they're probably just trying to see their way through that, and I don't know if this makes sense as being the year when you want to go splurge on a lot of different things anyway. Now, I would question, you lose Wyatt Teller today. Joe Bitonio is a free agent still. So you're going with Tevin Jenkins at guard. I mean, it's just I don't know if they've gotten demonstrably worse, but have they gotten a whole lot better? I wouldn't say that's the case.
What does it seem like to you after, really just nothing done with the quarterback spot for the Browns over the past week or so? We could still do something, obviously, but does it really feel like we're headed towards that collision course of Shedeur versus Deshaun Watson?
You really don't want to include Dylan Gabriel, huh?
Oh, no, I never do in these combos.
We always kind of overlook him.
I know, I'm kidding. I think that's sort of what it looks like right now. Now, I said this to you guys, really for months, that I don't, being at the end of the contract, especially now as a new coach, I don't know if there was a ton of sense in cutting Deshaun Watson. And the reason why is you've already paid him all this money, you've built up all his cap debt. I mean, man would have sucked to cut him in the last year, and then all of a sudden he goes and plays really well somewhere else, and you're paying for it, So I can understand the logic in, we're paying for it anyway, it's a sunk cost. We might as well see what the guy's got. I don't know if there's some great hope that Shedeur is going to be the future of the franchise. Again, I'd sort of look at it the same way I look at those teams I mentioned a second ago. The Cardinals right now are going with Gardner Minshew and Jacoby Brissett. We'll see if they add Jimmy Garoppolo to that mix. The Jets are going with Geno. The Dolphins are going with Malik Willis. I just think it's a weird spot for some of these teams to be in because, these teams are drafting high. And generally you'd be looking at quarterback, but the makeup of this year's class is that it's probably one franchise-level guy in Fernando Mendoza and then a big drop-off. And I actually would agree with the idea of, punting if you don't think that the guy that's going to be there for you is a franchise guy and not forcing him. I think the worst thing you can do is force a first-round pick on a quarterback or force something at quarterback that really is going to not help you in the long term and maybe keep you off the market in looking for one in the short term. And it just feels to me like all of these teams are sort of keeping their powder dry for next year, when we're going to be talking about Dante Moore and Arch Manning and Julian Sayin and TJ Carr. And all these guys aren't going to hit. Lenora Sellers, Darian Mensah, Brendan Sorsby. These guys aren't all going to hit. But there sure are a lot of names that we're at least discussing now, and if a handful of them do hit, then you're going to have a quarterback rich draft.
So I would definitely agree the idea of don't overdraft a quarterback this year, and I understand playing the long game, but I look at like the Dolphins roster, and that is just otherworldly Spartan roster, and it's I can see that winning 2 games. The Jets, I can see winning 2 games. I almost feel like the Browns, because they haven't shed Miles or Denzel, and they've drafted well on defense, and because I think if you fix the offensive line, there's a chance that your offense could be functional this year. I think you run a bigger risk of being too good to get one of those quarterbacks and still not good enough. And that's, I think, my ultimate concern right now from where the Browns are.
Unless you're not good at quarterback, and that sinks the whole thing, which is possible too, right? Like, I guess part of the logic could be either we find something at quarterback and doing it this way, or it's just going to be otherworldly bad and that'll sink the ship. I'm not saying they're having that discussion, but that might be one way to look at it, you know? I don't know. I again, like, and you guys know where I stand on this. Like, when it was in November when I said that they should trade Miles, I still sort of feel that way. I mean, I don't know. You know, guys like Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward, I'm just not sure you're going to be able to get good enough fast enough to have a lot of runway with their prime left, where you're competing for a championship, you know. And I actually think the Browns did the right thing last year, trading away the Travis Hunter pick. Like, I think that helped them set a foundation, and now they're going to have another crack at it with 2 first-rounders this year. Again, you don't want to call this a throwaway year, but it definitely feels like another year of transition, especially with the new coaching staff.
Well, you mentioned Miles. Is there any thought that Miles would just maybe he learned from last year? If you do this too early in the offseason, it can all just kind of sputter and go away. But if you do what Micah Parsons did, where you take that into camp and then you kind of force a trade, maybe that works out a little better for you. Is that something that you think might still be on the table, or is Miles just locked in?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I think you got to give it a couple of years if you just did that and you got a big raise. And I mean, it's kind of hard to sell anybody on, like, I'm doing it to go win after the way the last time went. You know what I mean? Like, so, I think, like, my guess would be that ship is probably close to having sailed for this year. I certainly think if you were going to do it and you were going to push for it, you'd probably push before the draft. That way the Browns can get some, like, current year capital to work with. And remember, like, the Micah thing happened, like, that wasn't like him up and deciding, like, oh yeah, like, right before the season, trade me. I mean, that had been a contract saga that had lasted the entire off season, you know?
Yeah.
So we knew pretty early on that was going to be a problem, and of course it became one.
Albert Breer of the MMQB on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We did read your breakdown there of Kyler Murray going to Minnesota, and I think it's interesting. Some people took away from that piece that J.J. McCarthy still might not be set in stone as a member of the Vikings this next year. Do you think there's still a chance that J.J. McCarthy gets traded, whether it's before the draft or before the regular season?
I mean, I just don't see the sense in selling low on him right now. So I say no. I don't think he'll be traded. What makes sense for the Vikings at this point is to put the 2 guys in a competition and see how that goes, you know? And I think one of the advantages of going and getting somebody like Kyler Murray is, at the very least, at the end of all of it, you're going to have an answer, you know? He's either going to respond and all of a sudden turn a corner and you're going to see a different player, or he's going to get beat out, you know, and then you have your answer too. So, look, I think it's like a way of sort of accelerating the process of assessing J.J. McCarthy. And I just don't know how much you would get for him if you traded him right now. Like, his value is at low point has been since he came into the league. So I think that what makes more sense for the Vikings is to start the competition, and then, I mean, you know, who knows? Somebody has an injury somewhere and liked him pre-draft, maybe something happens, and maybe at that point Kyler's got a lead on him. But if I were them, I would at least start the competition and expect to have both guys on the team in 2026.
Albert, it feels like for the Browns, people have just kind of settled on Carnell Tate versus Monroe Freeling. If it's Monroe Freeling, do you feel like that's an overdraft?
It feels that way because, like, he has sort of risen quickly. Now, are you guys talking about taking him over Spencer Fano or Francis Mauigoa?
Yeah, that seems to be what people have kind of slid into, yeah.
So you're talking about taking him at 6, not 24.
6, not 24, yes.
Okay. I may feel differently in 2 or 3 weeks. Right now, it does feel to me a little bit like, I think Bono and Mauigoa have been kind of circled to me as the top 2 tackles. The Penn State guard might actually be the best lineman in the draft, but I'd say Bono and Mauigoa are seen as probably the best 2 tackles by most teams. Now, the thing about those 2 is that they're right tackles, right? And Mauigoa is probably only a right tackle in the pros, whereas like Fano, you see some things, and there's a guy who might be a first-round pick, and Caleb Lomu playing opposite him, like where you can say, okay, like that's the reason he wasn't the left tackle. So, like I don't know that Monroe Freeling is at the point yet where you say he's going to go in front of those guys. But I mean, he is a left tackle, and so. If teams continue to dig into him and we get to that point, I don't think it's impossible. I think a lot of things in this draft are up in the air at this point, just because you don't have the super elite, Joe Alt type of left tackle, or Myles Garrett type of defensive end, or Patrick Surtain type of corner, or Julio Jones type of receiver. You don't have those guys at the top of this class. And so it does feel like there's some compromising going on. And I certainly think that sets up to have some surprises early on.
Albert, big trade in the NFL today. Jalen Waddle to Denver for a pick swap in the 4th round, and then a 1st and a 3rd going to Miami as well. I guess your initial reaction to this trade and kind of how it sets up for both teams.
Well, I mean, Denver's clearly going for it, right? So I think Denver's built their roster up to a point where you feel comfortable moving draft picks, which, a huge part of that is kind of how you build to that, and they've built to that very nicely. They were in the AFC Championship game a year ago, and they're in a window right now where, you look forward and you say, okay, they've got the quarterback on a rookie contract. Maybe they wait until, 2027 or 2028 to pay him. And if you wait until after his 4th year to pay him, that gives you even a longer window. They have one of the best defenses in football right there with Houston and Seattle. They have a really, really good offensive line. They have a lot of good complementary weapons on offense. If you look at the makeup of that group, between Sutton and Mims and Franklin and Engram and Harvey and J.K. Dobbins coming back, they've got a lot of complementary guys, but they don't have a true carry the coverage type of receiver. And so now they add that, so those guys fit into their roles. As for the Dolphins side of it, I just say this, I know they felt the most important thing for them was to rebuild their base of young talent. And there are different ways to do that. And, as part of that, they looked at it and said, we gotta build up our war chest of picks. And there aren't that many assets on that roster where you look at, like you said, there weren't a lot of guys in that roster who say, that guy could bring a big return, or, that guy's going to be here in 3 years. And so, Waddle was one of the guys who had very real value to other teams. And, I think for a couple of guys coming from Green Bay and Johnny Eric Sullivan and Jeff Hafley, now this gives them the capital to build the sort of draft and develop machine that the Dolphins intended when they hired them.
What's the play there with Malik Willis? I'm confused by that 3-year deal, and then it's if you're going to tear it all down and then try to be in the draft for a quarterback the following year, why'd you even bother with Malik Willis unless they think that there's something there and it's going to materialize? But now you've stripped him of Tyreek and Jalen Waddle.
I say the same thing I just said, right? About the Brown situation, which is, look, here's the thing. While you're doing this, you still have to sell a program. You still have a first-year coach who's got to be able to stand in front of the team and say, we're going to give you a chance, right? And so, Jeff Hafley and John Eric Sullivan know Malik Willis from having been in Green Bay with them. And so they have an idea of exactly what they're getting. And now they can legitimately say to the players, look, we're giving you a chance to compete in the here and now. Because as you guys know, that's all the players care about. They don't. 90% of players could care less what you're building for 2027 or 2028 because there's a good chance they're not going to be on the team then, you know? So how do you build a program? How do you build a foundation? You need the players to buy in. And that means you've got at least got to give them a fighting chance. You can't just completely strip the thing bare and then expect to get, you know, the response that you need from players. So I think Malik Willis is a good play in that way. It shows that they are going to try to be competitive in 2026. And, you know, like if he can't be a lot more than most people think he is, then they'll be drafting really high next year and probably looking at quarterback. And if he is more than most people think he is, then maybe you have more of an answer than most people think.
Albert, it's March, and we're honoring the time-old tradition of Steelers legends bitching about Aaron Rodgers not signing with the team yet. Rod Woodson, furious, saying they should move on. Last year, it was countless guys, including Mr. Football and himself. So I'll ask you, last year it was June 6th that Aaron signed the one-year deal with Pittsburgh. How patient will the Steelers be with Aaron Rodgers' decision this offseason?
Yeah, I sort of wonder like how much this is backing up the rest of the quarterback market. You got Kirk Cousins out there. I think the Steelers would be appealing to him. You know, so Joe Flacco's still out there. You know, Russell Wilson's still out there. Not that they'll go back down that road, but you know, I think there's at least some options out there, and they're clearly the most attractive of the quarterback jobs that are out there. You know, so it gives them a little bit of runway. I also think because of the relationships that Aaron Rodgers built, the ones that he's got with Mike McCarthy's staff coming in, like I'd be surprised if they're completely blindsided by whatever he decides to do. You know, so it sucks, but like it looks to me, it sucks. It sucks not that final word to the Steelers, but it does look to me like they're building something that would be for a veteran quarterback and going and getting Michael Pittman and Rico Dowdle and kind of reworking some of the pieces they have on reworking the offense and getting a little bit more veteran on offense. And, you know, look, like I thought, honestly, they were about at the point last year where it was time to sort of hit reset and start over. But the Mike McCarthy hire showed that they weren't ready to do that. The owners weren't ready to do that. You know, the way that they've built this offseason certainly looks like they're going to try to be all in for this year again, and that will be something that will clearly attract, you know, Aaron Rodgers back.
Albert, great stuff as always, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Albert Breer there of the MMQB on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline gave us plenty to react to, talking about the Browns' offseason, including the path with the quarterback. How bad would the quarterback spot actually have to be to sink this team? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Cavs will be without Jared Allen, Tyrese Proctor, and Craig Porter Jr. on their current
frozen pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I don't know if there was a ton of sense in cutting Deshaun Watson. We might as well see what the guy's got. I don't know if there's some great hope that Shedeur is going to be the future of the franchise. And I actually would agree with the idea of, like, punting if you don't think that the guy that's going to be there for you as a franchise guy and not forcing him. Like, I think the worst thing you can do is force a first-round pick on a quarterback or force something at quarterback that really is going to not help you in the long term and maybe keep you off the market and looking for one in the short term. And it just feels to me like all of these teams are sort of keeping their powder dry for next year.
That was Albert Breer in the previous segment talking about the Browns' plan at quarterback. I think it's really interesting that Miami and Cleveland seem to be doing the opposite of trying to do the same thing, meaning there is nothing on Miami's roster but Malik Willis. So your bet is either he's got to be so good to elevate all the trash around him,
which seems incredibly hard to do,
or he'll sink with the rest of them, and then you'll be sitting pretty for 2027. And with the Browns, the rest of the roster, I think, is going to be pretty okay. I don't want to say great. And then you're just hoping that if you really want that quarterback in 2027, the quarterback either gets to a level of respectability or sucks so terribly that he brings the rest of the team down. Is that what I'm hearing?
So the hard part about what Albert was describing, and this is in particular to the Dolphin stuff, but I think it equates to the Browns too, is the idea that you have to sell the locker room a fight, right? And that's because he's like, the only thing that makes sense with Malik Willis is you have to let these guys think that they're in a real battle, because NFL players don't care about 2027. They only care about what's in front of them. I just think that's an incredible amount of money to pay somebody that's just going to absolutely drown, or at least the hope then is that he's either so awesome to overcome everything, or he just drowns and then you're there in 2027. You can accomplish the same thing without Malik Willis.
Yeah, and I think to your point, Miami's already in salary cap hell as well.
Yeah.
Now I know that's a 1-year prism, and you can get out of that in short order if your owner's willing to spend. With the Browns, it's just if you've got a strong defense and you've fixed the trenches to be moderate or average, and you draft a wide receiver in the first round that makes plays, how bad does a quarterback have to be to get where people want them to go and get the number 1 pick this year?
I guess I'm looking at it more like, does Shedeur give them enough hope across the building to be able to sell to the players? And that's kind of what they're going for. Kind of like the hope that Malik Willis would then inspire for Dolphins players, I guess.
I just feel like you're putting yourself in a position where, like, you and I know, everybody in this town, we know what number 1 pick talent looks like. We know how bad you have to be a top 3 pick.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that they did it 2 years ago, so I'm not trying to put this organization above it, but incrementally, the roster has gotten better. And I think, like this, by the end of this offseason, we're going to say, oh, well, there's your number 1 wide receiver, and there's your backup tight end. Oh, and there's your left tackle, and there's your this, that, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're going to get into a problem. You're putting yourself in a position where I need Shedeur to be the 16th best quarterback or better this year, and you need to be in the playoff hunt, or you need him to be so unplayable, or maybe guys don't buy into him, and this thing is just a sunk battleship from the beginning, at which point, what are you doing to your first-year head coach in Todd Monken?
Well, and that's the thing about it, is you're not putting any of these guys in a great spot, obviously. I don't think Andrew Berry's ever really shown me that he cares about that, though. And so, like, it's an ongoing discussion about what they can and cannot do, but I think Albert kind of highlights the most important part of all this, is that it seems like they're just treading water.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're 2026 just doesn't matter to them the same way that it matters to fans listening and people driving around that want this team to instantly be good. It's not their main focus. If they fall into it, they fall into it, but it's clearly not their main focus.
But I think what's interesting about that is Arizona isn't treading water. Arizona got worse. Like, obviously worse with some of the contracts and some of the money they shed and some of the players they shed.
And clearly they feel like LaFleur is a strong enough head coach to be able to withstand that. I mean, that's the bet that they're making
for
there.
like a 1 year. Yeah. Miami clearly got worse. Not even clearly got. I mean, that's
subtracting
arguably the worst roster in the NFL right now. I know that the Jets added, you mentioned this earlier,
six
DeMario
different guys on
Davis,
defense,
Minkah Fitzpatrick. So, like, I think they'll be selling the fight for Aaron Glenn year 2. I think you'll be okay. But you look at offense, that's not a game-changing offense either. So, like, I just worry that you're trying to have your cake and eat it too if you're the Browns of, wow, we're going to see where this thing goes. And where this thing probably goes is 7-10 and it was 6-11, and you get like the 13th pick in a 3 or 4 quarterback draft where you either have to trade up, or that's not even saying that somebody's willing to be trading up. The Dolphins, Cardinals, and Jets, if they are the top 3 picks next year and they're 3 quarterbacks, well, then you miss out again. Are we doing this to 2028?
That's the dangerous part of all this. If it ends up being a 3 quarterback race and that's all you have on the docket and you're picking 4th, you're screwed. Well, yeah, and I think that's why for the people that want them to get a quarterback in 2027, they would make the suggestion they're not going hard enough and making sure they do that. And so it's going to be interesting. But like Miami in many ways, again, with Malik Willis, they're kind of trying to toe the same line that the Browns are, where they're going to give Malik Willis a chance to, hey, if you can overcome everything, then maybe we got something on our hands. I do think the Browns are looking at it from that perspective, too. If you can overcome all this, then great. Maybe we got something and we don't have to do something in 2027 with the draft, but the expectation cannot be that going into the season. The way that they're treating this offseason, you're entering with the idea that you're going to be picking in 2027.
This feels like fallout from stubbornness about trading Miles a year ago. This feels like, and you sold Miles clearly a false bill of goods a year ago, or maybe he just bought it at $40 million and it didn't matter what he bought. But, you know, this whole idea of, and Miles' whole thing was, well, I'm coming back because they've told me we're not rebuilding. Now, maybe Miles is fibbing. There's that chance. But because you didn't trade Miles a year ago, you are suddenly behind the Jets. You're behind other teams for 2027 draft collateral. And now your roster might be too good to be where you need to be to get that. It just feels
there's
like
a reason why so many people were like trade Miles 2 years ago, and not Browns fans obviously because we wanted Miles to be here,
and some Browns fans, in fairness.
Well, but from like a football perspective, you see what 2 firsts could have done for this team, and you can see if you're not really you're just treading water like Albert's talking about. The reason why you keep Miles is because you're continuing to sell the fight, kind of like what Albert was alluding to, and you're making sure that somebody stays a legend in Cleveland and all these other things. But like from a football standpoint, they could have traded him 2 years ago.
Well, but I mean, even
other teams would have. The Dolphins would have. Look at what they're doing today.
A Denzel restructure instead of seeing what value Denzel has out there. Bringing back other pieces, like even adding Quincy Williams. And spending that money, that's all in service of being a certain level of good. And it's like, okay, you can't have both things. You can't have, we're going to be really competitive in year 1 of Todd Monken, and we're going to get the quarterback we need to get us over the hump.
Right, those things don't exist at the same time.
And this is why when I say this quarterback room can't be the quarterback room, it's because I don't think it's congruent with the rest of the team. The rest of the team is starting to look like a team. And offensively, listen, I know they still need a left tackle. They still need a wide receiver. Well, now we're talking about 2 needs. And 2 weeks ago, we were talking about 7 needs. And then we're talking about depth. Well, who's going to be tight end 3? And who's going to be what? Like, okay, now we're starting to nitpick the roster. Like, this doesn't seem, what they're trying to do at quarterback doesn't match up with the rest of them. And I think that's going to lead to a really wonky season, especially when you have a 59-year-old head coach who doesn't seem to be the kind of guy who's going to sign up to tank year 1.
And unless they do just believe what Albert was suggesting as well, the idea that all you need is a quarterback that can just sink the whole entire thing.
But how bad? To me, that's not one quarterback.
That's one of the questions, right?
That's 4 quarterbacks.
Well, that's what it was last year, was 4 quarterbacks. And I don't know how long you can withstand that. Like if Shedeur just absolutely stinks, how far does it take this roster down? I mean, like you can take it pretty far.
I mean, if you're a bad quarterback,
you can take it pretty far.
You had 3 quarterbacks, and the first 2 were unplayable. But you had 3 quarterbacks last year, and it's with that defense, without an offensive line, without much help in the skill playing side of things, you still ended up the 5th pick. Like, the 5th pick seems like a reach from here. If you fix if you've at least raised the floor on the offensive line and you add a significant wide receiver.
Yeah, what you're driving at is you feel like they're not doing enough sucking for this plan to come through.
Yeah, they're not choosing. They're saying, oh, we're going to get our quarterback in 2027.
I see what you're saying.
Except you're probably built to be too good, just good enough to not get there.
I see what you're saying.
And then we're going to do this. What are we going to? And that's when we're making a run for Kyler. Justin Fields going to make it good and feeling certain sort of way. I didn't want to say the word horny, but good and horny a year from now. I'm horny. I think they're trying to pull in two different directions.
I know. And that's the problem is they haven't made up their mind or decision on any of it because they don't know what Shedeur is or isn't. And so I wonder if early on into the season, if it starts to go sideways, you start to have a lot more business decisions like they had last year where Wyatt Teller was benched while they were trying to tell him to go ahead and say, tell everyone you're injured. Meanwhile, they're trying out Tevin Jenkins for the following year. Like, I would bet we get a lot more of that if Shedeur doesn't show something. If Shedeur does show something, then we're speaking a little bit of a different tune.
216-474-0092. Am I wrong for being concerned that the Browns might be too good to be bad enough to get the quarterback that they really want in 2027? And more from our interview with Albert in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
It's tournament time. And this March, Fanatics Sportsbook has 10 times the rewards. Starting round 1, we're giving you 10 profit boosts every single tournament game day. That means first round, second round, round of 16, all the way down to the last 4 in the national championship. 10 chances every game day to level up your winnings. But that's not all. You'll earn up to 10% fan cash back on all your bets, which you can use on anything at Fanatics. We're talking team gear, tickets, collectibles, and a whole lot more. Plus, if you're new to Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get $200 instantly in fan cash when you bet $5. It's time to shoot your shot. The tournament hits different at Fanatics Sportsbook. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. CT call 888-789-7777. MA call 800-327-5050. NY call 877-8-HOPE-NY. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
It's an Eastern Conference matchup tonight as the Cavs are in Milwaukee to take on the Bucks. The Cavs are 41-27. The Bucks 28-39. The Cavs won't have Jared Allen, Tyrese Proctor, and Craig Porter Jr. on the 3-game road trip. All of them are out with injuries. Tip-off tonight is 8 p.m. After 7 seasons with the Browns, free agent guard Wyatt Teller has a new team. Teller has agreed to terms with the Texans on a 2-year, $16 million deal with a max value of $23 million. In moves for the Browns, they made it official today, re-signing cornerbacks Trey Avery and D'Angelo Ross. And one of the newest Browns, Quincy Williams, will join Ken and Anthony tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. right here on 92.3 The Fan. The Broncos and Dolphins.
Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Feels that way because like he has sort of risen quickly. Right now, it does feel to me a little bit like I think Bono and Maui Noah are seen as probably the best two tackles by most teams now. The thing about those two is that they're right tackles, right? And Maui Noah is probably only a right tackle in the pros, whereas like Bono, you see some things, and there's a guy who might be a first-round pick, and Caleb Lomu playing opposite him, like where you can say, okay, like that's the reason he wasn't the left tackle. So, like, I don't know that Monroe Freeling is at the point yet where you say he's going to go in front of those guys. But, I mean, he is a left tackle, you know, and so, you know, teams continue to dig into him and we get to that point. Like, I don't think it's impossible. I think a lot of things in this draft are up in the air at this point.
Albert Breer earlier in this hour joined us as he does every single Tuesday. Today it was at 5 o'clock. We do have the lead coming up in 15 minutes. I thought it was interesting that when you initially asked him about Monroe Freeling, he thought we were still talking about 24.
I know. And I think that's a predominant thought with some of the people we have had on is that they want to be like, wait, so 6 or 24? And it's like, okay, in their mind, they can make a case for either.
Yeah.
And that's not good for Monroe Freeling because it feels like Brown's community has settled in on him being number 6 overall when the rest of the world doesn't really know where to place him, but it's oftentimes not 6.
Yeah, it feels like that the Browns are if they're going to go tackle and wide receiver at 6 and 24, and then it just becomes, all right, what's the order of operations? It feels like if you take a wide receiver at 6, you're going to be hoping, wishing, and praying either Monroe Freeling or Lomu falls to 24.
Yeah.
And if you take Freeling at 6, I think the hope is Jordan Tyson's injury pushes him down the board to 24, because other than that, you're going to get Casey Concepcion, who's got a lot of drops and has been described, which to me, if you're looking for a number 1 wide receiver and somebody describes a wide receiver in this way, it's the kiss of death. He's been described as a gadget player one too many times for my liking.
Which is how they all described Isaiah Bond, by the way.
Yeah.
Gadget player. All right, so it's interesting, though, because that would then make you think, well, all right, they have to go wide receivers at number 6. And there's nobody right now that if you took Tyson or let's say you take Carnell Tate, everything was going to come with question marks. There's no lock 100% this receiver is going to be awesome, but you're not going to get the same flock as if you took Monroe Freeling. Monroe Freeling feels like more of a gamble than any of these wide receivers, even if we have no idea if the wide receivers are going to work.
Can I just, amongst friends, trust you with a nest?
Sure. Well, it's going to get clipped, but okay.
Have we hit, and the internet, of course, which is very forgiving and understanding of opinions
Definitely
that
understand.
aren't their own.
They understand context,
yes,
too.
They do.
The setups, all of it.
Yep. They really don't. They're like, you know what? I disagree with that take, but we're friends, so it's okay. I think we've hit critical mass with describing how bad this draft class is. Like, there are seen to be blue chippers in this class. Like when Albert was talking, like I've heard David Bailey, I've heard Arvell Reese, I've heard Jeremiah Love. Like there are 4 or maybe 5 guys that are seen as traditional blue chip players. And yet, when it's talked about in this draft, it's like, well, once you get to 6, you're making a deal with the devil.
I know, but the way he describes it is like there's no Myles Garrett in this class. There's no, and he just goes on and on through the list of positions, and then conveniently puts out like, you know, the best player in that position in the previous 20 years. It's like, all right, if that's how you're going to look at it, sure. Although Jeremiah Love, for some people, is hitting that same mark as running backs are concerned, which is interesting.
There is,
but it's a running back.
As a fan of chaos,
yeah.
Jeremiah Love at 6 would have listed a lot of you want to talk about what it was.
Coach Riz says they can make it work. 2 different runners between Jeremiah Love and Judkins. He says it's not a problem at all. I question it, but hey, whatever.
Here's the thing:
offense matters. Let's do it.
I wouldn't draft Jeremiah Love because you drafted Quinshawn and Dillon the previous year. That being said, this team would get. I wouldn't bash him for it. I just wouldn't do it. This team would get run through the coals. You signed 4 quality offensive linemen, and people acted like they signed, 4 Tevin Jenkinses.
Well, they did sign one Tevin Jenkins.
He was the lesser of all the Jenkins that they signed. But it's funny to me, like if they drafted a running back a year after taking Quinshon with the 35th pick, it feels so hip to just crap on the Browns. And they're not great, but they're not that bad either.
Well, that's not really the greatest slogan I've ever heard.
They're not Miami bad. They're not Arizona bad.
I like that now we have other teams that we can point to that are like, and by the way, we did have this last year too. When we entered last year, even though it was only 5.5 wins, there was still a gap between what the Browns were and then the very, very last NFL teams. Because every single article we did, it was always like Browns at like 27, 28, 29. There was a 2-3 team gap, which maybe is where some of your concern is. They're not going to suck well enough to go ahead and get number 1 overall.
And here's the other part of the concern. I no longer think a trade down is on the docket. There's too many teams that want to trade down. There's not enough guys you want to trade up for. Like your hope is some team gets really dumb and just wants to trade up for Ty Simpson, and that's a hope. That's not a realistic thing at this point in the draft. And I think why that concerns me is I think if you're not going to be terrible next year, you're only going to be kind of bad. You're going to be maybe a 6 or 7 win team. Then you're going to need an additional draft asset next year to move up to get the quarterback.
That would be
to
one
give you a
thought,
chance.
yeah.
And the problem is now you're caught. Again, you just continue to find yourself in these catch-22 scenarios.
So do you wish they would have just gone harder at the idea of we're going to win 2 games next year?
Yeah, they probably should have.
Do you wish they would have just tried to copy, maybe not exactly what the Dolphins are doing, but making it painfully obvious to everybody? Because what they keep trying to do is thread that needle. And you hate to lose. I know you hate to lose. But there is a part of you that sounds like you want to just say, all right, just get rid of all of it.
But pick a direction. And a direction of vaguely up is not really a direction.
I agree.
Like the difference, listen, if everything goes right, could they be a 9-win team next year? I don't think that's insane given the defense and putting better weapons around the quarterback. Could they also, like the fear that I think guys like Ken had with Kyler Murray, which is, they're going to be a 7-win team. I never got that if they had signed Kyler. I get that depending on who wins the battle between Shedeur and Deshaun. And that's the sweet spot of suck that gets you no closer to where you want to be, especially if you don't have a first-round pick to trade up for that quarterback.
I know. It's a dangerous spot that they're going to live in. And so that's why it'll be interesting to see when the quarterback battle gets underway, what route they end up going, how they end up doing it, and whether or not they're 100% honest with us. Because they weren't honest with us last year in that quarterback battle at all, in my opinion. And so it'll be interesting. Just keep tabs on it based off of what they're trying to attempt to do.
Well, it's just that they're smarter than us, and we can prove that pretty easily by pointing to the 8 wins in 2 seasons. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan. It's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got In Case We Missed It coming up in 45 minutes time. Little news to pass along here. Don't shoot the messenger. Adam Schefter. That's the insider that doesn't look like Pee Wee Herman.
Ah, now I remember who he is.
Yeah. Saying or tweeting out just moments ago, Browns free agent tight end David Njoku visited today with the Baltimore Ravens. It would make sense from the standpoint, one, that the Ravens love them some tight ends, and David Njoku is an available free agent tight end, and two, the Ravens are hoes.
They're hoes. Okay.
Yeah.
Are we
This is a real hoe move.
I was
from
expecting
Eric
a lot
DaCosta.
of things, not for you to say hoes.
I got to tell you, he's having a generational
You's a
hoe
hoe.
run right now.
She's a hoe.
Between the Max Crosby
We're all
back
hoes.
out and Max Crosby furious, and I love it. I love his anger towards the Ravens. He knows what he's doing here. I'll say it again. They hose.
Well, what would suck is if Njoku, stayed healthy and then was like, I don't know, just awesome next year.
Yeah, it would.
It feels very Njoku-like, by the way, to just go out there and just be incredible. If he doesn't, in fact, sign with Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
Little team swap action, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually got to pay extra for that.
Monken and Njoku, little team swap.
Yeah. Now, what I also will say about this is, will David look like a left tackle next year? Or was that only late-stage Cleveland Browns David Njoku?
People got mad anytime I insinuated that he put on a few pounds because, he'd take his shirt off and he'd still have the six-pack, but then it was still like
But then there was a keg attached to it.
Yeah, it kind of looked a little. It looked like okay, that's a little different, but I don't know. I never really understood the science behind that.
I think it was more one. He's a broad human being, but two, didn't move like a tight end the last 2 years. It'd be great if you found that back when he went to Baltimore.
Wait, we don't have to do this, though. We don't have to trash David Njoku just because he's going to end up with the Ravens. I still want to like David Njoku.
What did I say about the Ravens?
They're hoes.
Yeah. Feels kind of like a hoe move from David Njoku.
No, the man just has to go where they're going to offer him the most money. That's not. I can't even put that on David Njoku.
Disagree. Little thing called loyalty, David.
Ask the Browns about that.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Let's get to the lead.
Just replaying his I'm not leaving rant.
Him and Wyatt. Yeah, and then the Browns were like,
I guess
you
it's
sure
not
about that?
It's not really your choice. You don't have a decision in this.
Albert Breer of the MMQB joined us last hour. We talked to him about the Browns' offseason to this point and critics who think this team has gotten worse.
It feels to me like they're treading water to some degree. I don't know. I think it's year one, and I don't know if this is going to be a throwaway year, but I would put them in the bucket of teams that is probably bridging to 27 when it comes to quarterback. I think they're probably just trying to see their way through that, and I don't know if this makes sense as being the year when you want to go splurge on a lot of different things anyway. Now, I would question, you lose Wyatt Teller today. Joe Bitonio is a free agent still, and so you're going with Kevin Jenkins at guard. I mean, it's just I don't know if they've gotten demonstrably worse, but have they gotten a whole lot better? I wouldn't say that's the case either.
All right, so it sounds like Albert thinks that they've just kind of maintained status quo, all things considered. I find the treading water part of things very interesting, okay? Because Albert gave us transition year a couple weeks ago, and now him saying treading water is going to be one of those things that just kind of stays with everybody, and then we remember it as we just march towards this season where not much is expected to happen.
Yeah, it's tough because, listen, I think from Wyatt Teller to Tevin Jenkins is a step back, but if I go to right tackle, left guard, and center, or right tackle, left guard, and left tackle, depending on where Elton Jenkins plays, I think you got better. So, okay, that's an upgrade. I kind of look at Quincy Williams versus Devin Bush as like an even swap out, but there are people who think you got better in that exchange. Okay, so where'd you get worse? The other tight end in David Njoku? Replaced him with a blocking tight end? It's weird. I think they are, even if it's I don't think it's marginally. You had one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL because you couldn't stay healthy last year. Mm-hmm. I don't think you're going to have that problem. Like, part of a well-built team is what do you look like in the trenches, and the quarterback spot. Quarterback TBD. But the trenches, I think you look like a stout team right now.
I don't know. I don't know how they're going to perform. I'm unsure about Jenkins within respect to a lot of what he can do. I'm unsure why Zion Johnson. We've talked about that previously. Anytime Harbaugh's like, we're not going to pay him, we have the cap space to do so, things go off in my brain there. I just don't know. I don't think they got worse. There's no way they got worse on the offensive line. We know that. I just can't go as far to tell you that they got marginally better or significantly better. And I think Albert's in that like sweet spot of like, I don't even want to do the convo because I can't say one way or another. All right, Dolphins traded Jalen Waddle and a 4th-round pick to the Broncos for a 1st, 3rd, and 4th-round pick. Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, on with Baskin and Phelps today, asked if the Browns are active in the wide receiver market.
I think more so than anything right now, they're probably more focused on the draft. And then you just look for opportunities that might arise in the veteran market. But I think at this point, they would probably be more interested in a draft-eligible receiver.
Not both.
Not at this point. But again, I'm not 100% sure about that. But I don't get the sense that they're rushing out and clamoring to sign a veteran receiver that's going to cost them a lot of money.
I think that makes a lot of sense. If you think you can find not just one, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they drafted 2 wide receivers within the top 110, 115 picks this year. So I think this is a receiver-rich draft. I think it even makes more sense if you go receiver at 6. If you think a Carnell Tate or a Jordan Tyson is that upper echelon player.
Yeah.
So yeah, listen, I think it also gives Jerry Jeudy another year that he's under contract one way or another to prove himself. And if in a year's time, the Fannin continues what he did as a rookie, your wide receiver 1, whoever that is, has a really nice rookie year, and then Jerry Jeudy looks like a good 2, you're not going to feel the need to go trade for an A.J. Brown if he's still available.
I think it's going to look different depending on what they do at 6. If they take a wide receiver at 6, and even like Carnell Tate's not like mocked out to be some sort of prolific number 1. People have more like a T. Higgins type than anything else, but I want them to go wide receiver at 6. I hope they go wide receiver at 6. I hope they find one they love, and then we can just kind of hope that room gets better.
Plus, if that is the price on a wide receiver, I can't say this enough. Jalen Waddle is a nice player, but hasn't put up elite stats since 2023. So I know there are other reasons for that, but he didn't even crack 1,000 yards the last 2 years. I'm sure it'll be different in that offense where wide receivers usually eat, and with Bo Nix, who's a better quarterback, there's a hefty price there, a 1 and a 3 and a 4th round swap for that. Ryan Wilson of CBS Sports joined the Morning Boys today, and he said that the Browns should draft Carnell Tate over Monroe Freeling with a 6th overall pick.
Like, if we're sitting there at 6 and the conversation is Carnell Tate or Monroe Freeling, I'm running up there to get Carnell Tate. Monroe Freeling may not even play his first year. Carnell Tate would be the wide receiver 1 the second his name is announced. So that is confusing to me because I've heard it elsewhere. Doesn't mean the Browns won't do it, but that's just my perspective given, I've seen all these guys going back to last summer.
Well, if they're really trying to tread water and not actually win, if we're going into the try to suck campaign, Monroe Freeling not playing year 1 would be an interesting development. If they took a guy at 6 overall who wasn't even going to play this year and kind of like redshirt his rookie season, that would definitely signal the idea that they're not really trying to do much.
Yeah, I don't redshirt 6 picks overall.
I don't either. I've never heard of it.
And quite frankly, I don't do that often with 24th picks unless it's a quarterback.
I would never do it. Why does Ryan say he doesn't even think that Monroe Freeling would play year 1? Is that a performance thing, or is there something I'm not aware of?
I mean, I think the concern with Freeling is he's incredibly raw because I think he's only played 17 games in college.
So is he like the left tackle? He's like the Ty Simpson of left tackles?
Yes, although I will say I don't think experience matters as much in that spot because you're going to have to coach up guys coming out of college on the offensive line anyways. Given
I would think so, but that like some alarm bells did go off a little bit as Ryan is speaking and saying that.
Yeah, I mean, he has been pushed up. Listen, everybody else in this draft, even Fano and Mauignoa, you can have the conversation, right tackle, right guard, center, left guard, whatever. You can't with Freeling. He is the one guy with true left tackle measurables, and that's going to push him up the board a lot. It doesn't make it any better of an idea, even because even Lomu, We've had people say, oh, he doesn't have long enough arms. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have that. And it's a fair conversation. I just think he happened to be a much better player in college and project as an ascending player who got better as his last year at Utah went along. Even if he's not 6'6" and 3, long and lean the way you want a left tackle to be.
I just don't know if we need like a billboard set up right in the middle of public square, or what we need if they take a left tackle that won't even play next year. That would be they can only tell you in so many ways. They're not trying to do anything serious in 2026. But we'll keep an eye on that.
We were doing some real stuff with our hands. I got my hands
I'm
up
always
here.
animated with my hands. Always animated with my. I did some Trump hands yesterday. That was just accidental. But
catch these hands. I don't mean you catch these hands.
That's fighting words right there is what that is.
Maybe the name for a show. Another way to not have our names on the show.
Our name is just fighting words. Jasko saying, going where the money is, that's literally what hoes do in response to Njoku going where the money is. Put the money on the nightstand. Put the money on the nightstand and walk away. RG3, speaking about names.
I wish I had those opportunities in life.
Okay.
I get paid. That's what I mean.
So RG3, his podcast is named Out of Pocket.
Yeah?
This whole thing is out of pocket. Yeah, this whole thing is out of pocket. But he's also...
We can name the show Out of Pocket.
I mean, what promises more big-time takes than a podcast named Out of Pocket? He explained why he believes...
In the pocket.
Could you imagine...
That'd be the one about
listening
hosts.
to like something out of pocket, and like the podcast is out of pocket, and you're like, this is very tame.
Yeah.
Like Out of Pocket, and then hosted by Rich Eisen.
Yeah.
It's like, what are we doing here?
And he's like, I believe in putting 20% of my income into the market every year because you got to have a nest egg. He just has very sensible takes about life and finances, and marry one woman, but marry the right woman, right?
Most important decision you'll make in life is who you marry.
That's true. Yeah.
That's what TikTok tells me, at least.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, buy, don't lease. But then keep that car for a decade. You heard it here. In the pocket, Rich Eisen. I'm going to run a 40 now.
So RG3 believes the Browns should commit to Shedeur Sanders for next season.
Right now, the Cleveland Browns are doing what dysfunctional franchises do. They're undercutting themselves. So you look at Deshaun Watson, they paid him 260, 80, whatever millions of dollars to really not play well, and he hasn't played in 2 seasons. I don't think that they should put him at the forefront because not only do the fans not want him anymore, the locker room isn't really behind him, and Shedeur Sanders has the favor of both. Why, as an organization, would you anonymously be cowards and undercut the young man by coming out and saying things that everyone that's ever been around him as a player knows isn't true? We were there in Colorado. They covet his ability to read defenses. They covet his ability to work hard in his preparation and how much he is dedicated to his craft. That's why I believe the Cleveland Browns need to full send and commit to Shedeur Sanders being their starting quarterback and stop trying to back him into a corner every single chance you get, because there's certain people in the organization that don't want him.
Does RG3 know that Jason doesn't work for the Browns?
I don't think he does.
That's my only takeaway on that. I just think, because he was talking about Jason clearly, I don't think he knows that Jason doesn't work for the Browns, because he said it multiple times. The organization does not need to put him in the corner that way, and they obviously don't know. And all the organization has said is nice things about Shedeur.
Yeah.
What's he talking about?
Why does every conversation about Shedeur start normal and then take a hard left turn? Like later in this same piece about Shedeur, he's like, that's why they need to commit to Shedeur or trade him. What the hell are you talking about?
How did we get to that? How did we get commit to him or trade him?
In fairness, he has stuck to that take with Shedeur that the Browns should trade Shedeur for a long time, his RG3.
Which isn't that originally a Jason Lloyd take?
I believe so.
And so, like, how about that world connecting and coming together?
All of a sudden,
the guy he's throwing bricks at, all of a sudden, is the guy that he thinks is the smartest one in the room. How about that?
What are they going to do? Take out a billboard in Cleveland and be like, Shedeur's our guy. We love you, Shedeur. XOXO.
We're really into suggesting billboards this segment, aren't we?
I'm just wondering.
I did it 2 minutes ago. Now we got another one going.
How the Browns?
We can only express ourselves through billboards now.
It's actually how I live.
Actually, it would be really funny if the Browns exclusively did do that.
That's the only way you knew Browns news. Well, they sure as hell don't tell the local media who bust their ass in the beat all the time. But that's a different. Hey, at least they back it up by being a really successful organization on the field. Okay, we
All
got our
right.
shots in there.
Not nearly out of pocket enough for me from
That's true.
RG3. I did expect a little bit more out of pocketness.
Yeah, well, okay. So
He was in the pocket.
You can be out of pocket. Actually, no, it was in the pocket but out of logic, which is most of what I've heard from RG3.
I was snappy.
But nice guy. Nice guy, that RG3.
I don't know.
I've heard a lot of people in the media think he's fake. But listen,
I've never met him.
I've never met him. You decide on your own.
That's all you can do.
That is the lead. When we come back, somebody on our show has a Cavs take that they have said somehow JP and I, opposite sides of the conversation, will somehow both hate. You'll find out who it is and what they be saying in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Could the Browns have a new quarterback before the draft? Don't miss a minute of Browns offseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 15 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, still not over the Njoku thing, and the guy hasn't even signed. Not loving it.
Yeah, we don't even know that he's going to end up being a Raven.
Ooh. By the way, Mark
It looked
Johnson.
good in those colors, though.
Update on the meteor.
Yeah, what do we got?
So it was captured on local Doppler before 9 a.m., and scientists have already narrowed where fragments from today's event have likely landed.
Okay, yeah.
And it's between Medina and, and Wadsworth. I'll just tell you right now, I catch some scientists trying to steal my space dust off my property, I'll be in jail tomorrow. No. This is my ticket. Meteor money, only thing better than bleep you money.
I don't know that it's going to be filled with the riches that you want it to be. And
It was
I'm worried about that
72 tons. 72. I say it again. 72 tons, JP. I
Thought
can't
it was
break a
7
ton
tons.
of No. I thought it was wait, 7.
I thought it was 7 tons.
Okay, I'll take a half a ton.
I mean, I'd like you to elevate it, make it 72 tons.
Of like
maybe I'm
diamonds,
wrong.
right? Because some of these space rocks can be diamonds. They can be gold. They can be all these kind of exquisite, exotic
Yeah,
materials.
7-ton asteroid, 40,000 miles per hour, 250 tons of TNT.
I'll take a half a ton.
A half a ton?
A half a ton, just in the back, because,
You don't want that much.
Well, yeah, in my back, not in my house. Good Lord.
But
no.
then again, you could just sell it all, too, is the other side of this.
No,
I mean,
exactly.
it's like these guys. I was watching this thing the other day about the Berlin Wall.
Yeah.
And these guys, they paint the Berlin Wall, like parts of it that have basically they've been sold parts of the wall and they've had it, and then they paint the parts of it, and then they sell it piece by piece, and they've been selling it for years, and people are buying what they think is a colorful part of the Berlin Wall, but it's just them painting a part of the Berlin Wall to make it look colorful, but it's a whole racket.
Okay.
And they've been selling it. The guy's like, I got enough wall for probably, 20 more years of selling like pieces of memorabilia like this, and people do it every year.
I feel like
they buy it like hotcakes.
A half ton of gold from a space rock. Whew.
I mean, it is a real where were you when moment.
Yeah.
People have been talking about it all day long. I don't know that it's got staying power into tomorrow, but people have been talking. I did see somebody. Do you see the guy on Twitter that put out what he believes to be is a piece of the asteroid?
No.
Yeah, he put it out. It was on like his deck or something. He put it like side by side with, some change or something he had lying around.
Did it
looked
look
pretty
like
cool.
gold?
No, didn't look like gold.
It looked like, did it sparkle like diamonds?
It looked exactly like the type of asteroid that you think it would look like if
Just
somebody
a
was trying
worthless
to
rock?
if someone was trying to make up that they found an asteroid in their yard.
It
looked exactly like that.
Well, then I'm going to say that's not real, so I can hold out the hope that there's just a bunch of really valuable resource that I can then part off.
Did you have your family go outside and look and see?
I don't think they'd know what they would look. It's also snowy. I feel like if anyone's going to find it, it's going to be me, right?
Okay, you go out in the snow.
Yeah.
You go searching for that.
Oh, no,
hey,
we're
where's
gonna-
Dad at? Oh, he's out searching for that asteroid.
That's searching for rocks.
He's out there looking for the good rocks.
Looking, trying
Right,
to...
like, yeah. When did we pinpoint the moment that Dad lost his marbles and started to go a little off the deep end?
Oh, I think it's well before this.
Maybe
I think
that
it's been a
was-
slow
maybe-
and gradual decline, if we're
maybe,
being honest.
Maybe that was the part.
Now, with this being said, Jake Murrin, a very reasonable man, has said to us both that he's got a Cavs take that somehow he thinks you and I both won't like, which is interesting because we're on the opposite sides of the spectrum here in the Cavs.
Yeah, like I'm not even getting ready to concede the idea that I hate what you're about to say.
Now, are you going to give him a chance, or is this going to be the blind rankings all over again?
It might be the blind rankings.
We don't have to bring that up.
It's exactly
That's in the past.
Us not having to bring it up is exactly why I would bring it up. All right, Jake, let's bestow us your Cavs take.
Yeah, so I've had this one brewing for about a week or so, and I know you guys aren't going to like it because I don't think any Cavs fan will. I think I'm going to get a lot of hate for spewing this take, and it's about a Cavs player. So you guys were like, well, why would we both agree on it? Because you guys see differently on where the Cavs are and where they're headed. Because it's not about that. It's about a specific player. And I think that Evan Mobley specifically is becoming unwatchable for me when I watch Cavs games.
Okay, I don't hate this take. What do we have in, what was it, the 4 o'clock segment, somewhere around there? What did I bring to the table? Is it wrong to want more from Evan Mobley? That was the topic that I had?
Yeah, I think
and so
saying that he's unwatchable is like another step down from that, because I think everybody can want more out of Evan Mobley.
Let me tell you what. Sunday was a turning point for me in many ways with Evan Mobley that I don't enjoy speaking about or talking about. The idea that he was really good in the second quarter, and he scored 5 points in the second half of that game. But it was more important than that. This is what you're getting at, I think, Jake. He just looked mopey out there. Like he looked.
No, it's Mobley.
He just looked like he didn't care. He looked like he was like, why was he even bothered to run or try to play hard? And like, listen, I can understand you disappearing from games for extended stretches. I don't love the idea that when you disappear, you seem like you're not even giving a damn. And I don't get why all the blame seems like it shifts to Harden all the time when it comes to the previous 10 games. But Mobley was just as, if not more, disappointing on Sunday, in my opinion.
Devil's advocate. Do we know if he's actually healthy?
Well, so that's part of the equation. And so maybe that's what we have to play into, because, like, Jake, what you're seeing with the body language, I picked up on as well, and it becomes frustrating because, like, you watch him and you see all the talent and everything that should be there, but he's just not – he checks out. He's on a different planet during some of these games, and it's so obvious when he disappears, and it's not nearly as enjoyable as it once was to watch Evan Mobley.
I will offer this. I think our expectations have changed. And I think despite the fact that Evan has kind of remained as good as he's been over the first couple of years of his career, I think our expectations have never stopped going up. And so I think he is the new fall guy. He's the new Darius. He's the new guy. I think it becomes the easiest thing to say, well, you're not doing what I think you should do.
But nobody really does that, and that's what I think is interesting that Jake's bringing this up now, because nobody's really. We all just kind of say, okay, that's Mobley, and we all just kind of let it be. And I feel like something got lost within the Harden deal, and then the following weeks, where we've all just kind of now accepted that Mobley is just playing at this lower tier than what we wanted him to or expected him initially to, and it's odd. It is odd how we treat this.
I mean, he's averaging 17.8 points per game. 2 blocks per game, 2.5 assists per game, and 9.6 rebounds per game. So even if like individual stretches, like you were criticizing like the specific second half, is there just a chance that we're just putting way too much of our disappointment on him specifically? And I'm not saying anybody's wrong here, because we've all had those stretches with Evan, but like one of my biggest critiques of the Cavs, or I don't even want to say it's a critique, an observation of the Cavs. They keep putting him on the floor with 2 guys that need the ball in their hands, and that's going to be tougher to get the best out of Evan or have him grow into what people want him to be.
Well, I mean, offensively, he's just way short of what everyone wanted and everyone expected. And
but
so,
how do we know? Like, I mean,
well, we know what everyone wanted and expected at this point.
I think my point is, like, how do we know what he can do if he's constantly dealing with guards who need the ball in their hand to succeed? And we're not running the offense through him, which is something we were going to try and do early in the season.
We have a top 3 scoring offense in the NBA. Enough guys are getting points and touches. Like it's not a problem for, 80% of the team to be able to get there.
Yeah, because they fit with those other players.
I mean, after 5 years, if you think the answer is Evan Mobley just doesn't fit on this team, you might end up being right. But as far as expectations of what we want out of him, he has vastly underperformed. And I feel like he has not taken near the brunt of it relative to what you would think, all things considered.
Oh, I actually disagree. I think he's starting to take the brunt of it, which is what I think I want to push back on, because again, like I think the worst thing that could happen is the Cavs get all real panicky again, and we have another Harden-esque trade out there, and a year from now he goes to a moderately run team, moderately talented team, and he's the focal point. And all of a sudden, he's doing some of the things you want to offensively because the ball runs through him.
I'd say prove me wrong then.
Like what other great player? Whatever other top offensive player doesn't really have any of the offense flow through him? Like that's got to be a part of this. And again, it's a decision the Cavs are making because of how they're built and because of the strengths of their 2 best scorers right now. But I think there's a bit of unknown of Evan because at no point have you really built it around him. It's always built around Donovan and Darius, and then it's built around Donovan and James.
I mean, we're getting a lot of people with different touches on this team, though. Like, he can get the ball.
But most of those guys are shooters.
Yeah, no, but like again, like it's not as if he's the only big man on the face of the NBA. Like big men can get their touches too, and you can work within. And one thing that we talked about with Harden when you acquired Harden, for instance, is all the big men that he made better. Clint Capella never looked better under Harden. Joel Embiid won league MVP with Harden. Like there's enough that you can do, and what Harden should be able to do with these big guys that should elevate Evan Mobley, not be a detractor in any sort of way.
He's scoring 18 points a game. Harden scoring 20 points a game. Donovan scoring, 27, 28 points per game? Like, at some point, if you're the third guy down the trough, and you're not...
Well, but this didn't just develop 20 games ago. This has been an ongoing conversation all year long, and the idea that he hasn't taken an offensive leap has been 5 years in the making.
Well, yeah, but the consistent thing has been they haven't built the thing around him. I know they tried for a stretch, and then he got hurt, but, that's not a real, hey, we're going to give you 30 games to figure if we can run the offense through you. That's not a real commitment to a player and making them the cornerstone of your franchise. So I'm not trying to push back on the disappointment of Evan. I'm just I understand what everybody's saying. I share some of that. I also think Evan is a victim of the circumstance as much as anything.
Can I ask you this, Nick, real quick?
You may.
When does Evan Mobley have to take a look in the mirror and maybe shoulder some of that blame? Is it when the Cavs do give him that opportunity? Because it's been 5 seasons, and just where I'm at personally, I have zero patience for Evan Mobley to become this thing that so far he's proven that he's just clearly not.
Yeah, but again, I think you have to be enabled to do that. Unless you are a Jalen Tyson, Jason Tyson, I combined them, or a Donovan Mitchell or a James Harden. Look at all the young bigs. I mean, even Şengün was able to be the focal point of the offense alongside Jalen Green because you didn't have a lot of people competing for the same resource, which is the basketball. So the answer probably is, you're probably closer to being right here, that I think the Cavs probably are losing some patience here. And I would kind of tell Kobe Altman and the Cavs to look in the damn mirror. And again, they've done all this in the position of trying to win, which I respect.
Yeah, and I think they chose right, by the way. I would much rather put the offense through Donovan and let him be the focal point than Evan. Evan didn't show me enough to have me go down that road.
I mean, they traded for Donovan year 2 of Evan, when if you had taken the long road, again, it's
Donovan's been a top 10 player in the league the entire time.
But if you had put Victor Wembanyama in a team where the expectation was to win right away with a bunch of guys who were going to touch the ball first, it would have taken him longer to develop.
He's got people that touch the ball around him right now, though. That is part of the Wemby discussion in general.
Center.
Yeah, but he still has De'Aaron Fox scoring a bunch of points on any given night. They still have all sorts of people.
For him, by the way? They traded for him
last year.
Yeah, last year. Was that year 3 or year 4 of his career?
We're in year 3 right now.
Yeah.
So they traded him midway through year 2.
So and by the way, he doesn't also have another De'Aaron Fox that holds the ball as much as him. I'm not trying. I see what Jake is saying.
Sounds like you're being soft on Mobley.
I thought you were going to say soft on Harden.
No, that's an oxymoron.
That's too sophomoric.
That's jumbo shrimp.
We never would.
That's jumbo shrimp.
No, I think am I a little devil's advocate? Yes, but I do think I look at all the young talented players around the NBA, and they've had a chance to stink while being the focal point, including Cade Cunningham, including Şengün, including Wemby, where your teams just kind of stink, but you get to learn on the job. There's not really been any of that for Evan. By the way,
I mean, someone
his
like Chet
whole career
Holmgren,
he's playing next to Jared Allen, who there's some overlap offensively and defensively.
Someone like Chet Holmgren gets along just perfectly fine with SGA, and that hasn't hampered him at all.
Didn't they stink for a while before becoming?
Yeah, but that wasn't necessarily a product of.
But that's one ball dominant player, whatever you want to say. This is 2. He's consistently played with a center who, again, there's overlap on, and then 2 ball dominant guards.
Jared Allen wasn't standing in his way until a month ago.
I would disagree.
Jared Allen
I think the question of fit has been there with those two bigs
for
a while.
Maybe, but Mobley always had priority over Jared Allen. That's always been the case. As far as who's getting fed there, he was always the first to look down low.
Who knew? Jake Murren was going to turn us into a Evan Mobley debate there. I do agree with Jake's hot take that Evan Mobley is unwatchable. 1 segment to go, in case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
St. Patty's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Big thanks to our guest today, Albert Breer at 5 o'clock. Great stuff with Albert. If you missed a second of today's show, you can rewatch the entire thing back on YouTube on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe to that because it is free. And, of course, like our videos. We like to be liked. And just as a quick PSA before we do, in case you missed it, as a reminder, because now we're later in the day, it is St. Patrick's Day. If you can afford to go out and tie one or more on, you can afford a ride home in an Uber or a cab. Be careful out there. This is a very fun holiday, but it can go dangerously and it can go really bad if you just do the right thing. Let's all protect each other. I was going to say drink responsibly, but I would be a hypocrite for that. But yeah, do that too.
It's a good PSA.
Yeah. And also, happy St. Patrick's Day from 92.3 The Fan.
There it is. I'm waiting all day for that
It's a
one.
little weird to get that one at 7 o'clock. All right, let's get to it.
Yeah, we've barely acknowledged St. Patrick's Day today.
Yeah. It's, well, we're dads.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I wore green today.
I listen, is Big Fella going to crush a Guinness when he gets home? You're darn right I am. Do I have corned beef in the slow cooker, and am I ready for it? You're darn tootin' I am.
Yeah.
But the days of chasing all the fun that you get, I got to wait till my kids get out of high school. I got about 7 years left before I can really start taking this day off and celebrating the way a real Irishman should.
Yeah. You know what's nice? In years past, a lot of people had told me like Cleveland's got one of the most, every city I've lived in, they all tell me that their city has one of the best St. Patrick's Day parades, right? Every place. St. Louis was there. Chicago, obviously, another one of those cities. And when I first got to Cleveland, everyone was like, oh, we got one of the best St. Patrick's Day parades. Like, it's top 3 in the country. And I'm like, okay. And I have not heard that in a couple years and did not hear that today. And I find that to be an interesting development.
The weekend ones have been the best. I'm trying to think of the last time.
Fake Patrick's Day is what they call it now.
So not the last time it was on the weekends. This must have been like when the station first launched. I remember walking out of here on at noon on a Saturday. And it was just people as far as you could see. And then I went home to my wife and kids. Because that's what you do if you're a dad.
You didn't party?
No. It's a little pathetic to be the married guy out there tying one on or more on and being like,
I agree,
the wife's
but it
got
is what
the
it
kids
is.
at home. For me, it's just not a good look for me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad look for anybody else.
When's the last time you did a St. Patrick's Day parade? Or a party attached to St. Patrick's Day?
I mean, it has to be 2008 or 2009. Olivia was born in 2010, and Ness was pregnant in March, so that was a no-go.
Yeah, there really is two type of people at these events. It's the ones that are already basically at 50 plus, and they get to kind of celebrate the idea that the kids are either close to getting out of the house or out of the house, and then it's all the younger kids and the younger ones that get to just drink and have a bunch of fun.
Yeah. Now, the interesting thing
our age is not in that. We're not involved in that.
Again, I'm about 7 years out from the girls all being out of high school, at which point I can resume my previous levels of idiocy on this kind of day.
Yeah, you get to pick it back up.
I do wonder, am I going to like car bombs then?
Oh,
the answer is yes.
Yeah, always.
Come on now.
Irish car bomb's the best.
I just stopped taking
Always
the
a good
stuff to the
time.
cabin because no one would take me up on them. Hacksaw got sober.
Kidding me? Love an Irish car bomb.
I almost killed Jeremy that one time. Dan's learned that I'm going to get you to do 1, and then we're going to do 10, and it's going to be a real sloppy mess. I can't trick anybody else. We're going to have to invite a new person to the cabin
What's the
to trick
point of the
into.
cabin if you guys aren't even doing Irish car bombs?
I'm actually very respectful drinking this last year.
That's disappointing to hear.
It really is.
You got nowhere to be.
It really
You're hanging
is.
out for a week.
Yeah.
You're in a cabin.
I would agree.
Blows my mind.
I was like,
what's the point? I mean, the whole idea is to get as just wasted as possible, I thought.
And I didn't do that.
Yeah, that's upsetting. All right.
First time.
One thing here. Hawks fans, they did sport Magic City gear despite the canceled promotion. Last night was what would have been Magic City night in Atlanta. T.I. did still perform at halftime. The crowd was over 18,000 people for this game, and then they just basically decided to celebrate it anyway. I I did not see any nudity, though.
I was going to say,
Yeah, no nudity.
nobody protested.
No nudity. I did see some of the strippers that were there, though,
Yeah.
and they seemed like they were really celebrating the idea.
Exotic dancers, Jonathan.
Yeah, whatever. That's fine.
Artists, in the word of Draymond Green.
And only Draymond Green.
Exotic artists. That's hot.
Although some of those that would do like the extreme pole dancing, like competitively, there's talent there.
Yeah,
that's talent. I don't know what kind of talent, but that's talent.
I like the
I
idea.
can't climb on the pole and do some of the moves they make. That's all I'm saying.
Not with that attitude.
No,
if you
can't
really
even.
put your mind to it, I think you could.
You're right about that.
Like you got halfway decent at golf.
If
That's
if
harder than getting good at the pole.
I like to believe if I dream it, I can do it.
Yeah,
But that
It's
might not be
America,
that might not be
after
reality at this point. But a kid can dream.
I really would like. There's like a naming convention for exotic dancers. In lieu of Draymond talking about how they're really artists, kind of love it if they just started like, now welcome to the stage for the third time tonight. It's Michelangelo. And that's Motley Crue. Now onto the stage. It's Dali. That's Salvador Dali to you and me.
Okay. Why is Michelangelo doing Motley Crue?
Why not? That's a song you would hear
out of all the
at an artistic establishment where they get naked. You've never been.
Oh, you wanted to reverse this? I had the wrong imagery in my head. I didn't know that we were changing.
I don't think he's painting the
I didn't know that
Sistine
we were
Chapel
changing. I was like, why are you taking his skill
Crew in
set?
the background?
I was like, why are you taking his skill set away and then turning him into doing Motley Crue? It makes no sense to me.
No.
No, you're making him the stripper.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. I'm making the artist exotic
There's
dancer.
a second there, I thought you were making the exotic dancer
named
into
after
somebody that would be
Michelangelo.
doing the Motley
Easy.
Crue.
Yeah. Matisse on the stage. That was a painter, Mac.
Oh no, Max got painter jokes. Remember?
Wrap it up, Picasso.
Oh, hey, have some Sanka. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Supreme leader and re-elected in North Korea. 99.93% of the vote. He'll take care of that 0.07 in no time. Supreme leader Mac Robinson. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Doing what Jake Murrin does, stirring up the show. Big thanks to Katie Pollock. Asked her to just bring down the energy by 20%. Never happened today.
She ramped it up.
You really did. Went the opposite way. JP, good stuff today.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Be back tomorrow on a hump day with Michelangelo and Matisse. Other painters that I just don't know the name of. See you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care of Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
This is